The Murim Union is an organization that has gathered forces to keep the peace. Families and clans united under the name Jonpa. The Murim Union was born. Kwang Yun became the first leader of the Murim Union and began to fight against Magyo. But people didn't know about the hidden Anbu group called Black Flower. If Murim was the light, then Black Flower was the darkness. They had 3 tasks. First, secret murders that were committed under the cover of night. They were also involved in fraud. They skillfully deceived people for their own benefit. The Black Flower weren't shy about gathering information, spying on people. Thus, they became an organization whose power was feared even by Safa and Mage. And the leader of the Black Flower was the legendary Ki Myung-dok. No one knew what he looked like. He always wore a mask. It was as if he didn't exist. One day, Marima leader Kwag Yun approached Chang. Qui Min-dok immediately bowed, standing behind the old man's back. The leader asked if Qui Min-dok was going to wear a mask in front of him as well. The man politely replied that he did not take off his mask during missions. The old man said that it had been 20 years since Mung-dok had been running Black Flower. The old man kept saying that the conflict with Magyo had subsided and it was time for Black Flower to disband. Kwag Yun asked if Mung-deok thought it was time to stop doing his dirty work, but the brunette only lowered his head obediently, replying that it was fine. But the old man abruptly turned to him and put his hand on the brunette's shoulder. The Murim leader looked at the youngster sadly, saying that he was not all right, and then Qui Min-dok looked up at the old man, asking if that was an order. The old man reached out his hand toward the man whose face was hidden behind a mask. He remembered how he had once reached out to a helpless boy. The sun was shining high that day, and Kwag Yun's face was not yet wrinkled. The boy, of course, immediately accepted the outstretched helping hand. He said he was going to build a military institution, and that he would be mentored by the best craftsmen. The old man squinted his eyes and told Qui Min-dok to become one of them, and then the brunette-masked man froze. He was clearly perplexed by the old man's words. And then the elderly leader added that it was an order after all. The man took off his snow-white mask with small red stripes. The brunette steadied himself as he accepted the elder's order. He lowered his gaze. News of the opening of the school in Murima had spread across the island. Everyone began to prepare. A certain boy was breathing heavily, dropping a wooden stick from his dirty hands. This boy's name was Namgung Mei. He was lying in the grass with no strength to get up. A certain old woman ran up to him and called out to Mr. Prince in a frantic manner. Nanny Namugna worriedly asked if he was practicing here again. The boy replied that he must work hard, for he was not a genius like his family. The elderly nanny sadly turned to the younger prince, covering her eyes. Namgung is one of the 5 families that gained strength by participating in the war against Magyo. The current head of the family is Namgung Cho. All of his children are called geniuses. They were recognized as talents. However, Namgung Mai was considered a talentless person. The prince perplexedly asked the nanny if something urgent had happened. Nanny said to pay attention to her condition, told her that the head was asking her to get ready. The boy perplexedly asked if the father was asking everyone to gather. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in Namgung Cho's office was tense. He was looking at a small scroll, saying that a school had been established in Murim. The head of the Namgung clan kept saying about Beck Military Academy. His gaze was stern. The man looked at all the children while muttering the name of the school to himself. The first heir said he would represent their family, so let them send him. But the second heir objected, asking if she would be a better option. The third heir replied that the 2 of them were too old. The 4th heiress obediently said that it would be better if her father decided. Namgung Mei bowed, thinking it had nothing to do with him. The old man wondered who to send, since there were as many as 5 heirs. The eldest heir stepped forward and begged to be sent. But the head of the Namgung clan immediately sternly cut him off, ordering him to stop. The heir was clearly frightened, so he immediately recoiled backwards. The other children froze. And then the old man began to choose the right child by counting. The old man said that May's heir would go. The man asked back in surprise. The old man said that May would represent their family in the military academy. The first heir of the Namgung family, seeing this, became very angry. After a while, the Namgung training arena was empty. Namgung Mei came there after a while, firmly holding an iron sword in his hands. In front of him stood his opponent, first heir. That one held the weapon confidently. The heir with long hair used the blue sky sword technique. His weapon seemed to ignite with a bright flame that consumed everything around him, and his eyes lit up with the flames from the needle of the 2-headed dragon. The boy froze fearfully as his older brother pointed his sword at him. The first heir rushed to do the damage. Fire swirled around. On the 2 sides of Namgung Mei, only scorched paths remained. In fright, the boy threw the sword at his feet. He realized it was useless. The boy's hands were trembling. He lowered his frightened gaze to the floor, and the eldest heir looked sternly at his younger brother, frowning. Then the man covered his eyes, and also sighed tiredly. He fell silent. He said that he couldn't understand his father's decision to send Mei as a representative. Namgung Mei then tiredly thought that he understood why the heir was angry. The older brother said that Mei lacked the skills to study at Beck Academy. The heir kept saying that Namgung Mei would have to come back in 3 months. The older brother kept saying that if Mei comes back, that he will cover for him in front of his father. He asked if the brother was refusing, but Mei objected. Then the eldest heir immediately turned his back on him. The eldest heir hurriedly walked away from Namgung Mei, leaving him alone. After a while, there were already children with belongings crowding near the Muram Union gate. Namgung Mei stared at the gate, amazed at the Muramu Union. He looked around and realized that all the people coming in were his peers. But Mei didn't understand why his father had sent the weakest one to the academy. The children began to get acquainted. Someone introduced himself as the second son of the clan. All the children seemed friendly. There were both boys and girls. Mei realized that he was probably surrounded by outstanding children from distinguished clans. But a certain girl stood out in the crowd. She looked sullen and disgruntled. Seeing her, Namgung Mei was very surprised and opened his eyes wide. But suddenly, a stern man's voice sounded. He ordered everyone to be quiet. He introduced himself as Kumak Ho, nicknamed the Great Swordsman. It was the teacher. It turned out to be a famous warrior who used sword twirling to fend off enemies. Upon hearing this, the children began to rejoice and thank the teacher for coming to the school. Kumak Ho said that each of the children are distributed according to their skills. The academy divides the students according to the 12 animals of the Eastern calendar. Namgung Mei was surprised to realize that he was in the snake class. He thought about the fact that surely the rest of the teachers would probably be Chonpa masters. After a while at Bayek Military Academy, outside the snake training arena, the children were crowded in a small area, waiting for the teacher. Suddenly, a low voice sounded. He asked if everyone was gathered. The children began to look around, asking who said it. They wanted to look for him, but suddenly there was the clang of a boot hitting a hard rock. A certain man in a red cloak was flying towards them, hovering in the air. The man then abruptly landed on the ground. He remained unshaken. Then Namgung Mei, like the other children, opened his eyes and mouth wide with surprise. Mei wondered about the strong energy of the Lord, that he must have been from the teacher. One of the students asked if he could recognize the unfamiliar gentleman's name. The man hurriedly introduced himself. His gaze was cold. And then the gentleman introduced himself. His name was Yang Jun Hek. The children froze. The children began to whisper that this was a young master nicknamed Ghost of the Small Sword. The man then hurriedly replied that he was, by the way, not their teacher at all. The children immediately froze in surprise. They clearly did not expect such a statement. Yang Jun Hek tiredly said that he had come to them in the role of vice-chancellor. Mei thought to himself, if such a master is only a vice-chancellor, then who is the teacher? He realized that he could become stronger in 3 months. Maybe then Hen would recognize him. Then the vice-chancellor started going on about how the children's mentor was a legend of Muram. Their teacher had single-handedly slit the throat of the Magyo faction and won the Muram victory. Jun Hek kept saying that he stood on the front line, repelling the enemy's attacks. Wiesenkazler kept saying that it was Black Flower Commander-in-Chief Kui Myung Diok. A shadow showed itself. Jun Hek said it was the mentor and they should greet him. One of the children thought about who their teacher might be. The other children thought about it too. Each one tried to think of such people. Then the man began to walk closer and closer to them. There was an aura around him. The children froze, not daring to move. They didn't even seem to be breathing. And the legend of Muram came closer and closer to them. He tensed his bony arm. The man came even closer to them, and then the children could finally see him. Then bewilderment showed on the children's faces. They grimaced and recoiled. An ugly old man appeared in front of them and tiredly introduced himself as Kui Mendok. His hair was long and disheveled. He said that he was their teacher. The children opened their mouths wide. They clearly didn't expect to see such a teacher. With the whole crowd, they shouted that it was probably all just an ordinary lie. Meanwhile, a certain man was scribbling words on a parchment. The old man suddenly got up from his chair, watching the hieroglyphics on the sheet. He picked up the sheet, muttering something about asking Kui Mendok to take off his mask. But only now. The old man doubted if it would be okay with Kui Mendok. All the children didn't know how to react. They became silent and didn't dare to say a word. The brunette, on the other hand, was clearly uncomfortable. He possessed small eyes. Namgung Mei thought to himself that the teacher looked weak somehow. The others were whispering. The vice-chancellor said that Kui Mengdok had come to the academy at the invitation of the head, but it turned out that no one present knew about the Black Flower organization. The children began to whisper and speculate about what the Black Flower organization was. Other children began to say that the man was more like a cripple. Others whispered that it was hard to even look at him, that he must have been a joke. They didn't understand why a fake teacher was being sent over. The vice-chancellor got angry. The man shouted that the creeps should greet the teacher when they saw him. From the man's flow of energy, the children immediately plopped down on the ground. They looked fearfully at the man in the red cloak. trying to crawl further away. But from the energy flow, even Ki Meng-dok fell down. The vice-chancellor ran up to him. The vice-chancellor said he would assume the children were ignoring him as well. The teacher didn't listen. The man shouted that they were treating their teacher Qui Meng-dok so badly. In response, the children were perplexedly silent, looking at the teacher. The man smiled blissfully. The vice-chancellor sternly asked if everyone understood and then decided to check if everyone was in place. The stern man then began to list out the various names of the students. Mo-en-bo looked like a cold guy. His bangs covered half of his face. The children whispered that this was the Mo-en-bo they called the young dragon. The children kept saying that they say Mo-en-bo is kind and handsome. So why is the world unfair? Other children whispered about why were they born if there is Mo-en-bo. Namgung-mei wondered in surprise that that boy was really Mo-en-bo. Mei had heard that the relationship between his father and the Mon clan was not so warm. He was afraid that Mo-en-bo would hate him. The next student was Wan Fei. The children whispered about Shaolini, about Baekto's heart. They thought Wan Fei was strong. They said that Shaolin rarely acted to maintain neutrality. The children said that Baek Academy was indeed an outstanding place. Namgung was glad that he would now be able to see Shaolin's prowess. The next person on the list was Chigal Mi. It was that cold girl. She was from the Chigal clan. Those were the counselors of the Murima Alliance. Chigal was a family that combined intelligence and skillful martial skills. One of the children said he had once met the Chigal family at a celebration. Others whispered that they wouldn't get good grades with so many geniuses around. Namgung-mei suddenly thought about the fact that they used to be friends with Chigal Mi, but right now she only gave Mei a brief glance and turned away. Last on the list was Namgung-mei. All the children looked at him perplexedly. Some of the children whispered that this couldn't be happening. They were clearly at a loss. Other children were already rushing to spread rumors, turning their backs on Namgung-mei. The children said that he was a disgrace, and a disgrace to the Namgung family. He was ashamed. The children didn't understand how he was even accepted. They considered it a disappointment. They kept saying that Namgung-mei was almost unable to use his inner energy. But suddenly a certain voice sounded. He said it was too noisy. Mei froze. The vice-chancellor told everyone to be quiet, and Qui Meng-dok counted everyone out. Then the brunette cocked his head to the side and started muttering about 10 people. The vice-chancellor perplexedly asked if something was wrong with the teacher. Qui Meng-dok then whispered a few words in the man's ear, and the man was surprised. The man said he understood. And then the elderly brunette deflected. Then the man suddenly said that their class was over for today. The vice-chancellor said they should go to the dormitory and unpack their bags. Mei didn't understand why they were let go. After all, they had only checked their attendance. After a while, when the moon had already completely replaced the sun in the sky, the children froze, looking at their new accommodations. They were obviously surprised by this. They said that the gate looked luxurious and the dormitory looked like a barn. But then the children began to spread out all their belongings, having rested the field of the road. The children looked in horror at Mo-en-bo, who was quietly laying out his things. Suddenly, Bo ran away from the closet, and the children realized that he was not happy with the accommodations either. They whispered that compared to Moen's palace, this place was like Kanawa for him. But then Mo-en-bo sat on the bed trying to concentrate. The boy started practicing. A blue aura of calmness floated around him. The children wondered about Mo-en-bo practicing pranayama and not even breathing. They then looked at each other, bashfully lowering their gaze to the floor. Namgung-mei, on the other hand, was breathing heavily, as if trying to regain consciousness. This was noticed by the others as well. They said that a genius and a dumbass had met in the same place. And then Namgung-mei looked away, thinking that he could hear everything. Sitting next to him was Mo-en-bo. Namgung-mei turned around watching him practice. Mei recalled his brother's words that if he and Bo were the same age, they would become opponents. Namgung wondered if this was the first time Hen had recognized Hugijisu's strength. But he also remembered his words that Namgung MJ should return in 3 months. And then the boy immediately pressed his lips together, and also lowered his faded gaze. Without thinking for long, Namgung-mei grabbed a certain wooden implement. Clutching the weapon firmly in his hands, Namgung-mei hurriedly walked out of the dormitory. When Namgung walked out of the dormitory, all eyes were fixed on him. The guy only thought that in 3 months, his abilities would be recognized. And then the brunette began to train again and again. He worked on his strength. All the while, Wan Fei was watching him, but Namgung didn't notice. But the young boy seemed to be interested in such a hard-working heir. One of the children was already trembling with anger. He was gritting his teeth and getting angry. The child screamed, not realizing what was happening. He asked how long they had to wait. The boy said there was only one name from Murim. In fact, no order at all. Another child said he would take the high ground and turn the world upside down. But then the children agreed to go to the inn instead of stewing there. They even wanted to suggest that the girls go with them. So they did. But Namgung-mei didn't care much about that. He practiced all day long. The boy had absolutely no self-pity, ignoring the endless sweat and fatigue. Namgung-mei practiced from dawn to dusk. He was the only one on the playground. But finally, after a week, a certain person walked in, opening the door abruptly. It was the vice-chancellor, who sternly said that it was finally fait accompli. The children also rejoiced at the man's appearance, although some were surprised. Namgung-mei was nervous before his first class at Baek Military Academy. Namgung-mei was full of hope that Hyun would definitely recognize him. He pondered that such a place should help him. Mei was full of enthusiasm. And then the boy began to list his classmates. Mengdo read some names off the parchment. One of them was Wan Fi. Mei was perplexed, for they had arranged an attendance check. He didn't understand what the big deal was. But then the brunette suddenly started talking slowly about that except for those people. And then Namgung-mei tensed up, looking at the man perplexed. Everyone froze. Then Kwee-min-dok threw a piece of parchment, saying that everyone else was out. The brunette kept saying that the others could pack up. Mei froze. The students didn't realize what was going on either. They only opened their eyes fearfully. The boy tried to think about it over and over again, eyes wide. Then the boy thought about what had been crying for his 3 months. He looked at the snake. He thought about the possibility of going home after a week. He got scared thinking about what would happen if Hen found out. Kid exclaimed, asking what sort of departure the teachers were talking about. The boy countered that there was no mention of expulsion in the admission requirements. They shouted that it was unfair. They said they were told to wait. The boy asked if the teacher had decided to leave out students from noble families. But the vice-chancellor did not seem to understand the children's indignation, so he drew his sword. He asked if the children had just disobeyed the teacher's instructions. Seeing a man with a terrifying aura, the children recoiled and were frightened. Kwee-min-dok then put his hand on the shoulder of the young man in the cloak. The elderly teacher calmly told the vice-chancellor that everything was fine. The man kept saying that the boys should know why they were expelled. Yang calmed down. Kwee-myung-dok said they had been watching the kids all week, studying their habits. The elderly teacher said they were able to learn a lot about the kids. Namgung-mei recalled that he practiced all week, but was expelled. Kwee-myung-dok said they signaled that the kids were being monitored. And then Namgung-mei was really surprised, eyes wide open. But Moen-bo was, on the contrary, completely calm. He only covered his eyes. The girl with brown eyes actually grinned with her eyes wide open. The other children started trying to remember when they had seen the signals. One day Moen-bo was practicing hard. An aura floated around him. Then, the man suddenly raised the stern gaze of his brown eyes upwards. Moen-bo immediately, instinctively drew his sword. He clearly sensed something amiss. The boy thrust the sword's tip forward, preparing to fight and brawl. His gaze was cold and aloof. He could have easily retaliated against his assailant. But before the boy's eyes was only a barely open window. But behind that window stood Vizkalkaler Jan, who was watching him closely. Realizing that he had been spotted, the man hurried away from the dormitory. On another of the days, one of the children decided to play checkers. It was a certain girl with brown eyes. She was holding a book in her hands. But suddenly the girl looked up with a perplexed look. It was as if she saw someone. She immediately threw the book away from her, looking around fearfully. The book answered far enough away, into the crown of the trees behind. Then the girl froze in place, not daring to move. The checkers had to be put aside. One day, Wan Fi decided to climb to the roof of the dormitory. Yang was standing at the bottom. One of the girls trembled with fear when she realized she was being watched. Remembering all those moments, the kids froze in amazement. But here, Namgung-mei was angry with himself. He didn't understand how he could not have noticed this. Then Kwee-min-dok asked affectionately if the children understood everything. Those shook their heads. They were still surprised and amazed. One of the children reminded that no one had said anything about the exam, so it didn't count. The other children picked up on it and started yelling about how it didn't count. But in response, Kwee-min-dok only grinned, clenching his jaw tightly. Kwee-min-dok agreed that they hadn't said anything about the exam, but it wasn't unfair. He said he would give another chance to those who had flunked out. The guys got excited. Kwee-min-dok said that the kids should spar with Vice-Chancellor Yang. Kwee-myung-dok said that if anyone could hurt Jan, they would get credit. The kids realized that it was the same as just walking away. They reasoned if they should just go home. But Namgung-mei clenched his fists, gathering all his remaining strength into his hand. Namgung thought about the fact that he had a chance, since all it took was a hit. After a while, all the kids were on the training ground. The kids fearfully held their wooden swords in their hands, concentrating. Visenkaler Yan looked at them perplexed, crossing his arms over his chest. Yan asked the teacher for permission to start sparring. The latter agreed. The vice-chancellor then slowly picked up a small dry stick from the floor. Ian said it was his weapon, and the children could attack all at once. He grinned, asking if the children were even scared of a branch. Hearing this, all the kids became very angry, clenching their teeth tighter. The kids exclaimed that if they all attacked together, there was a chance of getting credit. And then the kids pounced on the vice-chancellor, who was standing straight. But suddenly the man jumped up sharply and an aura appeared under his feet. The boy covered his eyes with his hand, avoiding the bright light from the man. There was such a powerful energy around the Witzenkanzler that no one could get close. Jan told them that there was no harm in dreaming about the chances of victory. The man said it was a pity to even waste energy on children, so he would do without it. One of the disarmed children immediately ran up to the Witzenkanzler. The boy used the airwall technique, hoping to harm Jan. Then the vice-chancellor suddenly spun around quickly in one place. Jan said that although the attack didn't look a dime a dozen, the kid could be clapped. Flipping the children away from him, there wasn't a single scratch on the man. But then one of the children used the 10-win sword technique. But the vice-chancellor skillfully dodged every blow. He could easily jump up, do somersaults and tricks while avoiding the children's blows. Namgung Mei, watching this, was greatly frightened. He even froze in place. Then the boy opened his eyes wide, looking perplexedly into the distance. He wondered about their mentor's use of minimal movements. Namgung Mei marveled at the fact that Yang dodged the children's attacks so quickly. The boy remembered the moment when he thought he had almost touched the cloak. But in reality, it was only a false sensation. Ian immediately dodged it, and then the man asked perplexedly about whether the children were already exhausted. Yang said that not even 2 hours had passed yet. He stood on Namgung's head. The other children were breathing heavily and trying to recover by lying on the ground. Mon Bo, on the other hand, wasn't even watching the sparring. He had already been accepted into the academy. The girl with brown eyes, on the other hand, was scrutinizing their battle. The other children were also watching the training ground in amazement. After a while, the sun was already starting to set behind the horizon. One of the children had already started crying. He kept saying that he didn't believe. Another child said that Ian was as strong as the head of the school. And then the kids started to give up, realizing that they had no chance. Kui Myungdok watched indifferently, standing to the side. The man barely squinted his dark eyes and also pressed his lips tighter together. The brunette covered his eyes and tiredly said that it would end there then. But he was suddenly interrupted by a ringing voice. A certain child asked to wait. The boy was holding back a wooden weapon. His hands were trembling violently. Namgung Mei was already very tired and dirty. He was breathing heavily and was running low. But Namgung Mei was not going to give up. He was hoping for even the slightest chance. The vice-chancellor reflected on the fact that the boy had not given up, but there was still a nuance. Ian understood that the boy was very tired, and almost had used up all of his energy. The vice-chancellor didn't understand why Namgung continued to fight. The boy was trying to think of something. His eyes were blazing with fire. Namgung Mei realized that the energy was almost at zero and the beating technique wasn't helping. The boy realized that he could gather all the energy he had left, and then Namgung Mei abruptly pushed himself off the ground, jumping high. The man ran towards the vice-chancellor, holding his sword tightly in his hands. But the man only spoke tiredly about how sometimes it was better to just give up. But the boy didn't hear him, so he hurried to strike. The Witzenkanzler spun on the spot, preparing to strike back. The boy struck again and again, but Yang had time to dodge him. Namgung wondered what would happen if he attacked in a direction that Yang would dodge. The boy tried to touch with the wooden sword again, but Yang did a somersault while dodging. He said that Mei's energy was not enough. The boy began to reason about the energy, trying to think of a solution. Mei realized that he should use more energy, even though his father told him not to do so. But Namgung Mei realized that otherwise he would be expelled. He shifted his gaze to Yang. The vice-chancellor hurriedly told Kui Myungdok that Namgung Mei had given up. But suddenly, the man opened his eyes wide with surprise, abruptly falling silent. The boy was already gathering all the remaining energy in his body. Bright purple veins protruded on Namgung Mei's face and arms. He screamed. The boy's appearance changed drastically. The vice-chancellor was surprised by such a thing. The little boy looked up at the sky in surprise. A tall man leaned over him, which addressed the child affectionately. The man smirked and handed the man a pill, saying it was useful. Little Namgung Mei grabbed the pill, began to examine it. Then, without thinking long, the boy swallowed the purple pill. The Namgung family is in chaos. There were loud noises everywhere. Some servants were running and shouting to report to the master immediately. Other people in the castle froze, frozen in bewilderment. Namgung's nanny was sobbing. But after a while, through the translucent door, the silhouette of the master began to appear. An elderly man sternly inquired about what had happened. The doctors crowded around Namgung Mei's body. They tried their best to explain the situation to the master, but seeing the suffering of his youngest heir, the man was frightened. Purple veins protruded on the little child's loon. He was crying and screaming. The master jumped up to the child and angrily asked what had happened to him. The other doctor immediately stepped back, picking up a comforting answer for the master. The old man then said something about how it looked like the younger prince had been poisoned. The master angrily asked who in the Namgung family had the time to do such a thing. He then exclaimed that they should find the culprit and kill him right away. The servant bowed, saying that there were many guests in the castle and it would be difficult to check everyone. But the child wouldn't stop coughing up blood. He sobbed in pain. The doctor said that the most important thing now was the heir's condition. The master shouted that they had a miracle antidote, so let them bring it. The doctor replied that it looked like poisoning, but it didn't feel like it. The master was puzzled, so he wanted to ask again. He wondered how poison could not be poison. Then the older man pressed his palm against the boy's chest. The master realized that Mei's Tanjong was contaminated with a different energy. The man wondered if it could be Sangan poison. The host changed his mind after noticing that the energy was rather the opposite, gathering in the Tanjong. Then the elderly man suddenly bare a small part of his arm. Master wanted to prevent the poison from mixing with Mei's innate energy. Master pressed his palms against his son's back, and fiery tongues seemed to swirl around. Tang Yung Mei was already heavily stained, taking on a red hue, but then red energy began to emerge from the small ball. After a while, Tanjong Mai was completely cleansed, leaving only energy behind. When this happened, the boy exhaled in relief and closed his eyes. Everything immediately calmed down. Even nature seemed to fragrance. The exhausted boy lay on his father's lap, who hugged him. The man looked at his son worriedly, eyes wide. The man said that from now on, Mei would not be able to accumulate internal energy. He said that the more Mei used energy, the easier it would be for the poison to take hold of him. But right now, the boy had completely forgotten about all of his father's warnings. The Wiesenkanzler pondered on what he thought. The boy had already used up all his energy. Wiesenkanzler opened his eyes wide, remembering the child's name. Kui Meng Dok was also greatly surprised, eyes wide open. And then the boy abruptly rose from the ground, jumping up high. Namgung Mei had already swung his wooden sword. His eyes were almost on fire. The children were greatly surprised by his speed, opening their eyes wide. And then Namgung Mai struck the first blow, but the vice-chancellor was able to run away. Even Yang was greatly surprised at such strength of the little boy. Namgung realized that he had to attack. His skin turned red. Watching him, Kuimendok thought about Namgung Mei's symptoms. And then the boy kicked the Wiesenkanzler's branch with all his might. But the man was easily able to flick it away. Namgung Mei was not going to give up. The man realized that Mei's strength had increased noticeably. But why would he hide that strength? After making a few jumps, the boy was once again able to assume a fighting stance. Veins protruded on his face and arms, and his eyes turned red. He gripped his sword tighter. Yan smiled, thinking that MJ's spirit was unshakable, so let him attack some more. But then the boy started coughing up blood. His pain became unbearable. But that didn't stop Namgung Mei at all. He fought again. The vice-chancellor smiled lustfully as he watched the boy's efforts. The man crouched down, waiting for a blow, and the boy already swung his sword. But quite suddenly, a silhouette appeared between the two opponents. Kuimendok stood between them, and so Yang was frightened. Mei didn't even notice it. The Wizen-chancellor didn't understand why the teacher had approached them. He was frightened. The man hurriedly walked away from Kuimendok, leaving the man in confusion. And then Vice-Chancellor Yang slapped the boy's neck, and the boy screamed. Kuimendok and Namgung MJ fell to the floor, and the man stood on the ground. Yang was scared, thinking something had happened to the teacher, but the man was fine. The man said that the fight was over, and so he should take Namgung Mai to the infirmary. Yang interjected, looking at the breathless silhouette of the boy. Kuimendok tiredly replied that Namgung Mei had passed the test. The vice-chancellor wanted to object, but Kuimendok immediately interrupted him. The teacher reminded him that it was only necessary to hurt the opponent. He then pointed to the cut. There was a small sword cut on the man's red cloak. The children, noticing this, froze in surprise and fear. Some even exclaimed, and Yan didn't understand when the boy could have had time to do this. There was silence on the training ground. Everyone was only looking at Namgung. After a while, Namgung Mai was taken to the infirmary. Next to him sat Kuimeng Deok. The teacher then reached out his palm to Namgung's hand. That one looked painful, but after touching it, the purple color of Mei's skin began to go away. Kuimendok's hand took on a purple hue, and the boy was cured. It became apparent that Namgung Mai felt much better. He began to come to his senses. Looking at his hand, Kuimendok only confirmed his hunch. But suddenly Yang's silhouette appeared outside the doors. The teacher allowed him to enter. Yang was worried about the boy, but Kuimendok assured him that everything was fine. And then the man fell silent. It was as if he was choosing his words as he looked at Namgung. Kuimendok said boredly that he thought Yang wanted to say something. Yang asked if that cut on his side was really left by the teacher. Kuimendok replied that it sounded like Yang was sure of it. The vice-chancellor asked why the teacher let Namgung Mei pass. The man replied cryptically, eyes wide. He said because. The Wiccan-Kanzler opened his eyes wide, expecting a completely different answer. But then the man covered his eyes and said tiredly that he understood. Then there was silence between them again. They watched Namgung. There was a queen moon in the sky. which illuminated the night houses. The master was told that the youngest heir had been assigned to the snake class. The man immediately cut off sharply that he understood everything, and then the silhouette behind him dissolved as if it had never existed. The man muttered about how it was probably Dok from Black Flower. The next day, the birds sang their tinkling song joyfully. The boy tiredly opened his eyes, still groaning in pain. Then the boy finally dared to open his dark eyes. Dok was leaning over him. He smiled and asked if he was all right. The boy was startled and recoiled, and Dok was startled too. Yan ran sharply into the room, anxiously asking what had happened, and then Yang saw Namgung and Dok startled at each other. The brunette then asked if the latter had finally come to his senses. The boy smiled awkwardly and asked what he was doing here. Dok asked to what point the boy remembered the events up to. Namgung recalled that he had reached the limit of his internal energy utilization. Dok asked if the boy couldn't remember anything further. Namgung Mei then agreed, scratching the back of his head awkwardly. Dok whispered back that it was exactly the same for him. The boy perplexedly interjected, eyes wide. Dok said that Mei had passed the test, and he should greet the team. The boy was greatly surprised that he had actually managed to pass the test. After a while, they finally arrived at the snake's training arena. The 4 talented children were patiently waiting for the training to begin. Bo was greatly surprised after looking around. He opened his eyes wide. Next to his teacher and mentor, a frightened Namgung Mei was walking beside him. The boy ran up to the other children who were watching him in surprise. Dok said that there were now only 5 of them in the snake class. The man began to tell the children the truth while looking at the 2 girls. He said that all the children should fulfill missions by being one body. Namgung Mei perplexedly interjected, clearly not understanding the teacher's words. Dok awkwardly apologized, saying that he didn't mean missions, but studies. Dok thoughtfully said that they also had to choose a team captain. Hearing about the captain announcement, Namgung Mai and Bo were very surprised. Dok said that the captain was responsible for guiding the kids and helping him. The teacher said that he wasn't the one who would choose the captain. Bo interjected. And then the man spoke again about completing assignments. The teacher said that when doing the tasks, it would be up to the children to choose who was in charge. He said that they should evaluate each other's abilities for a month. And then one of the children suddenly remembered a broken weapon. Bo was practicing on the broken site, destroying it. A certain man approached him, saying that Bo was making clear progress. The boy responded loudly to his father, putting his sword away in its scabbard. Gan said that Bo should not be satisfied with his current progress. He said that before the great man Bo's abilities are not enough. Bo replied that he knows, and therefore he will devote all of himself to training. Bo said that he will enter the academy and achieve great achievements. The boy said that Moen's bloodline should surpass all others. The old man's eyes seemed to glow with a bright blue flame. Bo realized that if he became team captain, it would be his first merit. Namgung wondered if Hen would recognize him if he became captain. The other children only watched the teacher's actions carefully. Then the teacher smiled and said it was time for them to start their first lesson. The teacher then gave the child a strange blue-colored pouch. The man said that this pouch contained a very valuable item. Dok kept saying that if they looked inside, they would get a low grade. The teacher said that the children were required to take the sacks to the top of the mountain in one piece. He was adamant that points would be distributed in order of arrival at the mountain. Dok said they had to set off in 30 minutes. He wanted to scare the children, but the vice-chancellor interrupted him and carried him back. After 30 minutes, the children ran, trying to complete the teacher's task. Each one of them strived to get the most points. Bo took the lead. Namgung, on the other hand, ran behind them. He thought about the fact that everyone was so talented. Namgung realized that they were the same age, but their Kengan was beautiful. Bo easily avoided all the obstacles in his way. But then, wooden stakes growing from the ground appeared in front of the boy. Seeing this, Bo was very frightened and opened his eyes wide. But after a moment, he was able to easily destroy all the obstacles. The boy was puzzled that the traps were so simple. The children, on the other hand, were surprised. And then Bo decided to use his inner youth. Bo ran forward, and his eyes flashed brightly with blue flames. A certain girl with brown eyes also avoided all the traps with ease. One Fee was overcoming every obstacle in his path, fighting against them. The other girl in the yellow dress was scared. She hid behind a tree. Namgung Mei suddenly stopped. He was breathing heavily, seeing the wreckage. Mei wondered if, really, the children had already gone through all the traps. In front of him was a long obstacle course that had been destroyed to the ground. The boy thought that he had better give up on the idea of becoming a commander. After a while, Bo had already arrived at his destination, breathing heavily. He was dirty and very tired, but he still continued to stand up straight. The vice-chancellor was surprised at how quickly Bo passed all the tests. Dok tiredly ordered the boy to open the pouch. With leisurely movements, the boy tried to open it, but when he saw the contents, The boy opened his eyes wide in fear. The boy wrinkled his nose, for he was disgusted and frightened. In front of the boy's eyes was the corpse of a small bird that was coughing up blood. Moenbo's gaze dimmed, but he only clutched the bag tighter. The other children had already run up. They looked at the faded boy in front in bewilderment. Kwei-Mendok ordered them to open their sacks. Those were surprised. Chigalmi, Wan Fi, and Yun Ren hurried to listen to the teacher. And Ren, seeing the contents of the pouch, was very frightened. She opened her eyes. She had a small bird in her hands that was barely crowing and smiling. But then the girl's sparrow trembled and also opened its beak. She was surprised. Finally, Namgung Mei, who was breathing heavily, ran out to them. The boy thought doomfully that he had come last. Namgung looked around and realized that he should have checked his pouch. He opened the pouch and noticed a small bird that was fluttering. He was surprised that there was a sparrow inside. But he was frightened because the sparrow did not move. Namgung Mei held out the pouch to Kwei-Mendok, and he leaned closer to the sparrow. The teacher restored the bird's blood circulation with a single movement. And then the sparrow immediately got to its feet, looking around perplexed. And then the bird flew high into the sky. The boy was surprised and smiled. Namgung Mei thought the sight was extraordinarily beautiful. Chigal said that he came last, so it was no wonder Mei was energetic. Moenbo stood behind all the children with his arms crossed on his chest. He lowered his gaze. Teacher said that this was exactly the valuable thing he was talking about. Moenbo objected unhappily, asking the teacher if the bird was really that important. But the teacher replied that the pouch was not just a bird, but life. He kept saying that the reason the Chonpa was different from Maji was the power to protect. He said that Bo came first, but the bird was dead, so he gets a low score. But then the man walked closer to Namgung, about to tell him. The man told Namgung that he came later than everyone else, but the bird was still alive. The teacher said Namgung also gets the lowest score. Meanwhile, Moenbo sternly looked forward, pressing his lips tighter together. The man said that first place was Chigal Mi, and second place was Wan Fei, and in third place was Yun Ren. Moenbo hurriedly walked away from them. Yang wanted to stop him, but the teacher interrupted. Mungdok said not to pay attention. The teacher kept saying that the boy needed time to think. Then the teacher said that the kids could rest until the evening class. The children decided to go to the forest to sit on the rocks. Namgung was next to Wan Fei. The boy looked perplexed at his bald classmate. Namgung introduced himself and asked what Wan Fei's name was, but the boy didn't care. The bald boy only folded his hands in prayer and covered his eyes. Namgung thought that the boy just didn't want to talk to him. But then Wan Fei opened one eye, looking at Namgung perplexed. Then the boy took out a small brush from his pocket. Wan Fei began to write something in his notebook, and Namgung was startled. Wan Fei wrote his name and said that he had to be silent on the monarch's orders. The boy perplexedly interjected, looking at the notebook. Namgung Mei hurriedly introduced himself to the girls as well, but those were indifferent. Still, after a few moments, Chigal was surprised by something, opening her eyes. There were strange voices coming from the forest. They were about to walk back, but then the children suddenly stopped. Someone interjected. 2 boys from the pig class walked toward them. They realized where they were. But when they saw Namgung Mei, one of the boys named Wei Ju was very surprised. The boy asked what he was doing here. Namgung recoiled. Namgung Mei also recognized his interlocutor, raising a perplexed look. The Sachongdan clan is one of the families that uses poison attacks. Mugi asked if the dumbfounded heir Namgung Mei had entered the academy. Namgung Mei, on the other hand, replied that he is in the snake class. Another boy said that it seems the selection criteria for their class is below the plinth. He asked if the family members shared their strength with Mei, or is there someone on his side? Namgung Mei wondered about the bullying behind the family's back. All the other children watched the conversation perplexedly. Chegalmi only squeezed her hand harder, trying to hold back. But then the girl suddenly stood up and asked what they were forgetting on someone else's team. The boy asked if Chegalmi was also on the team with them. The girl suggested that Tang Weiju should get the hell away from them, but in response, the boy only grinned as he looked at the girl. Ju said that if she didn't want to become an enemy of their family, then she better keep her mouth shut. The girl clenched her fists, about to contradict the boy. But suddenly Moenbo appeared behind Tang Weiju. He told him to get lost. Tang Weiju was surprised that Moenbo was in the snake class. Weiju said that they saw each other once at the meeting of the 5 great families. But Moenbo chose to ignore the boy's words by rolling his eyes. Tang Weiju was perplexed, unable to imagine how he could be ignored. Tang Weiju was about to say about friendship from the fathers, but Bo had already turned away. Weiju grabbed Bo and asked how dare he, knowing that their fathers were friends, ignore him. The boy was almost blazing with anger. His eyes glittered brightly. Moenbo grabbed his arm and pulled him to the ground. He asked how this applied to them. Moenbo pushed him away and ordered him to stop pretending as if they were close. His friend ran up to Tang Weiju and asked if he was okay, but the boy didn't understand how Moenbo dared to insult him. Then, The boy barely touched his leg from where the glow was coming from. The boy's aura intensified greatly, gaining a green color. Tang Weiju was about to stab Bo in the back, using a poison dagger. The children, seeing this, could only freeze with their mouths wide open in surprise. But Namgung Mei exclaimed loudly with his eyes wide open. The boy was about to stab Mo and Bo in the back, but he just kept walking. Suddenly, the brunette's silhouette seemed to vanish into thin air. Mo and Bo punched the boy with all his might, breaking his fingers. The boy pushed Tang Weiju away from him with all his might. The pig-class boy screamed out in pain. Mo and Bo struck his opponent again, this time to the stomach. But then the brunette grabbed onto Tang Weiju's clothes, tearing them. But suddenly, the boy thought of something. He screamed even harder. And then Mo and Bo was stopped by someone grabbing his arm tightly. The vice-chancellor asked about the fact that was he really going to kill his comrade. Mo and Bo couldn't find the words to answer. He only looked at Yan sternly. Only after a few moments did Mo and Bo let go of Tang Weiju. The vice-chancellor ordered Weiju to go to the infirmary, rather. The man was sobbing. Mo and Bo, on the other hand, hurriedly left, avoiding the vice-chancellor's gaze. Kui Mengdok said the boy had a strange expression on his face. Yang said he was worried about Mo and Bo's attack style because it was very powerful, but the teacher only covered his eyes and sighed in relief. The man said that he had no worries about it. And then, after some time, they found a small grave near the oak tree. Some of the kids must have buried their sparrow and even brought a flower. But, after a while, the children were breathing heavily again. Chigal, Wanfei, and Namgung stood nearby, looking down fearfully. Kui Myungdok was breathing heavily and almost drenched in sweat. The man said that mastery is Suk, resolution is Ho, and battle is Thu. He lifted a barbell and said that practicing fighting was the way to train in the Union. Then the man fell to the ground, no longer able to endure such a workout. The Wissenkansler immediately ran up to the teacher, shouting fearfully. Chigalmi reflected on the fact that no matter how one looked at it, this teacher didn't look like a strong man. Namgung pondered on the fact that maybe it might be much heavier than it looks. Mo and Bo only watched perplexedly, frowning. And then the teacher ordered them not to use internal energy. Kui Mingdok ordered them to start doing Sukothu 1,000 times. Namgung Mei was greatly surprised at such a suggestion, even frightened. After a while, the teacher's loud shout sounded again. He ordered them to bend their legs. Kui Mendok advised the children to imagine they were riding a horse. Namgung Mei was already trembling, clenching his teeth tighter. He opened his eyes wide. Mon Bo was also hard at work on the task. Sweat was pouring off him. Wan Fi sternly stared into the distance, trying to complete the task faster. Unren could hardly hold the barbell. She was breathing heavily and trembling. They had done the alliance technique of holding back the enemy with all your might, aim for the back, 1,000 times too. Namgung thought it was crazy to do all this without using energy. The teacher then ordered them to do the other technique another 1,000 times. At the break, Namgung MJ almost melted from the heat. He was having a hard time. Mei kept saying that he was practicing to catch up with his brothers in ability. Then the kid looked around, wondering how the other kids were taking it. But suddenly, the kid opened his eyes wide, looking at a certain silhouette nearby. Chegal Mi towered over him and said that Namgung was still a weakling. The boy laughed awkwardly in response, mentally agreeing. Chegal sat next to him, saying that it would be more logical to send Hui or Hai. Devakshka asked why exactly he was sent to the academy. The boy thought he knew that trait of hers perfectly, just like when he was a kid. She said she was curious about something but let him answer the first question first. Mei replied that he didn't know. Chagel said he's not out with his brains. Namgung then asked in surprise what else she wanted to ask him. Mei replied that she was of the Chagal clan and would inherit the position of Union Counselor. She wanted to know the situation of the Union, so she entered the academy. But the girl still couldn't understand the truth about that teacher. The boy asked in surprise, his eyes wide open. The girl pointed her finger at him and asked him if he was fake. Namgung was greatly surprised and confused. He asked her again, exclaiming. The other children, who happened to hear their dialogue, opened their eyes wide. Chegol said that Mungdok is unknown among their generation, but to the adults, he is a legend. Everyone knows about the red flower, but there's also a hidden group called the black flower. Everyone in the group wears masks, so no one knows their true appearance. Chegol said she heard Kui Myung-duk from Black Flower became a teacher, but then the girl asked if her classmates believed it. The three children looked at the girl perplexedly, eyes wide. Moenbo only bowed his head silently, listening carefully to Chigalmi. She said that Quimendok hadn't even demonstrated his abilities. She said that it was only a guess, but the probability was 90%. Namgung asked in a whisper what they would do if the assumptions were correct. The girl began to tell the plan of action in such a case. The girl said that first, they should reveal the teacher's identity. Meanwhile, the entrance to the snake classroom was guarded by a statue. Tang Weiju stood in front of the stern teacher that seemed to be on fire. Kumak Ho asked if Weiju had been beaten up by the boys in the snake class. The boy said that even their teacher just watched and did nothing. Kumak Ho exclaimed how dare the man not even punish his students. The man said that the great swordsman would handle it. He drew his weapon, and in response, Tang Weiju only grinned nastily, squinting his eyes. And then the boy wondered what would happen if Kumak Ho got involved. The boy hoped that upstart Mo and Bo would stop showing off. Weiju said he's fine, so he wants the teacher to close his eyes. Mak Ho said that the more behaviors you forgive, the more society rots. Teacher promised to solve this problem and Weiju should take time for his health. After a while, when it was already dark, a small candle lit up the room. Kumak Ho was reading some parchments without stopping to frown. The man looked away and wondered who was the teacher of the snake class. Then the great swordsman finally found the list of teachers. But after reading the line he wanted, the man was greatly surprised and recoiled. The man only whispered quietly about their teacher being Kui Meng Deok. The man grinned at the fact that he was the teacher of the snake class. The stern man then swung his sword that was blazing with fire. Kumak Ho practiced his strikes again and again. His eyes glittered. With a single blow, the man managed to break the table. The man said that he didn't know if Black Flower Commander's reputation was false. Looking at the ruined office, he said that he wanted to check it out. After a while, the tall mountains appeared in front of Kumak Ho's eyes. Namgung Mei was still trying to do his teacher's tasks correctly. After a while, he fell to the ground, unable to bear it any longer. The wizened chancellor said that they should rest for 10 minutes. Chigalmi, on the other hand, pressed her lips together, looking at the teacher sternly. Wan Fi and Yun Ren looked at the girl, waiting for her command. A little earlier, Chigalmi said that she had a plan. Everyone listened attentively. And then suddenly the girl turned to Yun Ren. Chigal said that she knew about her origins from a lineage of healers. She asked Yun Ren for a box of needles. The woman was surprised. Then, Chigal carefully took one of the needles. Her movements were quick. The girl then dripped a paralyzing medicine on the end of the needle. She said it wasn't deadly, but it shouldn't work on Mendok. The girl said the children would act on her signal. The boy held a huge ball in his trembling hands. Chigalmi suddenly waved her hand, for she realized it was time to start. Namgung Mei, who was holding the balloon, looked at her in surprise. Then the boy dropped the ball on the ground, still with his eyes wide open. The boy screamed about his leg hurting. Teacher and Yang were startled. And then Yun Ren immediately ran up to the teacher and the vice-chancellor. The girl threw about a dozen poison needles at the teacher. But all of them immediately fell to the cracked ground of the mountain. Queeman Doc opened his eyes wide in surprise. And then it seemed as if the entire world disappeared for a moment, leaving only the strokes of the sword. And then the Wizenkanzler threw all the needles away. The teacher looked at him perplexed. Namgung was surprised at the fact that Vice-Chancellor Yang Jun had reflected everything. Mo and Bo and Wan Fi were also greatly surprised. Eyes wide, Yang recalled what he had already said about showing disrespect to the teacher. But then the Vice-Chancellor saw that the girl was sitting on her knees and trembling. There was a needle stuck in Yun Ren's shoulder. The girl was breathing heavily. Yang Jun Hek ran up to her, thinking that she had been hit by the needle he reflected. The man thought about her having a strange reaction to an ordinary needle, and so the Vice-Chancellor took the needle out of her hand and sniffed it. Ian realized that the smell of a paralyzing drug was coming from her. The girl started sobbing and said that her hands were paralyzed. The Vice-Chancellor told the teacher that he would take her to the infirmary. The latter agreed. Then Vice-Chancellor Yang picked up the girl and carried her on his back. The man decided to speed up in order to get the girl to the doctor faster. Chigal Mi, on the other hand, indifferently watched Un Ren, who covered her eyes. They quickly ran past the young girl, leaving her alone. Before that, Yun Ren asked why they would only need the paralyzing medicine. The young girl clearly didn't understand Chigalmi's actions, and Chigalmi just as calmly replied that the other needle would only be a trick. All the children froze in place, opening their eyes in surprise. She kept saying that since Yun Ren is from the healer family, she knows how to handle the games. Mai said that after they threw the needles, Un Ren would stick the needle in his arm. She wanted Yang to carry Yun Ren to the infirmary. Mi didn't understand why involving him in this. Mi replied that if Jun Hyuk was by her teacher's side, there was nothing they could do. The girl reminded him that Nam Gung had already tested it out on himself. The boy then remembered how teacher Jun Hek had stood on his head that day. Mei remembered trying to at least hurt the vice-chancellor, but it didn't work. The girl said that the purpose of their plan was to separate Yang Jun from the fake Quimen Dok. And so, Chigal only bowed her head slightly when Yang Jun Hyuk ran past. Yin Ren smiled at Chigal and then actually winked at her. Only then did the girl allow herself to smile back. The other children, on the other hand, froze in amazement. They opened their eyes wide. Namguen realized that everything had turned out exactly as Chigalmi had said. Now the girl stood alone, watching the smoke left by Yang. Then Chigalmi hurriedly went somewhere. She was almost running. In just a moment, the girl was already next to the teacher. The latter was greatly surprised. The girl turned to him, and all the other children stood behind her. Mangdok froze. Queemendok asked what had happened to Chegalmi. She said she wanted to talk, but suddenly she was interrupted by a certain voice. It was loud and commanding. Chegal froze. Then the girl turned around frightened. The man looked up in surprise as well. A certain imposing silhouette stood in front of them. He was holding a weapon in his hands. It was a great swordmaster teacher of the pig class. He looked stern. The children stared in surprise at the imposing figure of the man that came closer. Moenbo bowed his head, realizing that the man in front of them was strong. Namgung Mei recognized this man as the great swordsman Kumak Ho. And then the stern man placed his weapon on the ground, piercing the ground through. Kumak Ho asked the teacher if the snake class was here, but suddenly the man opened his eyes wide and then frowned. Kumak Ho began to look around the area, trying to figure out where he was. Kumak Ho asked if he was mistaken, and if it was definitely the snake class. Then the man asked if their teacher, Kui Myung-dok, had gone somewhere else. But the children pointed their fingers at the man with black hair behind them. Moenbo and Namkin looked confused as they looked at the great swordsman. Kumak Ho didn't even realize at first what the children were pointing at. Chigal immediately realized that Kumak Ho had come to Queemendok to fight. The girl, however, smiled and asked why teacher Queemendok was acting like that. She said that teacher Kumak Ho came to him, so why is he being quiet? Kumak Ho was even confused, asking if he was really Kui Myung-dok. The man replied that he was really Kui Myung-dok. The girl hurriedly left. Chagel thought that the teacher's fight was a good thing. After all, this way everyone would know the truth. Kumak Ho recalled that Queemendok always wore a mask and no one could see his face. Kumak Ho thought that the teacher did not look like Queemendok at all. The great swordsman then frowned and asked if he was really Kui's teacher. Kui replied that he was. He asked why the pig class teacher had come, but then the man suddenly lifted his tired gaze upward. His cheekbones became visible. Then the snake class teacher began to rub his fingers nervously. Kumak Ho thought that it felt as if the teacher was having a hard time standing. Kumak Ho thought it was as if the teacher had taken the name of Queemendok of the Murim Union and come to the academy. Kumak Ho realized that if he fought Queemendok, he would raise his reputation. Mak Ho said that his student was attacked by members of the snake group. Kumak Ho said that the attackers didn't even get punished. Mei was perplexed. But then the boy remembered Tang Weiju laughing at them. But that day, Moenbo stood up for him, who beat up Weiju. Mei realized that Weiju had lied to the teacher, and this misunderstanding needed to be resolved. Namgung Mei immediately stepped forward, taking a step towards Kumak Ho. Namgung said that it was all because of him. But he was interrupted by Moenbo's voice. Moenbo said that he was the one who fought with Tawi Jun, and then looked at Mei sternly. Namgung Mei, on the other hand, looked at his classmate in surprise. Bo pushed Namgung away and walked forward. He said that the fight was between him and Weiju. But Kumak Ho replied that he could see, the snake class has no manners at all. The great swordsman exclaimed that he had not finished speaking yet, and the children dared to interrupt. Moenbo was surprised at the incredible pressure from Kumak Ho. Namgung Mei trembled, thinking that Kumak Ho is not called one of the warriors of the 100 for nothing. That's what the strongest warriors are called. And Kumak Ho occupies one of the highest positions. But the snake class teacher suddenly raised his hand, trying to protect the students. Kwai said that he shouldn't be angry with the children. After all, they could talk to the two of them. But in response, Kumak Ho only smiled brightly, realizing that Queemendok had been caught. Mak Ho said he understood that he was protecting the students. Meng invited him to drink tea. He said he can't give offense to the disciples. Therefore, everything will be decided according to the rules of the Murim. Namgung realized that Kumak Ho was referring to the rules of Kanjiajong. The great swordsman then pointed his finger at the snake class teacher. The man suggested that they settle all matters in a Pimu fight. The children behind him froze, waiting for the teacher's response. Queemendok looked surprised. Namgung had said that Kumak Ho didn't even know the whole truth, so why bring it to this? He suddenly had his mouth firmly clamped with the palm of his hand. He doesn't even have time to react. Chigal said that they were going to test the fake Kui's abilities anyway. But Namgung realized that in that case, Tang Weiju would get away with it. And then silence reigned. The man with long hair froze. The teacher asked if Mak Ho knew he was Kui Myung-dok. He did not participate in Pimu. Hearing this answer, the great swordsman was greatly surprised, eyes wide. But Kui Myung-dok added that he had only fought in life and death battles. Seeing the teacher's terrifying aura, the children were greatly frightened. Even Kumak Ho froze and recoiled, frightened of Kui Myung-dok. But then he opened his eyes even wider and jerked from his seat. The man continued to stand still, not daring to even move. Only small gusts of wind swirled beneath Queemendok's feet. Meanwhile, the infirmary was quite calm. There were a lot of medicines there. Yan watched from afar as Yunren's arm wound was being treated. The medic said that she was lucky because the needle had hit a safe place. The doctor said she would have to wait for the paralysis to subside. Then the kind grandfather winked at the girl, smiling affectionately. The girl laughed awkwardly in response, realizing that the doctor had exposed her. But then the vice-chancellor came closer to her, and so Yun-ren was frightened. Yang said that he was waiting for an explanation as to why they were going to attack the teacher. The man was about to threaten the girl to tell her exactly, but he was interrupted by a sudden strong jolt from underground. He staggered backwards. A bright sun was shining above the Muram Union headquarters. Some strange hieroglyphics were written on the table. The old man asked the Red Flower group to leave so that only the recruits would remain. All the recruits greeted the old man with one voice, exclaiming loudly, and then everyone hurriedly left. Grandpa towered over the people. That old man was the leader of the union, Murim Kwag-yun. Yang greeted the gentleman and introduced himself. He had joined the Red Flower Squad. The old man said that as far as he could remember, the son of the sword demon in front of him was Yang Ji-gang. The man lowered his eyes to the floor and said that it was true. Kwag-yun immediately apologized for mentioning the man's father. Stouthawk said that he was going to entrust Yang Jun-hyuk with a personal mission. Upon hearing this, Yang Jun-hyuk first interjected as if he didn't believe it. The old man walked down closer to the new recruit, intending to bring him up to speed. Kwag-yun looked sternly at the new recruit, who opened his eyes wide in astonishment. The old man then extended his hand towards Yang Jun-hyuk, intending to hit him. Kwag-yun put his hand on his shoulder and then ordered him to protect him. The old man ordered the new recruit to protect Kui Mendok. The latter froze in surprise. Yang Jun-hyuk asked why he had to protect Kui Mendok's son Benim. In response, the old man stroked his long beard, saying it was hard to explain. Kwag-yun said that Yang Jun-hyuk needed to be close by so that Kui couldn't do anything. And then the new recruit was even more surprised, opening his eyes wide. He asked again, and then the older man only faintly chuckled. The leader calmly said that it was because he was Kui Myung-dok, and because of that, right now, the scenery in front of the man's eyes was rapidly changing. He saw before him only the long roads out of the forest that led him to Kui Mendok. Yang heard a rumbling noise from the training ground. It sounded like something had happened to the teacher. The man decided to use all his strength to get to them faster. Yang Jun-hyuk realized that he shouldn't be a second late. Meanwhile, on the training ground, someone had cut through the mountain. It was a great swordsman who had inflicted such damage with just one strike. Kumak-ho was about to kill Kui Mendok, but he managed to run away in time. The brunette looked fearfully at the huge hole in the mountain. He was clearly perplexed. Kumak-ho asked where all the fighting spirit he had just seen had gone. Kwai said that if Kumak-ho didn't want tea, they could have a shot of alcohol each. But in response, the great swordsman only gripped the hilt of his weapon tighter. Flames swirled around Ku. He suggested that instead of alcohol, they should try this. Watching his opponent's actions, the man only opened his eyes wide. And then the great swordsman jumped up, about to strike at Kumengdoku. Then Kumak-ho had already thrown a punch, cutting through the mountain once again. The children watched Kumak-ho's actions. They were all thinking about him cutting the boulder. They realized that it was as if the teacher was cutting an ordinary tofu. Then Kumak-ho stopped, but only for a single moment. The swordsman asked how long Kui was going to dodge his attacks. The teacher fell to the ground. He replied that until they stopped attacking. In response, the great swordsman laughed ringingly, eyes wide. The man then rushed to strike Kui Myung-dok once again. The man dodged. But the great swordsman struck again, and Kui Myung-dok cried out loudly as he recoiled. Kumak-ho then swiped his weapon across the hard ground of the mountain, as if he was about to cut. The great swordsman began to breathe heavily. His eyes turned snow-white. The great swordsman sowed to use the 3 paths of wave power. The man aimed all of his blows at the snake-class teacher, and the man recoiled backwards. The brunette shouted loudly, raising his hands to the sky. He had dodged the attack. Kumak-ho didn't understand why the teacher didn't attack back but only dodged. And then Kumak-ho thought that Kui Mendok was just messing with him. The great swordsman began to strike even faster and harder, but he avoided them. The teacher only shouted loudly and ran from the pig-class teacher's blows. The children thought about the fact that teacher Kumak-ho had already proved to them that Kwai was a fake. In the midst of Kumak-ho's huge flow of energy, a silhouette could be seen. Namgung Mei carefully looked into the teacher's battle, ignoring the aura everywhere. Mei thought that it looked comical from the looks of it, yet the teacher was dodging all the attacks. Namgung wanted to look at it even more closely and carefully, and Kumak-ho didn't realize how much longer Kui was going to run from him. But then, suddenly he opened his eyes wide in surprise. Kumak-ho wondered if it was possible that he was only dodging. The swordsman realized that his opponent was stronger than him. Kumak-ho let out a curse. The swordsman shouted that this couldn't be happening. He threw himself at Kui Mendok. The man once again rushed to strike at the teacher, but the brunette only turned away as if hiding his face. When Kui Mendok turned around, his eyes were glowing with bright blue flames. But then Kumak-ho clashed in battle with Yang Jun-hyuk, who had his back to the teacher. The vice-chancellor frowned and then apologized for being late. Epic battle. A bearded warrior with a sword attacked the cloaked opponent. The hero with a burning gaze repelled the strong blow. The opponent was shocked by it. A bearded man in battle, reflecting multiple sword attacks. The warrior fought, fending off attacks, flashes of blows and dynamic sound effects. A bearded blonde-haired man asked to protect Quimendok. A young guy in a red cloak stood up and drew his sword swinging. The young man looked at his opponent with anger in his eyes, holding his sword in his hands. The two opponents attacked each other with eyes full of anger. The students in the circle stood in total confusion. One of the boys noticed the battle between the two sword masters. A wounded character looked anxiously at a dark figure surrounded by flashes. A character with a red scarf and glowing eyes in a battle scene with destruction. A warrior in a red cloak with a sword attacks an enemy from above with a powerful jump. A bearded man turns around in fear at the sword-wielding attacker. The fierce warrior looks down while speaking a phrase. The sword of his opponent is visible in front of him. The image shows a dynamic scene from the manhwa. A character blocks a sword blow with his hand. After the battle, the warrior holds the sword clasped between his hands and says the phrase, "Yes, my name is Yang Jun-hyuk." The character with black hair and a cloak has a gloomy look while talking about the guy. Walking away from the battlefield, he turned around after saying his name, Yang Jun-hyuk. The man with an angry expression asked a question about the upcoming battle. The hero refused to back down, raising his hand, while his opponent held his sword at the ready. The man turned toward his interlocutor in surprise and asked a question. The man with the sword folded his arms and calmly replied that he couldn't say. The warrior clenched his sword and confirmed that his opponent had no intention of retreating. The man anxiously pondered his reputation as he looked at his opponent. The man was surprised by his opponent's stance and recognized the 10,000 generation sword technique. The warrior raised his sword surrounded by flames, preparing to attack with incredible power. The warrior burned in the flames, looking forward in surprise, remembering a forgotten technique. A bloody body lay on the ground, and a voice reported an unexpected son. Bloody bodies lay on the ground, pools of blood spreading around. Warriors and elders stood in front of the burning building, holding weapons and a flag with hieroglyphics. A warrior with burning eyes waved his sword, surrounded by a purple aura and laughter. The warriors surrounded the laughing enemy, standing in fire and purple aura. The man watched tensely and thought that it wouldn't end so easily. The warrior with the burning sword stood, and his opponent was running away towards the hills. The young man screamed in pain, holding his bloody eye, clutching his fingers in agony. The two men looked at each other in surprise, realizing the unexpected threat. The wounded young man sat on his knees, while the three friends looked at him worriedly. The picture showed a man with dark hair bleeding from his eye. In the picture, the characters were standing on the ruined ground. One of them asked about Namgung Mei's condition. A man in a black cloak was supporting a blue-clothed youth who was curled up on the ground. With a strained expression on his face against the rocky terrain, he uttered, "Apparently today is not the day." Taking a swing, he said he would look in on the teacher another time. Shouting, he told the enemy to show his true power. As he left, he heard the teacher's words of encouragement. The phrase that he would have to catch Qui's teacher was popping up in his head. Throwing his angry glance to the side, frowned. It's a dark night. The streets are quiet and there is no screaming or blood. The apprentice sits on the edge of the steps in the guise of fire, with his battle sword lying next to him. The student sitting on the edge meditating in the form of fire thought that the teacher really looked weak. In his mind, he thought that it was strange that the teacher had repelled all of his attacks in one piece. Teacher Kumak Ho's house at night. In misunderstandings, the student heard a bang, which to him seemed strange at nighttime. In confusion, he thinks he heard a bang. Shrouded in fear, he hears someone behind him offer him the coveted pima now. Clutching his sword tightly in his hand, he swung with unbelievable speed. The tension is high. The apprentice is already swinging and ready to strike his opponent. They are facing each other, ready to fight to the last blood, but suddenly, the question on the boy's mind is, why is he standing in front of me and I don't feel his presence? The sweat dripping down and the fear in his eyes screams that he's real. The student asked Qui Myung-dok, to which the masked man simply remained silent in surprise. Shouting, the masked man asked another question. Are we going to hold a pima? Surrounded by a blue aura, aggressively and impetuously ready to go forward. Gritting his teeth, the apprentice prepared to attack his opponent in a rage. Emotional and frightened, his face covered in sweat. His eyes are wide open. He pounces on the masked man, ready to take him down with his sword. But the enemy is enveloped in a blue aura and given incredible strength, due to which he easily broke the sword bearing down on him and broke him down. The apprentice watches in horror as his sword collapses before his eyes. Enveloped in a blue aura, the masked man holds up a finger pointing at the wreckage of the sword. His eyes filled with victory and admiration, but his gaze is cold. 3 guys were attacked. There was a lot of blood. The guy in the black cloak angrily grabbed the gray-clothed guy by the neck and started to lift him up. The man in black was very agitated. A big pale hand was taking a bearded man by the neck. A young man in a black cloak asked the bearded man if he was interested in seeing his power. The man, with fear in his eyes, apologized for his tactlessness towards the teacher. The teacher said it wasn't long before he became a teacher. The teacher hoped the dark-haired boy would help him. The man was walking along, and suddenly a thought popped into his head. The black-haired guy excitedly said that the guy was really real. The man in the white mask, floating in the air above the trees, was the real Kwimyoung-deok from the Black Flower Group. Another warrior in the same black cloak was catching up with him. He was almost there. Suddenly the masked man coughed, and drops of scarlet blood dripped from under the snow-white mask. The drops of blood fell on the asphalt, leaving red marks on it. When the masked man got tired of running away, he got down to the ground and leaned against a tree. With his stained hand, the warrior held onto the tree to keep from falling. The guy in the black cloak was saying that he wanted to live quietly and peacefully. The man realized that this mission was very difficult for him. The guy came to the creature and started calling for Hawk. A man in a white suit stood up blindfolded. The man was removing his blindfold from his face where bruises were visible. The guy stood up and passed out again. The guy sat up and talked about focusing inner energy in his eyes. The person lying on the bed asked him if he had regained consciousness. In a trembling voice, she asked what was wrong with the teacher. The answer she got was that he was a little too much all the time. With a fixed gaze, he looked at her, and in his head he asked her. She was surprised to see him dodging his attacks. In his head, he replied that he was not mistaken in his thinking. The two boys saw something. The man was looking in the distance in surprise. The guy asks the patient that he saw it with his own eyes. The warrior asked the guy if he realized how dangerous the power he was using was. The guy answered if he knew his secret. The guy said even if he uses just a little, that power will awaken in Tanjong. The four students were standing around the fire, where a man with a beard was standing with his back to them. The boy was still not satisfied with his desire to become stronger. The man asked the black-cloaked warrior for a way to become stronger. The warrior replied that he knew a way for the boy to become stronger. The teacher sat down with both hands in his lap. The man listened attentively to the teacher. The warrior told the boy that this power is like a curse. If he uses it wrongly, he will be crippled or lose his life. The boy in the black cloak asked why he wanted to be stronger. He didn't know the consequences. The student said that he was ready for danger, because no one had any expectations of him. The teacher muttered the boy's phrase under his breath. The warrior said that this boy would walk the same path as him. The teacher dared to share the secret of strength. The night was dark, and only the light of the moon barely broke through the clouds. From the camp, which was set up under some hill, shouts were heard. Bloodstains appeared on the wooden wall that enclosed the camp. The 5 men armed themselves with what they could and went to meet the danger. But they were not prepared for what awaited them at the wall. Neither swords nor axes could resist the young man in the black robe. He strode across the concrete pavement, bloody footprints trailing behind him. A blue glow emanated from him, speaking of the power of his aura. His eyes were completely white and his face was hidden behind a mask. Another brave warrior abruptly stepped out right in front of him and called him an insolent man. The man's face twisted as the masked man dared. But no sooner had he finished speaking than something cold and sharp passed down his neck. A moment later, the man's decapitated body lay lifelessly on the floor. The other men, who had rushed out to the screams, stood bewildered. Even though they were armed, they were no longer willing to step on the young man. A man with a gray beard trembled with fear, asking whose order it was. They could not understand why the warrior was attacking them. He asked if they knew who he was. The old man made a low bow and said he really didn't know, then asked for mercy. He proceeded to say flattering words toward the young man, swearing that he would be grateful to him all his life. Kwimyoung-deok said that wouldn't do because the old man didn't recognize him. The man's pupils narrowed, and his eyebrows drew together at the bridge of his nose. After a few moments, the realization came to him that this warrior was really Kwi. But before he could speak, the warrior reached for his sword. His sword looked rather strange, divided into sections. In fact, it was some sort of whip. As soon as the man spoke the warrior's name, he confirmed it. But it never granted life to the locals. All of them died from a single blow. Meanwhile, somewhere within the training ground, it was fairly quiet. A boy was sitting in the middle of the training devices. It was none other than the 5th son of the Namgung clan. He tilted his head examining the training fixtures. Remembering how someone had promised to tell him how to become stronger, he remembered exactly the person who had made that promise. That person had told him that he needed to understand his body first. The boy was willing to learn, and so he agreed. He was also told that the concentration center of his power was different from others. The boy was worried about dark energy breaking free, and the man in the black robe said that one could just not use the power concentration center. He then asked if the boy had forgotten which family he belonged to. This warrior looked rather tired, saying that it was the strongest Namgung family. The boy's body contained a large amount of energy. When he couldn't control his energy, everything went into disorder. The warrior told him that if he used the power concentration center, the dark energy would come out. Then the boy came to the realization that he could never use it. His father had sealed the power center from the beginning. If he hadn't, the boy wouldn't have lived to be 10 years old. The youngest child of the Namgung family didn't believe the man's words. The boy couldn't accept that he was so useless. The warrior got tired of listening to this and got up from his seat. He had already repeated several times that the boy had his own purpose. It also meant that this warrior would become his teacher. Namgung Mei looked at him with surprise in his eyes. The teacher said that he had to learn how to control energy first. The boy didn't understand anything because it contradicted his previous words. The warrior, on the other hand, explained that he didn't need to use the center for that. The boy would do just fine with the reverse flow method. The teacher saw his student become frightened. The younger son, seeing the teacher's reaction, hurriedly apologized. Using this method, he is on the verge of life and death. Therefore, it's dangerous. If we compare it with the road to the mountains, the usual methods are a quiet road among the trees. In the case of the backcurrent, this path is full of difficulties with many obstacles. A difficult and dangerous path, but only this path was suitable for a disciple. The boy was happy that he would be able to utilize light energy with this method. The man in the black cloak left the room, leaving his student to think. The teacher opened the door with a creak as he placed his left hand on it. He said that this was the minimum of what one should be able to do being his student. The warrior also promised that once the boy learned, he would tell him about the next level. The younger son left his memories. He realized he was still at the training ground, sitting in the same spot and stretching his neck, looking at the black gate in front of him. His head was almost bubbling with information. He thought it was complicated. He understood the theory, but he couldn't do it in practice. He tensed up and thought about the fact that he had to do it. As the boy tried to concentrate, 4 other children stood behind him. They looked at the young martial arts master like he was an idiot. The situation was quite comical. The boy was sitting on the training ground, trembling and making strange noises. Meanwhile, the martial arts teacher of the youngest son of the Namgung clan's youngest son's martial arts teacher's estate was noisy. Various manuscripts and pieces of crumpled paper were lying on the floor of his room. The man himself was leaning against the wall and had his legs thrown over the mountains of books. He must have fallen asleep in this position, for another book was lying on his face. Suddenly, there were 3 knocks on the door of his study. Behind the door stood a young boy who asked if he could see his teacher. As he got the answers from the office, he entered the office. The first thing that caught his eye was the piles of books scattered on the floor, and like the most diligent student, he began to collect them. While picking up the books, he also delivered the latest news that teacher Gu Mak Ho was injured. The disciple asked if the dark-haired warrior was involved. Meanwhile, the man reached out and finally threw the book off his face, finally waking up. He didn't express any interest in this conversation and didn't want to answer. But not wanting an answer made the apprentice think that this man was involved in something. Seeing the student's reaction, he asked if he had to stick his nose in everything. In fact, the warrior had long ago figured him out. He knew that this man reported everything to the head. Master Kui rose from the mountain of books to his feet and walked towards the apprentice. He said that he could tell him that the master was not dead, but only wounded. The apprentice at this time thought only that Master Kui already knew about his espionage. The man in the black robe strode briskly out of the room, but something stopped him on the threshold. He forgot to say something. Kui Myung-deok asked him to tell the head that he was going to visit him soon. Meanwhile, the students of the school were lifting heavy stones above their heads. The poor kids practiced day and night with those stones. Afterward, there was a hand-to-hand wrestling practice for everyone to practice. The youngest son of the Namgun clan ran with a stick to practice. After exhausting themselves, the children moved to the training ground again. Now they were practicing hand-to-hand combat with each other instead of their teachers. The youngest son and a boy were fighting each other. It was clear that younger son was in an attacking stance, but even that didn't give him an advantage, as the boy was fending off all of his attacks. His opponent's eyes lit up as if his eyes were glowing, which meant that something was about to happen. And then the boy realized that he couldn't fight anymore. Suddenly, a notebook appeared right next to his face out of nowhere. When youngest son realized that he wasn't going to be killed, he opened his eyes. On the blank sheet from the notepad was written that the boy couldn't reverse energy either. The younger son said that was a good thing. And then their battle continued with younger son taking a swing with his knee. He didn't spare his opponent at all while he managed to dodge. The other children looked at them and were puzzled. The younger son was attacking just like a martial arts master, and that boy was defending himself with the same fervor. They were spinning in the same place, but their battle looked epic. Then the boy moved into an attacking stance, leaving the younger son to defend himself. As soon as this change happened, younger son was knocked out. His back hit the ground, raising dust. The boy realized that he had lost his balance during the attack. He now recognized what the Shaolin martial art was. The boy seemed to be preparing for another attack. His hand reached out somewhere. Namgung Mei looked at him with frightened eyes, thinking he was in for another blow. But the boy just handed him a notepad where it was written that usually only direct the energy upwards. He was suggesting to change the direction of the energy for the reversal. The youngest son of the Namgung family couldn't believe it was that simple, so he decided to give it a try. He was very surprised when he felt the flow of energy. He stood in a rather strange position, saying that he seemed to have found his balance. Two girls were watching from the side and didn't understand anything. One of them said from time to time, "What a shame." She also said that next week the real fighting would begin. The other girl, who had a harder time learning, asked if it was scary. Actually, it wasn't a big deal. All 12 groups just had to train outside. Another student intervened in the conversation. He said that it was all to make them more experienced. His appearance was rather strange, since he wasn't here a few seconds ago. He said that everyone got used to the quiet life in the clan and forgot that real danger could be waiting somewhere. So such training was needed to test how they would apply their skills in an unfamiliar environment. He wanted to ask one of the girls a question, calling her mistress, to which she got angry. She asked to call her Kalmi by her first name, then the boy corrected himself. He asked her if she wanted to be their captain, to which the girl answered him not to worry as she was not interested at all. She said it was important for her to uncover Kwim Young-duk's fake. The other didn't want to become captain either. She didn't have such good skills yet. Then the boy turned around towards the fighting boys. He looked at them with a strange expression on his face, as if he saw them as competition. The picture that unfolded looked rather strange. One of them was writing posters and the other was repeating. The atmosphere in the pig group was a little more depressing. There, a man with a bandaged arm and a green aura was sitting on a pedestal. Finished practicing, he unwrapped the bandage from his arm, inspecting his limb. He thought that it was already a little better, and good thing he had practiced. He left the room and closed the door behind him, stepping out into the wide hallway. Suddenly the boy heard footsteps somewhere very close by and turned around. A strange man was approaching him from the end of the corridor, who didn't look friendly. It was his teacher, and so the boy bowed and said hello. In fact, he was jubilant that the teacher had gotten a beating from another warrior. He didn't stop to say hello. He just said it was all right and that his student should watch his health. The boy shouted after him, "What was up with the snake group?" The teacher's voice was contentedly angry. He said it was none of his business. The boy drew his eyebrows together to the bridge of his nose and thought that it was none of his business. With a bewildered look on his face, he said that he was just curious. The teacher came back and repeated even more angrily that the matter was closed. The student looked at the teacher with a surprised expression on his face. The warrior told the student that if the guy brought it up again, he would get angry. The teacher looked at the man fiercely and said that he certainly shouldn't make him angry. The guy in the green cloak was upset, and he was filled with anger. He squeezed his hand so that the veins began to show. After completing their basic training, the apprentices moved on to practical training. Their goal is to escort guests from the noble clans. The order was sent to all 12 groups. A gray-haired man was sitting playing Jenga when he heard someone walking towards him. Kwimendok said he wanted the snake class to be assigned a separate training session. The chief replied that Kwimendok had nothing to worry about. The guy in the black cloak said that the training would be appropriate for their level. The bearded man said to tell Yang Ju-hyuk to look after the teacher. People say that everyone is so excited because the three are out for the first time in a whole month. The guy wondered who they would be accompanying. The girl with surprised eyes found the guy from the crowd of people. The man ran to the guy named Namgung Mei. Namgung Mei was happily surprised that his acquaintance Ji Pyong was also in the academy. Ji Pyong said even if her family wasn't the main family, her father sent her to study here anyway. Jiyoung asked what group Namgung Mei was in. Ji Pyong knew that Namgung Mei was not good at martial arts. Namgung Mei was surprised, and replied that they didn't have that, and they started practicing right away. Ji Pyong said with tears in her eyes that the basics of energy and weapon techniques were very difficult. Namgung Mei asked Ji Pyong with a surprised look on his face if they had practiced the 3 techniques of the Murim clan. Ji Pyong with a very surprised face asked Namgung again. Ji Pyong leaned toward Namgung Mei and whispered in her ear, asking if it was true that their teacher was Kwim Young-duk himself. Namgung was told by his father that Kwimendok is a very scary person. The people heard the words about Kwimendok and said that he is not really scary, he teaches very well. Ji Pyong saw in the distance that people were already coming to meet the 2 warriors. Namgung Mei realized that they were all alone. The red-haired girl said that they could drag someone like that too. The girls stood there thinking about who they were going to accompany. Meanwhile, Kwim Young-duk and his partner were on their way. When they arrived, they saw that the clan leader was gone. Kwimendok and his partner led the team of men behind them. After a while, the team of men and their teachers arrived at the place. Namgung Mei didn't expect it to be the Merchants Guild. The team of people were shocked by the surprise that where they were going was the Merchants Guild. Kwimendok said they were here for a purpose. Suddenly, Kwimendok saw a black shadow standing from behind the door. 2 men were standing there looking somewhere with very intense eyes. A man ran out of the gate screaming, while the other 4 men walked calmly forward. The man looked up in fear, while the other held a dagger and spoke loudly. The bearded man turned around with a displeased expression and asked a question. The man partially bared his sword, uttering a threatening phrase about the value of life. The man raised his sword with burning eyes and demanded to remove his hand immediately. The man opened his mouth and eyes wide, expressing intense consternation and shock. The man's foot ran on the sandy ground, leaving footprints. The boy and girl stared in surprise as something flew past them. Two men stood under the sky, one looking away, the other hiding his face. The one with the burning eyes ran forward holding a sword, while the men stood behind them. The man with the mustache screamed in rage, his face contorted with emotion and hurt. Someone's hand gripped the fabric of his clothing tightly, clutching it with force and tension. The young man in blue stopped the sword strike of the man in brown robes. The young man with dark hair decisively stopped his opponent's blow with his hand. The man screamed in fright, demanding to be let go. The young man squeezed the cloth, surprised at the strength, and exclaimed in Russian. The man with gray strands smiled and asked Hyungnim to be gentler with the child. The man repeated the word gentler with surprise, his gaze intense. Hyungnim moved sharply, and the other looked on fearfully, covered in sweat. The black-haired guy turned around sharply, his gaze focused. The two stood side by side, one with crosses on his chest, the other wearing a hat with a downcast look. The man in the conical hat lowered his head, and his hat shook slightly. Hyungnim swung his sword, but the young boy stopped him, and the enemies rushed to attack. The boy snatched the sword from its sheath, clutching the hilt, and the blade gleamed in motion. Bright flashes of light reflected in the darkness, accompanied by a metallic clinking sound. Hyungnim lunged with fury, swinging his broken sword amidst the shards. The man clutched his sword in fear, dodging the flying shards of glass. The man swung his weapon, but it was broken and pieces flew around. The boy in blue turned around with his sword, surrounded by three opponents in a fighting stance. The blade glinted in the sun as it was raised into the sky, reflecting the bright light. On the white background was a calligraphy with a halo adding to its divine appearance. Hyungnim and his companions in traditional clothing sat in a room with wooden furniture and windows. People gathered in the room, one man in a hat offering to deal with the situation. People sat across the room from each other and one of them asked about what happened. Hyungnim started to say what happened with a stern look. The blue-clothed teacher spoke to his students angrily. Hyungnim looked forward with suspicion and fury. The teacher smirked and asked Hyungnim who they perceived him to be, and suggested they stop. Hyungnim laughingly asserted that the teacher was not happy with the teacher. The man in the red suit said that this guy has incredible powers. Hyungnim suggested that his friends leave and everyone agrees with him. The man in the hat grinned at Hyungnim's suggestions and remained silent. Hyungnim and his companions left looking back at the teacher. The teacher realized his mistake and shouted at Hyungnim and suggested they talk it over. Hyungnim told the teacher that they had had enough of what the teacher was doing. The teacher panicked and looked anxiously at the students leaving. The teacher said and praised the boy for being able to control the power. With a smile on his face, he said well done to the kid. The kid with excitement and surprise thanked the teacher with a trembling voice. The teacher stood there with a blank stare, wondering what to do now. He was called out, and he turned around to look at him with interest. After apologizing, Wang Sobong introduced himself to his students. Wang Sobong thanked the guys for their help. A female disciple asked her friend about the clan head with surprise in her eyes. The girl in red insulted her friend and told her to think instead of talking nonsense. The babe in blue clothes squinted at the laughing girl from the side. The man in the black robe stood up and told Wang Sobong that they were looking for him. Wang Sobong asked about the Merchant Guild in a surprised manner. The man in the black robe introduced their group, PEC Academy. Wang Sobong asked excitedly that this was the academy they had recently created. The leader of the academy approached Wang Sobong and asked him what happened to help him. Wang Sobong tremblingly began to tell what had happened. The three men stood around discussing the guild and who was going against them. They were angry that their guild was poaching people with whom they had made contracts. The guild founders had bribed the transportation company to stop contracting with them. Wang Sobo told what happened to their guild to the teachers at the academy. The students of Ping Academy stood there with eyes filled with fear and surprise at what they had heard. A female disciple asked Wang Sobong for trade relations. Wang Sobong was punched in the stomach and the impact made him fall down. The academy member asked Wang Sobong how long he would continue this. The clan member thinks in her head that talking to Wang Sobong is a waste of time. Wang Sobong said that this is a mistake and there is no guest here. With a smirk on his face, the clan leader told Wang Sobong that he had misunderstood him. The clan leader said that they did not come here to look for the head. The clan disciples wondered what they were doing here then. The clan leader said that they would be looking for Sayo of the guild. The disciples screamed in horror at what they were here for. Wang Sobong cried out in horror at what he heard. The guild's night house is covered in bright moonlight. Hyungnim and his companions sit on the edge of the steps of the house and pray. Hyungnim told the guild leader about what happened at Wang Sobong's house. The guild leader twirled his mustache and was surprised. Guild leader Kwak asked what the difficulty was in getting into Sukkim. Hyungnim and his companions explained to Kwak why they had failed. A man in a green cloak with no face grabbed a sword and dragged it to punish Hyungnim and his comrades. Hyungnim on his knees apologized to Head Kwak. Head Kwak forgave them and asked why Hyungnim didn't choose a different solution. Asian building with bright red and green elements and decorative lanterns under a clear blue sky. Wang Sobong smiled and asked the academy leader about the financial difficulties. The academy leader told Wang Sobong not to worry. There would be 15 minutes for everyone. The academy leader asked Wang Sobong to provide his students with food and lodging. Wang Sobong is puzzled and wondering what to do. Wang Sobong is wondering what might happen on the shopping trip and who the guests are. The members of the academy think that they can refuse to work further, but still agreed. Wang Sobong agreed to the academy students' proposal and told them to settle down. The academy students and their leader gathered outside for training. The academy leader walked from side to side and told his students what was in store for them. The academy leader stood and called his students the snake class. The leader told his students that they would be gaining real experience. The academy participants stood and listened to the leader and wondered what was in store for them. The academy leader warns his students of the dangers on the trade route. The leader told his students about the Psyocs and who they are. The academy leader asks his students to show what they have decided to take with them on the trade route. The boy shows his sword to the leader, holding it tightly in his hands. The leader was shocked by his student's sword. This sword had a gilded handle with the fighter's hieroglyphics. The leader shifted his gaze to the red-haired student who was holding her sword in her hands. The apprentice bent her sword in front of the leader so he could see it and said, "Look." Another student held her sword up to the leader with a frustrated look. The guy in the gray suit stood idly by and took a breath. The leader looked at the boy in the gray suit in misunderstanding and asked what you have prepared. The boy in gray clothes prepared the element of wood and power. The youngest took the wooden sword and clenched it tightly in his hands. The leader of the academy, in confusion, asked the boy why he took the wooden sword. The boy told the leader that he was used to this sword and wanted to take it with him. The leader didn't give it much thought. The leader went through all the students and said that everyone had brought good weapons with them. The academy leader grinned evilly, and an evil smile appeared on his face. The academy leader confiscated everything the disciples had prepared and threw them to the ground with a clatter. The academy leader shouted and asked his assistant to bring what he had prepared. The assistant obeyed the leader, and the academy leader laughed evilly. The assistant leader brought the bag and threw it on the floor with a clatter. The leader watched his students for a long time, said looking at them. He said he had prepared his students with the necessary weapons. The boy in blue clothes looked at what was in the sack with surprise. The sack contained iron swords for the academy's disciples. The blue-clothed student reached out and took a sword from the box. The disciple asked the leader in surprise if they would fight with these swords. The disciple said that these swords were only for Moyon Bo. With a stare, the student called out to the teacher. The student in blue said it was not a sword, but iron, to which the leader said the opposite. The student in blue said that this sword was precious and apologized for his words. The swords were sharpened so hard that they glistened in the sunlight. The teacher admired the blade and its sharpening that glistened in the light. A student in blue clothes asked the teacher what to do if the sword broke, to which the leader said to take another one. The leader said that the student shouldn't worry if the swords broke. The teacher smirked and jokingly said that the student was weak for that blade. The student hit his head on the glass and shattered it. The teacher asked what else the apprentice could fight with. The student looked at the leader in confusion and did not understand. The leader walked from side to side and looked at his students. The leader remarked that the sword and its hilt was beautiful. The student replied that the sword was beautiful, but it was no different from the others. The leader took the sword out of its holster and said that there was nothing ordinary about it. The leader took the sword from the apprentice and threw a black stick in her hands. The apprentice asked the leader excitedly what it was. The apprentice asked the leader in surprise what he wanted her to use. The leader said the apprentice is a wunderkind and can wield it. The apprentice said with a smirk on her face that she would show the leader her abilities. The leader told the apprentice that she could use what he was giving her. The leader walked by the apprentice and gave him the nunchucks he would use to fight. The leader and the apprentice stood and discussed the fight on the trade trip. The teacher asked Namgung Mai if it was him. The leader picked up and took Namgung Mai aside from the rest of the disciples. The teacher told Namgung Mai that he needed to catch up with the other guys. Namgung Mai tells the leader that he doesn't know any way to do it yet. The leader assures Namgung Mai that he believes in his abilities and says that she can do it. The leader tells Namgung Mai that the energy of nature is stored in a person. Namgung Mai listens carefully to what the teacher tells him. The teacher told Namgung Mai that energy is needed and asked him what he should do. Namgung Mai kept silent because he didn't know the answer. Namgung Mai realized what he had to change and what the teacher was trying to tell him. A man sits on a rock and is sad because no one is seeing him off. Elder Kaban decides that he's being beaten and he's sad. It's a normal day, people working, carrying sacks. A guy sitting with a sword, doing something with it. A girl with red hair was playing the soprano. Kui Myung-dok came in and said that from now on the training is for real combat. Their mission from Hanam to Habuk, to defend the City Defense Corps, and to help successfully complete the transport train. They realized that anything could happen on the way, so they needed to be on their heads. Kui Myung-dok in a black cloak warned of the danger. Kui Min-dok said that after their training was over, a new class captain would be chosen. The people listened attentively to what the teacher told them. There was silence around the men as they were about to embark on a long journey. Black silhouettes that looked like human silhouettes could be seen from the forest. The people began to move a little at a time. Nam-gung-mei stood by the carriage with a strange expression on his face. A company of people stopped in the forest and developed their camp. An elderly man approached the teacher and offered him something to take. Nam-gung-mei remembered Kui Min-duk's words and started his training. Nam-gung-mei stood on his hands with his face twisted. Nam-gung-mei continued to stand as he suddenly realized he was falling. Nam-gung, lying on the cold ground, said that he had caught the guiding thread. Nam-gung sat beside the rock with the realization that this is all he is doing is very dangerous. The man wondered if he suddenly lacked confidence. The guy was still sitting by the rock when suddenly Kui Myung-dok came up to him. Kui Myung-dok told Nam-gung-mei that it was too late to think that it was dangerous, because he had already started it. Kui Min-dok made it clear that this was not the time for training. Nam-gung-mei wanted to ask Kui Min-dok something. Kui Min-dok reminded Nam-gung that he should be on night watch right now. The boy apologized, but never asked what he wanted. Kui Min-dok was left alone in the forest. Kui Min-dok smirked and started talking to someone about trying to kill Nam-gung. The teacher told those who tried to kill his student to come out. Suddenly, in the distance, something rustled near the trees in the forest. The rustling became even louder. Men in green cloaks emerged from the bushes. These men were advancing towards Kui Min-dok himself. One of the guys spoke up, saying that he didn't know how Kui Min-dok could see them. Kui Min-dok with a calm gaze began to move towards the men in green cloaks. The man in the green robes got a little worried when Kui Min-dok came closer. Then the man with the green robe narrowed his eyes and said he understood something. Kui Min-dok looked at him with interest and asked him a question. The man laughed even louder and said he had always wondered where that skinny guy got the confidence to provoke. Now he realized that it turned out that Kui Min-dok had helped earn the kid's time so that he could escape. The guys in green robes began to surround Kui Min-dok from all sides. The man said that no matter how, it was not only that kid would die. Kui Min-dok put on his mask to be ready for the guys in green to attack. The guy with an angry face looked at Kui Min-dok. He thought that Kui Min-dok would pull out a weapon, and it was the mask. The man in green shouted to his soldiers to attack. The guys in green started running towards Kui Min-dok, eyes full of rage and the desire to kill. One of the men drew his sword while jumping to strike. The man in the green robe was already close to Kui Min-dok. Kui Min-dok calmly pulled back his mask, seeing that the warrior's sword was right in front of his eyes. Kui Min-dok put his mask back on, ready to fight. Kui Min-dok attacked, and the man in the green robe flew away. The rest of the people in the robe stood in bewilderment. Kui Min-dok jumped to the ground and kicked up a pile of dust. An ally of the green robe guys was killed by Kui Min-dok. Kui Min-dok angrily asked the other men that in their eyes it looked like he was joking. The boy with fear in his eyes looked on, and marveled at Kui Min-dok's abilities. The three warriors were covered in blue rays and ready to attack the academy. The warrior in the center received a powerful punch and was swirled in the enemy's strength. The masked man took a powerful punch from his opponent and he spun backwards. The masked man took the enemy by the neck and began to choke him with his power. He asked what they had planned against them in the academy. The students of the academy were sitting around the fire and looking at their weapons that the leader of the academy had given them. The assistant leader was standing by a tree and heard his name being called. The assistant asked the teacher what happened and why he called him. The teacher told the helper that it had already happened and was over, and the helper was surprised. The helper ran to the teacher to see what happened. The teacher said that Yang Jun-hyuk was late for his request to come. Yang Jun-hyuk asked the leader in surprise if he had killed them all. The leader gestured that he didn't kill them and laughed. The teacher replied that he just broke their joints and got off the rock. As he left, the teacher kicked the enemy on the head and said he had destroyed their tanjon. Yang Jun-hyuk asked the leader who the men were. The teacher replied that they were mercenaries who came after them. Yang Jun-hyuk's assistant asked the leader who the assassin was. The leader told Yang Jun-hyuk that the attacks would continue because their underbelly was strong. Assistant Yang Jun-hyuk came to see the leader sitting on a rock in a pile of corpses. He decided to go over to his students to see what they were doing. In the middle of the forest, a bright fire was built by the students of the academy. Yang Jun-hyuk and Kui Min-dok were talking about how they should interrupt the students' training. Kui Myung-dok said they wouldn't interrupt anything. Kui Min-dok told Yang Jun-hyuk to deal with the assassins himself. Yang Jun-hyuk asked Kui Myung-dok what his words about trust meant. Kui Min-dok had some business to attend to, so he would not be leaving Yang Jun-hyuk for a while. Before leaving, Kwee-min-dok said that Yang Jun-hyuk is responsible for the snake class. Yang Jun-hyuk asked Kwee-min-dok where he was going to go in such a tense situation. Looking at the sky, the assistant wondered. He looked at the moon and called out to the teacher in a sad voice. The assistant teacher called out Namgung-mei, Yang Jun-hyuk. Namgung-mei asked Yang Jun-hyuk where teacher Kwee-myung-deok was. Assistant Yang Jun-hyuk asked why Namgung-mei is asking for teacher Kwee-myung-dok. Namgung-mei told assistant Yang Jun-hyuk that the teacher would be back soon. Assistant Yang Jun-hyuk was disappointed, but he didn't stop his shopping trip. Namgung-mei agreed with Yang Jun-hyuk, and in his mind he asked himself, where did he go? Namgung-mei thought to himself, and began to realize what the teacher had said. A man who came out of the forest called out to Yang Jun-hyuk and asked him if he was asleep. Yang Jun-hyuk answered the stranger that he sometimes closes his eyes to sleep. The stranger told Yang Jun-hyuk that it was getting quiet, and they were being guarded. A sound was heard in the bushes that startled the stranger. The stranger responded and looked into the distance with his eyes wide open. 2 academy students ran out of the bushes and ran towards the stranger. The academy students and the stranger stared intently in the direction while keeping their eyes wide open. Out of the bushes came a strange guy who shouted at the stranger with his eyes wide open. The unfamiliar guy stood and looked at the academy students and their weapons with astonishment. The stranger happily called out to Jin Hyo and told him how happy he was to see him. The aide asked the stranger on the horse who the child was, to which the stranger explained to him. The stranger began to tell Jin Hyuk about Jin Hyuk. The stranger on the horse asked Jin Hyuk a question. Jin Hyuk showed Uncle what he had gathered in the forest with a smile on his face. Uncle noticed that Jin Hyo appreciated Jin Hyo's efforts better this time. Hyung told the kid not to call him Uncle. There was a boy lying on the ground with a huge red stripe on his back. There were bloody corpses scattered all over the village. The little boy cried and then called out loudly for his grandfather. The little boy dropped the basket from the children's hands. Its contents scattered. All 3 adults froze with fright. The boy ran to his grandfather. Namgung-mei put his palm to his mouth, eyes wide with surprise. The boy frightenedly wondered who could have created all this. The sun was already beginning to set over the horizon. The sunset was floating. The boy struggled to open the wooden door of the house, unable to stop sobbing. In front of the boy's eyes was the injured grandfather. The boy jumped up to him and pleaded for Grandpa to wake up. The old man sobbed, muttering about how he couldn't, because those brats. Namgung-mei froze, not daring to go beyond the threshold of the house. He opened his eyes wide. Then various medicinal herbs appeared in front of his eyes. The old man was given medical attention and fresh wounds were bandaged. There were survivors in the village, but most with severe wounds. The whole crowd bent over the wounded old man, who was barely breathing. But then suddenly the grandfather started coughing. Yunren was greatly surprised. The vice-chancellor said in surprise that Grandpa was finally coming to his senses. The old man opened his brown eyes but started shivering even more. He was shivering. The old man suddenly jumped up from the bed and exclaimed that he should not move. The old man's gaze became frightened and hunted. He uttered the name Jin Rei. The old man begged for help, screaming that the forest robbers had kidnapped his granddaughter. The children from Bayek Academy froze fearfully, eyes wide open. Namgung-mei was perplexed. He repeated the word over and over again. The old man shouted that the brigands had taken not only his granddaughter, but all the women as well. And then the grandfather fell down, bowing his head to the floor. He begged Jan for help. Grandpa could only utter simple pleas that made the children's hearts shrink. The old man's bandage was stained with blood, but he didn't pay attention to it. In response, Vice-Chancellor Yang Jun-hyuk covered his eyes and wrinkled his nose. The old man trembled and the child sobbed, clinging to his grandfather. Namgung clenched his fists, realizing that they were now the protectors of the men of the City Defense Corps. He remembered Kwee-myung-dok's words about Jeonpa being used for protection. After a while, a tall tree appeared in front of the children's eyes. Namgung-mei shouted that they must rescue the kidnapped people. Yang replied that they have to protect the Defense Corps, and it's also possible to get trapped. Mei said that they can't just ignore what happened. Mei reminded that they were trained to follow the right path and help others. Moen-bo turned to the assistant teacher as well, and he opened his eyes wide. Moen-bo clenched his fists, saying that he agreed with Namgung-mei's words. Yun-ren nodded her head fearfully. Won-fi followed suit. Chigal said that they would still have to face the brigands. The girls said that even if they paid the bandits, they wouldn't be released. Then a certain man in green robes stepped forward. The man asked for their help, saying that it would be safe in the village for now. The man then bowed before the vice-chancellor. Jan looked at him sternly. The man then looked around, considering the surroundings. Namgung-mei looked determined. Only the wind mussed his hair. Moen-bo frowned, ready to go into battle at any moment. Chigalmi's gaze was stern and determined. She barely frowned. Won-fi and Yun-ren opened their eyes wide, but then frowned heavily. The vice-chancellor looked at the people around him in surprise, but then the man suddenly grinned brightly. Yan thought about how the children were becoming more and more like the Chonf warriors. Yang said that from now on, the snake class goes to rescue people. Yang said that they are divided into two groups, rescue group and defense group. The rescue group will include Moenbo, Wanpei, Chigal, and Yang. Yang said the defense group will include Namgung Mei and Yun Ren. They would stay in the village. Namgung Mei was about to object, pressing his hand to his chest. But a man beat him to it, holding out a strange object. Mei asked what it was. Yang said it was a beacon, to be launched into the sky in case of danger. Namgung confusedly said he wanted to go too, but he was interrupted by Chigal Mi, hiding Mei behind her back. She said he didn't have to. The girl said Namgung wouldn't bring any help anyway. Namgung realized that even though it sounds hurtful, that Chigal was right. Mei realized that he could cause trouble since he couldn't use the energy. Namgung only said, lowering his gaze, that they would definitely rescue the kidnapped people. But after a short while, the group ran out to help. They rushed forward, aiming further and further into the deep forest. The Weizenkanzler sternly ordered them to increase their speed, frowning. The children immediately obeyed the order, endeavoring to complete the mission. Moenbo was running ahead. He frowned heavily as he looked at the forest. The boy ran faster and faster towards a strange, thick green bush. A certain silhouette ran in front of him, outpacing the entire team by a second. Noticing this, Moenbo was greatly surprised, opening his brown eyes wide. And then that strange stranger hurriedly struck at the child. It was a forest brigand who swung with all his might. Moen avoided the blow. The boy then hurriedly pushed himself off the ground, jumping away from the brigand. Moenbo only took one leap to get away from the bandit. He was holding a sword in his hands. And then Moenbo realized that the forest bandits were waiting for them. The rescue team was surrounded by a huge crowd of forest bandits. The vice-chancellor only tiredly thought that these brigands were skilled in martial arts. Kwai ordered Yan to make the children fight only the brigands. The vice-chancellor thought that since they were brigands, he should trust the children with everything. Those only looked at the kids nastily, asking if the kids were really chasing them. Moenbo only gripped the hilt of his sword tighter in response. The weapon glowed with energy. Moenbo thought about the fact that he would destroy them all. He was already prepared for battle. The brigand marveled that a child could control energy at an early age. And then the boy's eyes glowed brightly with blue flames. He rushed forward. Moenbo suddenly pulled the hilt of his sword forward, already preparing to strike the first blow. But the bandit pulled out two axes and tried to fend off the boy's blows. The tip of the sword that was shining brightly collided with the axe, and then Moenbo's sword almost fell apart into small pieces. The boy obviously didn't expect this, so he was very surprised. And the bandit thought that he had only lightly hit the boy. But the man decided to take advantage and swung. Moenbo once again managed to avoid the forest robber's blow. The man was incredulous and angry at the young boy. He was floating in the air. Then, Moenbo kicked the bandit in the face with all his might. Only then did the boy finally land and the brigand fell to the ground. Moenbo realized that the blade couldn't withstand his energy and fell apart. The forest brigand, on the other hand, threw his head back, breathing heavily. But then the man smiled brightly, tilting his head forward. The brigand said that he was scared of a brat like the boy for nothing. But then Moenbo hurriedly took out another sword from his bag. But Moenbo didn't understand how he could fight with such a sword. The forest brigands then pounced on the children while holding their swords. The two of them attacked Chigal Mi, who had already pulled out her weapon. The girl then opened her brown eyes wide, looking at them sternly. A larger circle of energy began to appear around Chigal. It was protecting her. A gust of strong wind made the bandits recoil and their faces twisted. The forest brigands tried to resist Chigal Mi's power. Chigal Mi continued to play her instrument, frowning heavily. Even the petals from the trees had fallen off from the girl's energy. They were withered, and after a moment, they were on the ground. When it was over, the two brigands looked on in surprise. The man smirked, saying that the girl's Yumgan was weak. Chigal replied that she had restrained her strength, but would now attack at full strength. Mai thought that mastering the Yumgan technique in 2 days was unrealistic after all. She could only push them away, but the brigands were already aiming to attack. 1P frowned heavily as he watched the forest brigands. The boy got into a fight with one of the men, answering the man's attacks. And then the bandit's axe struck the boy's wooden weapon. 1P responded by opening his eyes wide in fright and also frowning. The boy then hurriedly struck the forest brigand with another blow. The boy only managed to push the man away from him. The man was breathing heavily. The boy knelt down on his knees, clinging to the ground. A silhouette flew above him. 1P wrote that since they weren't fighting with their bare hands, the streams of power were interrupted. Moenbo sternly looked forward after reading his classmate's note. Chigal Mi frowned heavily, once again shifting his gaze to the brigands. 1P sternly looked into the distance, preparing for further battle. A certain person had ordered everything to be prepared so that the group could get a good rest. Namgung Mei, on the other hand, held tightly in his hands the fire that Yang had given him. The boy sat on the ground with his head down. He was frustrated. Mei understood that their original duty was to protect the hull. He realized there was little chance of the brigands returning, but one had to be on guard. Hiding the fire in his clothes, the boy looked around. Then Namgung saw that boy ahead of him. He was standing near his grandfather's house. Namgung ran closer to the boy, standing next to him. And then Namgung was greatly surprised by something. The other child looked scared. Yunren came out of his grandfather's house, breathing heavily with her eyes covered. Yunren said that his grandfather had finally fallen asleep again. Namgung was surprised. Yunren said that Grandpa would probably get better soon. The little boy then bowed deeply and thanked Nuna. Namgung said it was time for him to go look around the perimeter of the village, and then he would come back. But the little boy objected, saying that he would see Hen off. And then, after a while, a tree appeared before the eyes of the two children. Namgung looked around with his eyes wide open. The child looked determined. He said that bandits don't attack often, and therefore even the closest hiding place is far away. The child said that since this was not the brigands' territory, they had based themselves here. Namgung couldn't understand why the bandits attacked then. The boy thought to himself that things were much more confusing. And then the boy noticed strange movements of a body that was labeled for dead. Then the boy noticed strange movements from the other body as well. Mei thought that the body was making a transportation trip for the first time in 3 months. Namgung MJ then abruptly turned back around, eyes wide. Mei realized that the enemy knew that Sukyum would definitely stop by on his way to the village. The boy looked at Namgung Mei perplexedly. Namgung Mei clenched his fists tightly and also lowered his gaze downward. He turned to Jin He, looking at the scarlet, setting sun in the sky. Namgung Mei ordered him to go inside as soon as possible, but Jin Hai only perplexedly asked why he should do so. Namgung replied that he had a bad feeling. It was not for nothing that the boy thought about it. They were being watched by a man who was sitting in a tree. The brigand's face was covered by a green mask, and his eyes glittered brightly. Jin He awkwardly asked why Hen was acting like this. In front of Namgung Mei's eyes was a desolate area and an open gate. Namgung frightenedly replied that this was no joke and Jin, he needed to go home. But suddenly, a certain voice sounded. A man said that he was already here. Namgung immediately looked up, eyes wide with fright. The green-masked bandit was watching Namgung, having jumped down from a tree. The boy noticed the green mask that hid his face. Namgung realized that the man in front of him was not a forest robber. He told Jin Hai to run away, but the boy stammered in fright, eyes wide open. His body was trembling. Namgung realized that Jin He was frozen in one place because of the brigand Salga. And then suddenly Namgung grabbed the boy's hand tightly. Namgung Mei hurriedly led the boy away. They ran as hard as they could, but the mercenary only smiled nastily and asked where they ran to. With a single tug, the man came down from the tree, glaring at the boys. Namgung drew his sword from its sheath. He needed to buy time for Jin He to escape. Namgung shouted that he would fight the mercenary. He got into a fighting stance. The boy got off the ground and swung at the mercenary. The man staggered back. The man stared at the tip of Namgung's wooden sword in surprise. Namgung Mei then rushed to strike again. He used all his strength. The boy then turned around and realized that everything was fine. For Jin, he had escaped. But then he was kicked in the stomach by the mercenary. Namgung flew backwards, coughing up blood. The man wasn't going to stop, coming closer to Namgung. Namgung Mei was lying on the ground, and there were small drops of blood all around him. The boy then hurriedly got to his feet again to answer the mercenary. Mei was breathing heavily while holding his stomach. There were bloodstains near his mouth. The mercenary irritably asked who was here to fight who else. The mercenary didn't believe the first squad had been killed by lowlifes. There was no need for them. Namgung wondered if the brigands were really just a distraction. Then the man snapped his fingers and said he would kill Namgung first. The mercenary kept saying that he would then deal with the villagers and Solkim. Hearing the threats, Namgung frowned heavily. He was angry at the mercenary. The boy immediately pulled out his signal fire, realizing that help was needed. He was about to call out to the teacher's assistant for help, raising the flame into the sky. But suddenly handcuffs appeared in front of Namgung Mei's eyes. They were disengaged and attached to the brigand with rope. The brigand restrained Namgung's hands, causing him to drop the signal fire. The signal fire fell to the ground and then shattered. The boy was held by two mercenaries who wouldn't let him take a step. The second man had the exact same green mask on his face. And then the signal fire rolled further down the mountainside. Then the small weapon was near the mercenary's feet. The man in the green mask grimaced, asking if it was a signal fire. The mercenary stepped on the signal fire and it broke into 2 pieces. Namgung Mei looked fearfully at the shattered weapon, eyes wide open. The mercenary laughed, asking if Namgung was going to use the thing. The boy shouted a demand to be let go. Namgung then turned around and saw that the other mercenary was holding Jin He. Namgung fearfully shouted a request for the mercenaries to let the kid go. The mercenary then directed a large amount of ropes at the boy. And then the boy was surrounded by 3 mercenaries who pounced on him. Namgung Mei was trapped with ropes wrapped around his body. The mercenary opened his eyes wide as he watched the boy's fright. And then, with a single tug, they threw the boy's body into a tree. The mercenaries tied him to the trunk so that he hung upside down. The mercenary said that Namgung Mei had absolutely 0 warrior spirit. The mercenary got closer to Namgung, who could do nothing. The mercenary said that being suspended let him feel weakness well. The mercenary then ordered his companions to kill the child. One of the mercenaries smiled nastily as he grabbed the child by the hair. Jin. He was sobbing. Watching his actions, the boy opened his eyes wide. Namgung pleaded for those to stop, but the mercenary only lifted the child higher. Chen He was sobbing and barely audible, almost a whisper, called out to Namgung Mei. The mercenary turned around and asked if Namgung still had any fighting spirit left. He said that Mei should be thankful that it wasn't his turn to die. The mercenary asked if Mei had gotten desperate or angry, I guess. The mercenary said it's all useless. Yun Ren, meanwhile, was nursing her grandfather back to health. A certain silhouette hidden behind a sheet of corpses began to move. The mercenary said that the weak have the fate of being crushed by the strong. Then the man began to strangle a small child. He choked back tears. Namgung thought that if he had the strength, things would be different. And then, it was as if something inside Namgung cracked, filling the space. A violet aura began to form around Mei, which broke the ropes. Inside the boy, it was as if a small fire was growing inside of him, slowly igniting. The fire warmed Namgung's soul while he almost cried from helplessness. Namgung wondered what was happening to him, and if he needed his strength. He shrank back. But he didn't understand why he needed strength. He was the son of the Namgung family, and so it was natural that people demanded strength from him. Strangers said that since he was Namgung's heir, he should be able to do it. They said that Mei should take the example of the head of Namgung and defend the family's honor. They all expected only the best from the Namgung family. Mei realized that because of the surname Namgung, people were looking at him, evaluating him. Mei, too, at some point began to take it all naturally. One day, his father said that Mei couldn't become a warrior so he couldn't use energy. Hearing the sad news, the little boy lowered his eyes. The strangers couldn't believe it, for being Namgung, Mei couldn't use energy. They kept saying that all the other siblings were talented and Mei was a disgrace. They said that even if you don't compare, you can see the strong difference. Namgung Mei realized that the high praise about him had faded into oblivion. Knowing that it wouldn't work out, he still tried to keep up with his brother's strength. The boy practiced constantly, not sparing himself even for a minute. After a while, Namgung Mei forgot the reason why he had to become stronger. He swung his sword endlessly, hoping that it would bear fruit. But at some point, Mei wondered why he wanted to become stronger. He lowered his sword, trying to remember a single reason to do so. But it was as if all memories had been erased from Namgung Mei's mind. But with every practice, a bright flame grew inside Namgung Mei. Suddenly, Namgung Mei saw his father in front of him. He was as stern as ever. The elderly man was carefully watching his son's training, but then his father asked if Mei was interested in studying Choshik. Namgung Mei replied that then he would become stronger and protect people. The father asked what kind of people the boy wanted to protect. The boy thought for a moment and replied that those who were in a difficult situation. The older man asked what then, in Mei's understanding, is strength. And then the boy froze, looking at his father in surprise. He gripped his sword tighter. Namgung Mei then replied that strength to him was his father. He looked stern. Namgung Mei replied that if he became like his father, he would be strong. In response, the elderly man laughed resoundingly, bowing his head down. Then the head of the family slowly and carefully stood up. The elderly man said that judging from Mei's words, he was a weak man. Namgung Mei replied that he didn't understand what his father was talking about. Namgung Mei perplexedly kept saying that his father was strong. In response, the head of the family stroked his son's head, thoughtfully agreeing with him. The man said that it was hard for Mei's father to protect even his dearest people. The elderly man said that Mei will help those who are in trouble. The father said that he really wished that Mei would build up his strength and become that kind of person. Mei thought that he didn't understand his father's words at the time. But now he realized. The old man's lean and scarred body appeared before Namgung Mei's eyes. The boy remembered both Jin Hai's pitiful sobs and his bitter tears. The next vivid memory was the mountain of corpses in the village. Mei thought about how despite that, he still wanted to protect them. Mei opened his eyes, thinking that this was the reason why he would become stronger. The boy also remembered the dark silhouette of the teacher he was following. His promise to show Namgung Mei how to become stronger was etched into his memory. Then the boy opened his eyes wide, and his eyes turned red. Long streams of internal energy began to emerge from his hands. Namgung Mei skillfully controlled them, squeezing his hand so that light would come out of it. And then the boy twirled in the air, dispersing the flames. The boy managed to escape from the mercenaries' knots, and then landed. Namgung Mei stared sternly ahead. All around him, flames blazed around him. The mercenary was surprised that the boy had broken free from his iron whip. The man didn't understand how a little boy could do such a thing, but the boy did not stop blazing with bright fire as he looked at Jinhei. And then, after a moment, Namgung Mei pushed himself off the ground with all his might. The boy ran up to the mercenary who was holding the child in his arms. Namgung Mei managed to pick up Chen He, holding him tightly. The mercenary was dumbfounded. The mercenary then turned around, eyes wide open. He was surprised. Namgung Mei's gaze became heavier and then faded. Namgung held the little boy tightly in her arms, cradling him close to her. Looking at Jinghe's haggard face, Mei was glad that he had succeeded. Namgung Mei then pressed his lips together, thinking of Yogen's inner energy. The mercenary thought that not long ago, the boy's energy was worthless. The mercenary was perplexed and thought that Namgung had gotten stronger over time. Namgung said that he who has strength should protect the weak, not drown them. Namgung Mei then slowly picked up the wooden sword from the floor. The boy clenched his fists, saying that this was the true way of the strong. The mercenary looked at the boy irritatedly, then frowned. The mercenary said that for now Namgung is small, so he doesn't remember well. The man said that Mei was starting the journey in Murima, so he would narrate the law of the jungle. The boy was surrounded by a lot of mercenaries who looked at each other. A mercenary flew up to Namgung, saying that he would tear the impertinent boy to pieces. But Namgung wasn't going to give up, so he used Yoganyong. Then the boy blocked the mercenary's punch, but his weapon was better. And then the mercenary threw dozens more punches, but the boy avoided them. Mei thought that he couldn't use energy, since he had just learned it. The boy decided that he should use Choshik and increase the power. The boy remembered his brother, remembering his Choshik. And then Namgung Mei decided to grip the hilt of his sword tighter. Namgung Mei repeated his brother's movements using the blue sky sword technique. Seeing such a sight, even the mercenary was greatly startled, opening his eyes wide. But the boy only shouted louder, applying the two-headed dragon play. The boy made the first movement of the sword technique. And then he applied his energy to the wooden sword. With the two-headed dragon play, Mei managed to throw the mercenary away from him. The man's body was scorched by bright flames. He threw his head backwards. The obese man then fell to the ground. His mask and clothes were torn on him. The other mercenaries looked at the corpse of their comrade in surprise. He didn't understand how a first-class warrior could be inferior in strength to a child. The mercenary looked at the corpse and didn't understand what had even happened. And the boy's hands trembled faintly. He lowered his sword. Namgung thought in surprise that he had succeeded in harnessing the energy. But then the boy suddenly raised the wooden sword to the sky. Then Namgung Mei staggered, hardly able to even stand on his feet. And then the boy stuck the tip of the wooden sword into the ground. Namgung bowed over the ground, realizing that he had overdone the energy. But then the boy rose from the ground, ordering himself to come to his senses. Namgung Mei reminded himself that there were still 3 opponents left. But then his gaze fell on the corpse of a man. He opened his eyes. The mercenary looked at his comrade in surprise. He was silent. They were originally going to split the forces and destroy the core. The mercenary thought they had left a Dith with medical skills and a weakling. But now the mercenary was thinking that perhaps he was wrong. After all, Namgung Mei was still standing upright and ready to fight. The mercenary noticed the trembling in Mei's hands. He realized that he had reasoned correctly. The mercenary realized that with just one blow, the boy's strength was depleted. And then the brigands decided to organize a combined strike formation. 3 men with weapons pounced on Namgung Mei. The boy grimaced and frowned in response, hesitating. Namgung Mei was already prepared for further attack, glaring at the mercenaries. One of the men decided to jump on Namgung Mei, and then the ground seemed to split into several pieces. The mercenary rushed to hit the boy. Mei's shoulder bled. Namgung clenched his teeth in pain, realizing that he had failed to dodge. And then Namgung saw another blade that was near his head. He returned the blow. There was an inner strength placed in the mercenary's blade. Mei realized that in a frontal attack, his wooden sword would simply break. Therefore, the boy hurriedly dodged the blows. He realized that he needed to increase the distance. A silhouette appeared behind him. Seeing the shadow, Namgung Mei immediately hurriedly recoiled. The boy wondered if he was being attacked from above. Looking up at the sky, Mei saw a mercenary who threw ropes at him. At their ends was a sharp iron point like a blade. They all slammed into Namgung Mei's back. He didn't manage to recoil. The wounded boy fell to the ground. His entire back was covered in blood. He got up, realizing that he had no chance to counterattack. The boy realized that dodging was hard for him too. So what to do? The mercenary asked what was going on with Mei, and why there was no reaction. The mercenary asked why Mei wasn't using that cool sword technique anymore. Namgung saw 2 mercenaries from above who were already swinging. Mei realized that he needed Choshik to break the balance between them. He remembered that he had failed to properly learn the blue sky technique. And then the mercenary wounded Namgung in the shoulder again. Fresh blood appeared. The boy glared angrily at the new painful wound. As he stabbed, Mei thought back to the after effects after being poisoned by the poison, and then the iron point was thrust into his arm again. He frowned. Mei remembered that after the poisoning, his father had stopped training him in choskik. The mercenary shouted that Mei was only dodging the blows. Mei thought that one choskik he had repeated 10 million times. Namgung paused, remembering the first movement of the sword technique, and then the guy's eyes lit up with a bright red fire. The mercenary, seeing Namgung's strength, was startled and recoiled backwards. The guy's eyes lit up with fire. Everything around him was ablaze. His wooden sword was surrounded by tongues of blazing flames. He then flung the mercenaries away from him using a two-headed dragon play. The bright flames rose towards the sky. Its tongue swirled in a dance, but then the flames abruptly began to fade, returning to the ground. Entire puffs of smoke were left under the boy's feet. The boy's body shook violently. He could hardly stand on his feet. Mei tried to say that this was not the end, but he didn't have the strength. He fell to the ground face down, swinging his sword away from him. Blood spurted from his wounds. The two mercenaries looked fearfully at the scorched earth and the corpse of their comrade. One of the men opened his eyes wide and asked what it was. The man hurriedly approached the two bodies lying on the ground. The brigand walked over to the body of a boy who must have been unconscious. The mercenary thought that a child with no experience in combat had managed to modify the choshik. The man didn't understand how he was able to use the deformation quickly. A sword technique. A few choshik created to put them into a principle. If one understood the true essence of the choshik and learned how to modify it, what would happen? It would no longer be a choshik, but a sword technique. This was something that all warriors knew about. The mercenary realized that if he left the child behind, there would be trouble in the future. The mercenary then swung his sword, realizing that he needed to kill Mei now. The man swung his sword, intending to kill the child, but suddenly the mercenary stopped, frozen in place. The silhouette of an old grandfather appeared behind him, saying that it was difficult. The mercenary realized that the Fisa couldn't come back yet. The man pointed his sword at the old man and asked who he was. The grandfather replied that it was a little difficult for him, for he did not know the circumstances. The old man scratched his head and said that one thing he already knew. Grandpa replied that those who hide their face under a mask have a snout in a gun. The old man asked if they wear masks when the three of them torture children. The mercenary thought he was looking at a homeless man. The mercenary ordered number 2 to deal with the old man. And then, in a flash, long blades appeared from the man's sleeve. The mercenary pointed the blades towards the old man and then threw the dagger. The old man recoiled. It seemed as if he fell to the ground. The dagger ended up stuck in a certain tree trunk. The old man said that mercenaries don't hesitate to kill people by covering their mouths. The elder said that he should give the mercenaries a good beating. After a while, the bright setting sun was already slowly floating across the sky. A certain forest brigand clutched the sand in his hands. He crouched down on the ground. He was once again attacked by Moenbo, who was trying to fight with his sword. Moenbo was surprised that the brigand threw sand at him. He froze for a moment. The boy saw in front of him a huge number of spears flying at him. And then Moenbo ran away, avoiding injuries and scratches. The boy realized that the brigands would use any methods in battle. The two men across from him smiled nastily while holding swords. Bo wondered about the normal weapons. Behind him lay dozens of broken swords. Just a moment later, Moenbo was once again attacked by a brigand, shouting loudly. Chegalmi only managed to dodge the brigand's blows once. The girl then hurriedly ran away from her opponent. The brigand grudgingly asked if she was going to run for long. Chigal realized that she needed a decisive moment to attack. The Vice-Chancellor stood in the middle of the battle, watching the action. Ian knew that the snake class was the best in terms of skills. But what a messy battle this was. Jan realized that the children couldn't use weapons properly at all. The Vice-Chancellor hurriedly approached one of the forest brigands. The man asked where the kidnapped women and children were. The bandit was frightened at first and turned around sharply, already swinging his weapon. But the Vice-Chancellor easily answered the forest bandit with a blow. The bandit's body trembled, but the Vice-Chancellor did not move. The man asked again where the women and children were. The brigand laughed nastily, calling Jan a lion of justice. The brigand replied that they had all been scattered and sold to slave traders. But Jan realized that was a lie, for they would have run out of time. Jan realized that the hostages might be in more danger. And then the Vice-Chancellor threw back the forest brigand with one blow. And then the Vice-Chancellor struck the bandit with many more blows. And then the bandit's body fell heavily to the ground. One Fee froze, looking at the teacher in surprise. The bandit was frightened. Clenching his fists, the Vice-Chancellor ordered the snake class to stand back. The man said that from now on, he would enter the battle himself. Moenbo shook his head, regretting that he had shown himself to be so pathetic. Chigalmi pressed her lips together, staring gravely into the distance. One Fee exhaled tiredly, wiping the sweat from his face. After a while, the vice-chancellor stacked a mountain of mercenary corpses. Yan said that if they continued to fight, they would probably win. Yan said that the children didn't know how to use weapons properly. Yang said they showed confusion about the tactics of real outlaw combat. He said this is the reason why they need experience in battle. Yang said that practicing in real combat is important. Ian was adamant that rescuing kidnapped people comes first. The kids exclaimed that they understood. One Fee pressed his lips together, and then the vice-chancellor stepped closer to one of the brigands. The vice-chancellor ordered the brigand to lead them to the base. The man was greatly frightened, and so he awkwardly agreed. The elder, meanwhile, was already gathering energy around him. The old man said that the mercenaries could attack as they wished. The mercenary was surprised that this grandfather was an outstanding Caban fighter. The mercenary realized this because of the knots on the old man's belt. The mercenary realized that the elder in front of him was at least at the Cholchon level. Looking at the strength, the mercenary realized that there was a possibility of being a Cholchon warrior. The mercenary thought about the fact that they needed to break away from the old man. The mercenary then swung the kettlebell, intending to kill the old man. Upon seeing the mercenary's weapon, the man suddenly froze, startled. Grandpa realized that it was a smoke shell, so he ran towards the enemies. But the mercenary had already managed to use a weapon, and the old man did not have time to run. Before his eyes there was only a huge cloud of smoke. The old man stood next to the body of the young boy, as if protecting him. Grandpa mumbled thoughtfully, wondering if the mercenaries had escaped. The elderly man said that they were very cautious. Then the old man turned around, eyes wide. Grandpa thought that the boy had powerful fortitude and good judgment. The old man said that it was worthy of praise. He decided that since the boy used the blue sky technique, he must be Nam Gung Hui. After a while, it had already gotten dark. The sun had set behind the horizon. Many men were carrying heavy sacks and loads. But suddenly, one of the men froze, not daring to move out of surprise. Following him, another man turned around as well. He smiled faintly. Behind them stood a huge crowd of returning women and children. One of the women cried loudly as she looked at the village. A certain man immediately ran up to her. Tears were visible in his eyes. The women rushed into the arms of their loved ones. Children fearfully hugged their parents, and those parents cried with happiness. It was as if the couples couldn't believe the reunion. Grandpa was hugging his grandchildren, who were sobbing loudly while hugging each other. The rescue team from Beck Academy were smiling warmly, but suddenly Chigal opened her brown eyes wide. She saw Namgung Mei's wounded body with Yun Ren leaning over it. Tight bandages were placed all over Namgung's body. The vice-chancellor, upon seeing this, was surprised. He didn't understand why Mei was injured. But then the village elder came out to them. The old man said that the boy needed rest, and so he suggested that Yan talk. Yang asked if the elder in front of him was Hong Seo Gol, nicknamed Drunkard. The old man apologized and asked why he constantly disliked hearing the nickname. The vice-chancellor asked what business the elder had come to see them about. Hong Gol replied that he was just walking on his way home and stopped by to see them. Yang asked if the elder had done this to the child. Yang looked at Namgung's body with blood dripping from his mouth. The old man exclaimed that even if he got drunk, he would never touch the child. The elder stroked his beard, trying to figure out where he should start the story. Then the old man ordered the Viscount to serve him a drink. Jan realized that he would be better off remaining silent than saying anything. After a while, a set table appeared before the old man's eyes. The old man was greedily drinking some kind of liquid from a cup. Alcohol dripped down the old man's beard, but he wiped it off. The Wissenkanzler decided to question the elder. The Viscount asked if all of what the elder said was true. The old man said that that boy from the Namgung family fought until the very end. But Yang remembered that Namgung Mei couldn't use energy normally. He thought about the fact that Mei fought in the guise of a demonic soul. And then the vice-chancellor remembered how the boy had fought him. Back then, Namgung Mei had completely extracted his inner energy. The boy didn't feel sorry for himself at all, as he continued to fight despite the pain. Yang asked if it was because he fought unconsciously and instinctively. In response, the old man stunned, eyes wide with surprise. The old man asked if Jan was referring to a demonic soul. The children froze. Then the old man fell silent, as if he didn't even know what to answer. But then Grandpa suddenly put his finger up, saying that there was no such thing. The old man said that on the contrary, the child was very talented for such a young age. The old man said that Namgung had eliminated 2 of the 4 assassins. Hearing this, Chigalmi frightenedly froze with her eyes wide open. Moenbo was also greatly surprised, opening his eyes wide. Yan asked, that did the boy really fight against the assassins? The old man replied that more than that, the assassins were first-class fighters. Those who had only picked up a blade were third class. The second class were warriors who had begun to learn the Choshik and fight. And the first class are warriors who can release internal energy. Chocholchan warriors can give form to internal energy. A Chochol-chan is a warrior who accumulates energy for 60 years. Next are the Hwagan and Hengen levels. Chegul realized that Namgung-mei wasn't capable of such a thing. She asked again. The old man replied that he saw everything with his own eyes. The old man said they had a strange reaction. It was better to praise the child. He asked why he was being questioned with such distrust. Yan said that the child's abilities would not have allowed him to do such a thing. The elder exclaimed that did Yang mean to say that he was lying. He said that if he lied forever, he wouldn't be trusted with the clan's information. The elderly man then pointed his finger at the boy's body. The elder said that he saw the boy using the blue sky technique. The old man kept saying that meant that this child was from the Namgung family. The elder exclaimed that there was only one candidate who the boy could be. The old man said that he has a bad reputation because of his laziness, but he is still brave. The old man hardly dazzled the guests with his energy. The old man said that according to all the criteria, the heir Namgun Hui was suitable. There was a heavy silence. The old man calmed down. Then the old man shifted his gaze to a certain snow-white liquid. Chegalmi kept saying that was why they had said about the old man's mistake. And in response, the elder only interjected perplexedly. Chegal said that guy wasn't Namgung Hui, but the fifth heir of Namgung Mei. The old man exclaimed, how could that be? He was clearly greatly surprised. The old man realized that he had told about Kabin's informants for nothing. The man realized that it could ruin the clan's reputation. The old man realized that in such a situation, it was necessary to smoothly change the subject. The old man asked why the assassins had attacked the village in that case. The children noticed how ineptly the elder translated the conversation. But suddenly, a certain man said he had a guess. The man kept saying that it concerned the cause of the assassins' attack. Meanwhile, Anhui province was quiet, with the moon illuminating the mountains. Kui Mendok was walking through the dense forest, hiding his face behind a large hat. Then the man looked up tiredly and said that here he was. The brunette approached a certain huge building. He looked up. Kui Myung-dok decided to stop by to visit the Namgung family, and then the man with long hair walked closer to the building. After a moment, Namgung Mei's teacher knocked on the door, and then Kui Myung-dok began to wait for an answer while looking at the gate. After a while, the wooden gate finally opened with a heavy sound. A certain man asked who it was that had come to Namgung so late. Kui Myung-dok replied that he was a martial arts teacher, Baek, in the Muram Alliance. The certain man interjected. He looked at the stranger appraisingly. Kui Myung-dok smiled affectionately as he looked at the stranger. The man thought about the fact that the teacher had such pale skin and a lean body. He thought the man looked more like a sick person who had come to borrow money. The man smiled kindly, saying that the teacher had better come back tomorrow. Kui Myung-dok abruptly stopped smiling, saying that he understood. The teacher said that he would come by to see them tomorrow. The doors immediately closed, and the man was left standing alone, in complete silence. After a while, Kui Myung-dok climbed onto a certain high roof. Kui said it was a family visit, which meant there was no need to make a fuss. And then the brunette looked up, as if he was scrutinizing something. Kui Myung-dok was looking at the energy streams from the room upstairs. The teacher thought he felt a powerful energy from that place. The wind was developing the man's dark cloak. He hurriedly stood up. In a moment, the roof of the building was empty, as if no one had ever been there. Kui Myung-dok realized that only head Namgung possessed such energy. Kui Myung-dok hurried over to Namgung Cho while wearing a mask. Yang at the same time turned to the junior corps leader. Behind him stood a frightened man in yellow robes. The junior leader then hurriedly took out something from his pockets. The man carefully placed a certain box on the table. The vice-chancellor and the children looked at the glowing box in surprise, but then they asked again what the wooden box had to do with it. Then the junior leader hurriedly showed the contents of the box. But what was inside was only a purple, wrinkled cloth. Chegalmi stared perplexedly, observing what was happening. Then the girl said unhappily that there was nothing in the box. The supervisor said that was why he said that it was only a guess. The junior leader then rushed to tell the guests the story. The leader said that it all started when the corps began to gain popularity. Every day, a multitude of people thronged near their doors. Many came with various gifts, others came for trade. The elder was pleased with all the new guests, greeting them cheerfully. One day a man came to them whom they remembered forever. Behind that man stood many more of his subjects. It was the head of the City Defense Corps named Kwak Chong, and following him were two more heads of the City Defense Corps. Seeing them, the old man froze, not even knowing what to do next. He opened his eyes wide, but then the man bowed respectfully, squeezing his eyes tightly shut. The leader was saying that they didn't want to conflict with the Corps. The leader was adamant that they wanted to maintain friendly relations, and so the elder was happy to drink with them. But one day the Corps leader asked if they wanted to distribute the product. That product was lying in a box, but no one could know what was in it. The product should only be sold to those who know the secret code. Inside the box were many different metal locks. The head of the Corps was smiling brightly, hoping for a lucrative deal. But the man refused, for he could not sell something he himself knew nothing about. Then the favorable atmosphere disappeared once again. The heads hurriedly left. The junior leader's father felt depressed. He said that after that their power weakened and they entered the current situation. He said that after they left, they opened the box, but it was empty. Ian listened to the junior leader intently, thinking. Chagall said that those assassins must have been sent from the Union of the Association as well. The junior leader agreed, averting his gaze. He said that they had the same assumptions, but there was no proof yet. Shigalmi wondered what could have been in that box. The junior leader awkwardly replied that they would like to know too. But the elder pulled out another box and asked if that was the one they were talking about. Everyone around them was greatly surprised as they looked at the confused drunk. The junior leader exclaimed where the elder got it from. The old man awkwardly replied that Caban was studying the matter too. The elderly man opened the box, revealing a small golden ball. One Fi asked perplexedly about whether it was Tanhuan. Yang asked if it was a miracle cure. The old man replied that he did not know. The old man replied that while the Safas were fighting, he had stolen the medicine. Chagall said thoughtfully that it was all somehow suspicious. The old man replied that it was as if that man had bathed in a bucket of shit. The elder said that the pill had already spread all over Zhongyuan. He said that they trusted the Yak clan and the Sacheon family to analyze it. Chagall realized that they would be able to figure out the effects of the pill. But the girl didn't understand who was distributing Tangwan then. The old man realized that soon, unrest would break out in peaceful Murim. But then the old man hurriedly looked away to the right. The old man suddenly remembered about Namgung Mei, who was lying unconscious. He realized that compared to his reputation, the boy was quite interesting. There was ink on the table, and a small candle was also standing. A certain man unfolded the parchment with a sharp movement. It was the head of the Namgung family. He looked around. Then, an elderly man stood up from his chair with his head bowed down. The head of the family walked over to the windows, looking at the night landscape. There was complete, nighttime silence all around. The man thought for a moment. But then, in the blink of an eye, the elderly man seemed to disappear into thin air. Now the night rooftops of buildings and temples were before his eyes. Namgung rose higher, coming closer to Kwimendok. Noticing a dark silhouette on the roof of his house, the man was greatly surprised. Namgung hid his hands behind his back, watching the brunette in front of him. Kwimendok's eyes seemed to be burning with a bright blue flame. The head of the household frowned heavily as he looked at the unexpected guest. The man asked who he was that he had entered the Namgung family's house at night. Kwimendok only scratched the back of his head in response, not taking his eyes off the head. The brunette said he even wore a mask on purpose, wondering if he wouldn't be recognized. The man replied sternly that it could be anyone under the mask. The head asked if the man wanted to say that he was Kwimendok. The brunette asked if there was a way to prove that it was really him. And then the elderly man began to gather his inner energy into the palm of his hand. The man had already prepared for battle, saying that he would check it himself. The head of the family then tied flame knots around Kwimendok's body. And then Namgung began to lift the brunette's body higher and higher. The man's eyes lit up with a bright red fire. He sighed heavily. And then the head of the Namgung family threw his arm back, swinging. He controlled Kwimendok's body like a small puppet. And then the elderly man threw the brunette far outside the gate of their house. Kwimendok landed on the mountain, laminating the ground with his body. The landing was quite painful, but the man did not resist. It seemed that the force of the head's impact could be seen even tens of kilometers away from them. Kwimendok was lying in the ruins with puffs of smoke circling around him. The head of the Namgung family had already rushed towards him, rising high into the sky. Kwimendok said that the man had powerful and speedy kicks. Then the elderly man had already landed on the mountain. The man said that he thought he could withstand all of his attacks since that Kwimendok. And then the brunette hurriedly got up from the sharp rocks behind him. Kwimendok managed to stand up with ease, and then shook off the dust. Kwimendok said that the head must have a nature of distrust. The man asked if their world was dominated by lies. The head said that Kwi could safely demonstrate power here. Kwimendok thought he would have to play along with the head of the household. And then the elderly man began to gather internal energy once again. Above them, a bright moon was shining above them, which illuminated everything around them. The head said that Kwimendok must prove the truth to him. The brunette, on the other hand, stared at the man in surprise, eyes wide. The head of the family used the palm of the heaven-absorbing palm. Brunette watched the fireball that was growing at a furious speed, but it seemed as if even the flames had no effect on Kwimendok. But then, just a moment later, a part of the mountain seemed to be cut off by a beam. Once again, heavy puffs of smoke swirled around, and rocks fell off. The head of the family stared sternly into the distance, pressing his lips tighter together. But then suddenly the man opened his eyes wide. Kwimendok skillfully recoiled from the sizzling beam of energy, but the head of the Namgung family had no intention of stopping. The man ran towards Kwimendok, the latter hurriedly dodged. Then, flames began to emanate from the elderly man's hands once again. The head of the Namgung family hurriedly struck with the flames, but the brunette was once again able to skillfully dodge the blow by recoiling. The bright flash of the man's flame energy could be seen even from the heavens. Then, the elderly man once again cut through a portion of the mountain, aiming for Kui Meng-dok. The man's eyes burned with bright flames. Suddenly he screamed. The man started throwing many different blows. Kwai thought that the sword energy of the head of the Namgung family's sword was truly ferocious. But then, Kui Meng-dok finally decided to use his energy. His energy possessed a bright blue glow. He confronted the head. He said that only with this kind of power the stranger would dare to confess to Kui. Kui Meng-dok asked if he still didn't have enough. He said he recognized the stranger's high level of martial arts proficiency. The head was adamant that comprehending Hwagen didn't prove that Kui was in front of him. The man said that there are many masters in every clan who have attained Hwagen. Kui Meng-dok replied that he agreed, because there was a difference in cognition. And then the brunette rushed to attack the head of the family again. The elderly man recoiled and said that was correct. The head kept saying that there were barriers within the same level of Hwagyun. That was why the man doubted Kui Meng-dok. He attacked him once again. And then, after a moment, the sky seemed to be cut by hundreds of tongues of flame. The man intended to direct all of them at Kui Meng-dok. The elderly man said that he had met Kui Meng-dok in person before. The brunette was greatly surprised by his words, opening his eyes wide. And then, the head of the household hurriedly trapped Kui Meng-dok. The next thing the brunette saw was scattered rocks. And then there was a huge explosion of bright flames. Kui Meng-dok followed, stepping on the ground, and all around was ruined soil. But then the man ran away, avoiding the chapter lights, but the bright flames chased after him, intending to kill him. Kui Meng-dok could only run away from them, avoiding a direct collision. But suddenly, the brunette's eyes glowed with an even stronger blue color. The brunette managed to get off the ground and jumped over the bright flames. At the same time, one of the servants was leisurely cleaning the courtyard. But suddenly, a certain man froze in one place upon hearing the sounds. It was the man who didn't want to let Kui Meng-dok in. The man looked up into the dark sky where the sounds were coming from. But he thought it was probably just rain gathering. Tubers of smoke swirled around the huge mountain. There were no tongues of flame left. There were various holes and cracks everywhere. The mountain had been severely damaged. Only the moon shone steadily in the sky, lighting the way for the distant travelers. The head of the family was still standing in a fighting stance, while Kui Meng-dok was tired. The head of the family looked rather stern. He frowned. Kui Meng-dok stood straight, stubbornly looking at the head of the family. The elderly man then began to talk about the Muram alliance. The man said that there were people called the Heavenly Trinity. The neck included the leader Kwag-yun, nicknamed Boundless Sword. The recluse Sa Soma, nicknamed Spear of Red Lightning, formerly known as Sa Pai Cheon, a wanderer who follows the wind. Chudok Hua, nicknamed the Blade of Wind and Clouds. The elderly man sternly said that they were all idiots living their own way. But then the head of the family suddenly started waving his hands and talking. He said that because of the strangeness, they were able to overcome Hwagen and go to Hengen. Kui Meng-dok listened to the head of the family carefully and then nodded. But then the man turned his attention to the rocks flying upward. Kui Meng-dok realized that this wasn't the end at all. He adopted a fighting stance. The head of the family had already accumulated internal energy, forming a ball. The head said that someone who was able to surpass the Heavenly Trinity was born in Magyo. He said that the power of the Trinity was close to Hengen, but the head of Magyo was the possessor. The man said that the Black Flower Squad and Kui contributed a lot to the war. He said that without Kui Meng-dok, the battle could have gone on until now. The brunette asked why the man was suddenly talking about this. And then the older man fell silent, pressing his lips together tighter. The head remembered how his bloody body had trembled on the battlefield. He frightenedly thought about the fact that this was the end. The man tried to stand up, but in front of the man's eyes, there was only a huge man with glittering eyes. The man didn't want to die at the hands of some guard. Then, that big man had already swung his fist, intending to finish him off. Namgung didn't have the strength to resist. He tried to recoil. And then the man looked up fearfully, watching the guard. The brunette covered his eyes, silently awaiting his fate. But upon hearing a strange sound, the man opened his eyes wide. In front of him was Kui Meng-dok, who had decapitated the guard with a single blow. The head flew back to the mountain of corpses that lay behind them. Kui's mask was cracked and there were several wounds on his body. The man stared fearfully at his savior, eyes wide. Many years had passed since then, but he still hadn't forgotten Kui Meng-dok. The man once again raised a huge ball of fire to the sky. He said that everyone who had been to the war called Kui without reservation. They called the brunette the Ghost Mask. Kui listened to him intently, and then the head asked if the stranger had any idea how hard it was. The man said it was hard to impersonate someone like Kui Meng-dok, and then the brunette silently touched the fireball with destructive power. The man's palm plunged into the scalding flames, and its tongues danced. And then the fireball of the head of the family shattered in the blink of an eye. The man was surprised that the stranger had repelled his attack so easily. The brunette suddenly leaned over and said that he didn't arrive as Kui Meng Dok. And then the man hurriedly removed his ghostly mask. The brunette said that he was a teacher at Beck Academy and had come as a family visit. Seeing Kui Meng Dok's true face, the older man was surprised. The head interjected, "Wasn't he the real Kui Myung Dok?" Then, after a while, tall buildings appeared in front of the brunette's eyes. The man noticed the tall gates that were illuminated by the moonlight. The head of the family was sitting on the roof of the building, holding a bottle. The head said that he was uncomfortable having to give a treat with just this. Kui replied that he wanted it himself. It was fine. He held up the bottle. The head asked if he was definitely Kui, because he used to be so handsome and muscular. Kui Meng Dok replied that they could continue checking. The head replied that he had already seen Kui Meng Dok's skill. The man thought that his memory must have deteriorated due to old age. The brunette replied that not many years had passed. The head agreed. They sat on the roof and admired the moon in the sky together. Then their gaze fell on the tall houses in the distance of the family. It appeared that the men had much to talk about. They lurked in the shadows of the night. The man then asked if Kui had come to him because of his youngest son. The teacher tiredly agreed, looking at the head. The man sipped liquor from the neck of the bottle and agreed. The head of the Namgung clan then looked at his interlocutor and asked what he wanted to know. Kui Myung Dok sat across from him and drank the drink from the bottle. Kui Myung Dok said he could see how much Namgung Cho had worked on Namgung Mei's Tanjong. It was already quite dark outside. The moon was just standing high in the sky. Namgung Cho thought about his answer and hesitated for a split second. Then he said that he gave me a third of his internal energy and divided his Tanjong into two. Kui Myung Dok turned to the clan head sitting across from him and asked him to tell him everything. Their dialogue continued until late into the night. Namgung Cho took a long time to explain everything. After the man finished speaking, he took another sip from the bottle. Then he exhaled a sigh of relief as if he had just gotten rid of a stone on his shoulders. That was the end of his story. Now he wasn't the only one who knew about the secret. Kui Myung Dok looked at the man with a strange look, and then said that there was a way how this energy in Namgung Mei's body could be defeated. Namgung Cho looked at him shocked. His eyes widened dramatically. There was no one on the streets or on the academy grounds at this time, so their dialogue was classified. The Namgung clan head asked what kind of method it was, and immediately asked to use it on Namgung Mei. But Kui Myung Dok's look made it clear that there wasn't much hope. He said it was a technique for returning the order of origins. Namgung Cho repeated the name of this technique in his head, and his gaze became more puzzled. He had never heard of such a technique before, and so he asked if Kui Myung Dok used such a technique. To which the warrior replied that it was a martial arts technique of the Dok clan that he himself had created. The single man still wasn't completely sure if Namgung Mei could comprehend it. Namgung Cho looked at his interlocutor with a perplexed look in his eyes, and Kui Myung Dok continued to say that he originally had no intention of passing on his techniques to the next generations. Moreover, he could never even think of using the techniques in peacetime like now. Namgung Cho understood everything. He knew how difficult it was to pass on the Dok clan's techniques. Therefore, the man closed his eyes and resigned himself, resolving not to insist. But not a moment later, he bowed his head to Kui Myung Dok and apologized. The clan head asked the warrior to understand his fatherly feelings. It made Kui Myung Dok think about the rightness of his action. He said that he thought about transferring the technique after he watched Namgung Mei for a while longer. Namgung Cho thanked him that he now had hope of saving his son's future. Afterward, he thought about Kui Myung Dok's words about peacetime. He asked when the Black Flower Squad was disbanded, to which Kui Myung Dok choked on his drink. He said that they had ceased their activities 5 years ago, and the squad was disbanded during the opening of the academy. Namgung Cho asked if that meant that during that time, Kui Myung Dok was only in the Marim Alliance. Kui Myung Dok replied in agreement, but Namgung Cho looked at him strangely. The warrior realized that the matter smelled fried, so he quickly got up and said goodbye, adding that Namgung Cho's son's training wasn't finished yet. Namgung Cho asked if he was curious to know why he called him a fake as soon as he saw him. Kui Myung Dok's pupils sharply narrowed as if he had brought up a sore subject. Namgung Cho went on to say that there were some rumors going around. It was as if Kui Myung Dok was punishing the world, and that he was also being shunned by many Safa forces. The man wondered if all of this was strange. Namgung Cho said that Kui Myung Dok had been in the alliance all along, but outside the alliance, he also existed. Kui Myung Dok looked at Namgung Cho with a strange look, either surprised or furious. The men usually knew that perhaps very soon the time of peace would come to an end. The next morning, in one of the thatched roof huts, a certain craftsman was coming to his senses. He barely opened his eyes, and it took him a few more seconds to see. It was none other than Namgung Mei, covered in bandages and surprised at the fact of his life. The boy got up and sat down on the mat and looked around. He looked at the bandages on his body and abruptly realized that he had been cured. That meant that the teacher's assistant had returned. He was now worried about whether Jin Hyo was okay. The boy abruptly tried to get to his feet, but it wasn't very easy for him. As soon as he could catch on, he immediately ran towards the exit with Jin Hyo shouting. At this time, there were two unsuspecting children standing at the exit. As soon as the boy ran out of the house, those children were stunned and dumbfounded. When they realized what was happening, they ran to hug each other with tears in their eyes. A few minutes later, the rest of the pig group came to see the children's wigs. And in the shade under a tree at this time stood a man watching everything. His hair was gray, and his huge beard and mustache almost covered his entire face. The pig group members asked Namgung-mei to sit down to take his pulse. Once all the necessary measurements were taken, the girl said that he was fine. There were only non-serious abrasions on his body, and there was little internal energy. Then another man approached the boy and asked why he didn't use the signal fire, to which the boy replied that he had been destroyed by the mercenaries. Then everyone agreed that the most important thing was that Namgung-mei was okay. Namgung-mei stayed sitting in the shade of the tree for a while longer. He closed his eyes and meditated, thinking that there was finally hope. Now he truly felt that he had become a warrior. Suddenly, the usually silent boy from the group came up to him. He said he wanted to ask Namgung-mei something. The fifth son was shocked that Moyeonbo spoke to him first. But Moyeonbo's voice was quite angry and his facial expression was terrifying. His eyes seemed to be glowing with blue flames, and the boy seemed to be ready to smash everything in his path. His eyebrows were drawn up to the bridge of his nose, indicating his anger. Namgung-mei was trying to figure out what he had done wrong again and why he was in trouble again. But then Moyeonbo simply held out a wooden sword to him. It was a wooden sword that belonged to Namgung-mei. The boy didn't understand why this strange classmate was giving him his own sword. Moyeonbo said that he had heard about Namgung-mei fighting against assassins with it. Namgung-mei thought that the way Moyeonbo said it sounded creepy. Namgung-mei looked at the boy with incomprehension in his gaze, but then something changed. He shifted his gaze to the bundle of swords that Moyeonbo had left, and saw that he only had 4 left. At this time, Moyeonbo had a look on his face as if he was about to cry. Tears came out of his eyes and he asked how Namgung-mei fought with such a weak sword. Hearing that a wooden sword would not be able to withstand such energy, Namgung-mei was puzzled. It all sounded like this. The boy was now asking Namgung-mei for advice. Namgung-mei realized this himself, and fell into confusion as to why the genius of the Moyeong family was asking him for advice. But since there was no enmity between them, the boy smiled. He was still sitting under the same tree, and it was still covering the sun with its leaves. But now he wasn't there alone. He was there with Moyeonbo, explaining to him how to use the sword. Namgung-mei was saying that the most important thing was to direct the go to inner strength to the object. Moyeonbo thought about the words inner strength. When the fifth son realized that he was no longer being listened to, his voice became a little quieter. And after a few moments, he realized why his classmate was so surprised. The sword that Moyeonbo was using was strong enough on its own, and there was no need to infuse energy into it. Then he remembered his teacher's words that it was really hard to see the inner strength. Since he had some of that energy in him, he was already used to controlling small streams of it. Suddenly his classmate reached for the wooden sword and raised it. He looked at the tip of the wooden sword, trying to concentrate. Then the boy closed his eyes and concentrated on sending internal energy into the weapon. Namgung-mei realized that his classmate had decided to heed his advice. The boy looked at him, moving only his pupils. At the same time, 3 more of his classmates were practicing in front, and one of them possessed Shaolin techniques and was twirling some nunchucks in his hands. A girl dressed in red was playing the flute, and another classmate was pulling out sharpened knives from her holster. None of them were proficient with these tools, because teacher Kui Myung-dok had given out these assignments to strengthen their weaknesses. And to some extent, it was helping. The true purpose of this training was to use theory in practice. Suddenly this peaceful scene was cut by a sharp sound. Something cracked, and when the boy turned around to look, it turned out to be a wooden sword. The boy who had come to him for help still didn't understand anything. Namgung-mei sat there puzzled because it was his sword. Moyeonbo immediately went looking for a spare sword to give to Namgung-mei. He took out one of the 4 remaining swords in the package. Once again, he looked at the fifth son with a look as if he was going to kill him. But after a few seconds, he handed his sword to this boy as a sign of compensation. Namgung-mei received the old sword and then headed back to the lodge. He threw on his apprentice robes and dreamed of going somewhere. The boy adjusted the cuffs on his sleeves and was ready to go. He realized that he couldn't hold the others back even if he didn't recover himself. So he picked up that plain sword he had just received and walked out of the house. As he crossed the threshold, he saw something he hadn't seen in days. A multitude of people with sacks appeared before his eyes. But as soon as the boy thought of protecting the merchants, someone asked him not to overwork himself. That person was the same gray-bearded old man who was sitting near the exit. Namgung-mei realized that the one who had saved him was the elder himself. He immediately apologized for his belated greeting and introduced himself. The old man didn't listen to the rest of the greeting, but told him to join them. Namgung-mei, on the other hand, said that as soon as the mission was over, he would immediately visit him. The boy then ran off in the direction of his pig group. The first to notice his arrival was a man with bluish hair. He immediately asked if Namgung-mei was okay. The fifth son said that he could already depart, thinking that he should try his best. The man in the red cloak spoke again about not forgetting safety. Once everyone agreed in the safety rule, the group headed somewhere. Merchants and locals smiled and waved, thanking them for their help. Children shouted for the Hyungs and Nidas from Fios to come to them again. And the aforementioned Hyungs and Needles quietly rejoiced at this reaction. They were able to gain the trust of these residents. Then the man sitting on the end shouted that it was time for them to hit the road. And then the two wagons and a few men in gray, as well as the students, headed down the road. The road was winding, and the clattering of the hooves of the end was quite loud. The same man, after a few passed, Lee asked why the elder continued to follow them. The man in the red cloak turned around to see if there was an elder behind him. Indeed, the gray-bearded grandfather was picking his nose following them. And then the man in the red cloak replied to the writer that he himself did not know the reason. It seemed to him that the elder might be gathering information for Kuban, or he might just be on his way. The horseman said that whatever it was, his presence gave him confidence. The girl from the pig group was walking and playing her black flute. She was completely immersed in her task. As soon as she started playing, the elder abruptly ran up to her. He was behind the girl so abruptly that he startled her and asked if she was practicing Yumgong. The Che clan girl told him that that was what the teacher had ordered, and that he thought she couldn't handle it. The elder stroked his borda and said he was sure she could do it. The girl from Che said she bet she could do it. Then elder added that in 3 years, maybe she would learn it. The girl turned around in confusion, interjecting at all the 3 years of learning. And the elder said that even though it may seem simple, one must constantly build up one's strength. The girl no longer thought it was so easy, and realized where the old man was going. The old man asked her if she had ever thought about why her teacher had given her the flute, and the girl answered no, wondering why she hadn't thought of it herself. Even the smartest people often do stupid things, and the old man asked her to take a broader view. The Che clan girl stopped in place as the procession passed close by. The elder, on the other hand, walked further forward to keep up. The apprentice looked at her feet and seemed to be rethinking everything. The wheels of the wagons were spinning, and the clatter of hooves still echoed around them. One of the green-clothed apprentices stopped abruptly. She listened to her surroundings. Then she abruptly announced that there was a battle going on somewhere nearby. No one had expected such a thing, and the elder remarked that she had excellent hearing. Since the old man had nothing to do, he decided to check it out. He activated his skills and his eyes glowed with a yellow light. The next moment, his gaze left his own body. It seemed like he was now flying somewhere in the air. It was the old man's special ability to see farther than normal people. He realized that the fight was with flattering brigands, presumably from the Ami clan. He announced his thought, and the boy studying Shaolin froze in place. This caused the boy to sink into his memories. One day, he was sweeping the floor of the monastery where he studied Shaolin. That day, he heard strange sounds that sounded like a crowd cheering. He turned around to check what was going on and was amazed. At the time, Won Pyo was only 6 years old, but he was already well versed in the basics of the techniques. The Shaolin disciples were very distracted by mundane things that day. While Won Pyo was thinking about how cheesy it was, she was looking at something from behind the wall. Then the boy picked up his broom again and decided to continue his work. He swept the floors of the monastery, as if that was the meaning of his life. But as soon as he made a few more sweeps with the broom, the situation changed. Some person in light-colored robes appeared abruptly behind him. It was the head of the Ami clan, Haegyo, who apologized to him for interrupting him. The girl smiled radiantly and fixed her hat on her head. The boy blushed as soon as he saw someone so beautiful. After a few seconds, he finally came to his senses and realized he was standing on the aisle. He stepped aside and bowed his head, simultaneously apologizing and inviting them to pass. The other girls of the Ami clan Nakala whispered as they walked. The boy could only think of the very delicate fragrance emanating from them. As they passed, Won Pyo finally looked up and gathered his thoughts. He looked in their wake, thinking that they were all very beautiful. In the present tense, he drew a sign saying that this was the Ami clan, and aggressively poked it in Namgung-mei's face. Namgung-mei looked at this whole picture with incomprehension. He asked his classmate what he meant. The boy started writing very quickly about the Ami clan disciples of the hair group, and you little monk's facial expression looked like he was excited. Namgung-mei said that the fact that the Ami clan and their school consist of only women is a well-known fact. His classmate was ready to kill him for saying that. And he asked why the fifth son was even less interested in girls than Buddhist monks. The fifth son's cheek was still sore from the slap. He also thought that monks should be restrained. The girl with good hearing abruptly grabbed her head as if it was very loud around. She announced that they were getting closer and closer, and after a few more seconds, she not quite shouted that the battle was coming from above. Indeed, it was only worth it to raise their heads as everyone saw the woman from the Ami clan and the two brigands. All the disciples froze in a daze and didn't know what they should do. The Shaolin monk only wanted to say to help them as the battle heated up. The first to land on the ground were the forest brigands. After them, the white-booted woman from the Ami clan also entered the ground. The three of them were now standing on the ground, preparing for battle. The Ami clan woman's face was hidden by her veil and the shadow of her hat. It was as if the two men were mocking her, asking if she had fallen behind her own. But the girl was not at all afraid. On the contrary, her eyes shone with a malicious light. One of these men said that if she entertained them, they would keep her alive. Well, the woman replied that not only are they ugly, but they also have a rotten mouth. At this point, the two men started attacking, asking her to show them her arrogant face. The girl was so quick to repel all the attacks that the attackers saw nothing. Even though there were two of them, she deftly wielded her sword to avoid getting hit. Suddenly, the sword of one of the attackers was too close to her face. The girl jumped back, but the blow went through her hat. One of the men smiled and looked at her. The hat was lying on the ground, cut in two, with a white veil attached to it. The girl covered her face with her hand and said something about mocking women. Then she lowered her arms and clutched the sword tighter in her hand. But what was the surprise when underneath the mask was not an attractive woman at all? This person looked more like a man with bushy eyebrows. The attacking forest brigands didn't understand why they were attacking her at all. The Pig Squad disciples left witnessing this picture even more so. Nam Gung Mei stared at this whole scene with wide-eyed wonderment. Suddenly, from somewhere behind him, a matronly word that completely described everyone's emotions rang out. It turned out to be the same monk speaking, but he had a vow of silence. One Pio covered his mouth with his two hands and trembled in fear. At the same time, one of the attackers spat somewhere on the ground. He said that his face was hidden by a veil, that's why he thought it was a girl. And then he added that he was about to throw up because the man was translating into a girl. This clearly didn't please the Ami clan member that grabbed the sword even tighter. She screamed that everyone present was now corpses. As suddenly Nam Gung Mei stood up to defend her. No one expected such a thing. The boy said flattering brigands don't say things that girls aren't supposed to say. The Ami clan person abruptly softened her expression. She looked after this young man who was willing to fight for her. But no matter how brave he looked from the back, there was a look of incomprehension on his face. One of the attackers tapped the other on the shoulder, trying to say something. He whispered something, bringing the man out of his daze after what he had seen. And then the second bandit abruptly turned around and looked somewhere. He saw in front of him the very wagons that the merchants and apprentices were pulling behind them. And the wagons were filled to the brim with all sorts of goodies. The bandit smiled as if he had found a gold mine. The man said for these people to pay the ransom quickly and run away quickly if they wanted to live. Nam Gung Mei couldn't understand how things had gotten this way. He didn't want things to go so wrong. So the boy tried to pull out his sword, but someone stopped him. The same girl came up to him and stood in his defense. Now she was already standing and defending him in full force. She said that Nam Gung Mei might get hurt and he better step aside. All because a few minutes ago, the girl had looked at the man. The boy was standing right in front of her, trying to bare his blade. She noticed how much he was trembling. Most likely the boy was scared. The girl realized that his TI was not stable and he was apparently injured. And then, she allowed the thought that he was doing this to protect her. Involuntarily, the girl began to remember moments from her past. She was looking around, sitting on some busy street. The little girl was only 5 years old at the time, and she was sitting there all alone. Passers-by walked by as if no one cared about her. Suddenly someone shouted the girl's name, and it was a woman's voice that invited her not to sit outside, but to come inside. The girl got up from her seat on the cardboard without too much hesitation and headed somewhere. A few moments later, she crossed the threshold of some woman's house. This woman looked like a butcher because she was cutting meat. She asked why the girl was sad about the children going to the Ami clan, and ordered her to pack. Arin asked her mother where her father was. After that question, the woman started cutting the meat even more intensely. She said it was another faint voice. Yu Youngjong squatted down to be on the same level as her daughter. She took the girl by the shoulders and was about to give some instruction. The woman asked her if she remembered her mother's word. Yu little girl definitely remembered the words her mother repeated time after time. Men are strong before the weak, but weak before the strong. As soon as the girl said that phrase, the woman told her she was right. The girl's father, according to the mother, was no exception. So she ordered her daughter to be as strong as herself. The little girl looked her not to do with eyes full of understanding. Then she asked if there were any who would grovel before the strong. Her mother looked at her with her eyebrows drawn up to the bridge of her nose and 3 bullet wounds on her forehead. She stroked the girl's chin and told her that if she found one, let her make him hers. That was probably some of the best advice her mother ever gave her. And now in the present tense, this very young man stood in front of her. She didn't hesitate to step around him and stand in his defense. And the girl said that she would take care of everything, so he should stand back. While she was talking, the 2 forest brigands were already preparing their attack. The boy noticed some movement to the side with the edge of his eye. Why, a multitude of exactly the same forest brigands jumped out of the bushes from somewhere. They rose higher above the heads of the merchants and other students. Everyone turned around in utter bewilderment and not understanding what was happening. The man in the red cloak ordered the snake group to prepare for battle. A quiet boy who was always breaking balls took a fighting stance. A girl with a flute in her hands was also preparing to attack, and the girl wielding absolute rumor exposed her blades. The quiet boy swung one of his swords. He repelled the attack of the attacking forest brigand. Their swords faced each other and their strength was almost equal. The boy had to tense his muscles to repel the attack. He remembered Namgung Mei's words about making sure to parry blows. The fifth son had also told him to control his qi. Therefore, careful control of energy was not suitable for the boy. But he could do something else. He let the sword out of his hand, exposing himself to the blow. And then he swung his arm, which left his opponent confused. Then he pulled another sword from the package. He decided to defend himself with it now. His strategy was to swap one weapon for another before the first one broke. And that strategy was working so far. The boy was flipping swords in the air as if he were a skilled juggler. The bandit thought the boy was mad. He swung once more, trying to attack him. But even this attempt was futile. Their swords clashed again. The boy let another weapon out of his hands and sent it flying free, deftly swapping it for another before the previous one broke. He jumped high to his sword, spinning in the air, and then grabbed one of them and headed out to attack. And this was a ball art called a lightning strike. The bench boy took aim and struck straight for the villain's heart. Now he knew for sure that he had found his own special way. Meanwhile, the flute girl was playing her newly obtained instrument. At this level, she could only repel opponents. She still had to figure out why her teacher had given her this flute. After playing a couple of tunes, she realized that the silence was different than usual. This flute was made from a rare material that grew in the distant mountains. Due to the elasticity and strength of black bamboo, it was one of the rarest materials. The girl took another look at her musical instrument. It took only a few seconds for Ai to realize that her approach was fundamentally flawed. Then she swung her musical instrument as if it were a weapon. The attacking men seemed to freeze in midair with bewilderment and shock. The girl easily shook off all the attackers and sent them flying free. Now she realized that her flute could be used in this way as well. The girl with the blades was standing all alone at this time. She was well aware that her detection skill was still bad. First, she was going to expand the area she needed to focus on the attackers. Then she abruptly opened her eyes and saw a person approaching. It was one of the forest brigands who was ready to attack her. But the girl launched several blades into the air. She nailed the poor man to the nearest tree with those blades. The man howled in pain, not realizing where she got so much strength from. One of the blades went near his ear. The girl at the same time rejoiced at the sight. A few more forest brigands headed towards the monk. They thought he would be easy to kill because of his weight. The boy stood with his back to them, not showing any sign that he was ready to defend himself. He was only thinking about what must be, and the Ami clan woman was some kind of mistake. When one of the attacker's blades approached the monk, he didn't even move. But then already at the critical moment, he abruptly repelled the attack. The man who attacked was completely bewildered by the events. The monk began to fight back even without seeing the attackers. The boy stood back and confidently swung his nunchakus. One of the shots hit the chin of one of the attackers. The man went flying in all directions from the force of the boy's blows. The boy was so angry that he could no longer keep his vow of silence. Namgung Mei looked at all of this and was perplexed by what was happening. At the same time, two men were attacking a woman from the Ari clan, but the girl was not timid and used all her strength. She repelled their attacks without even moving. She didn't even raise her sword. Namgung Mei was impressed by the way she dealt with all of them. These were the Ami clan's martial arts that the girl had studied up and down. The two attackers were now lying on the ground, unable to move. Namgung Mei thought, if the girl was going to beat them up, why was there a need for a sword? She turned around to face him and headed in his direction. The girl looked down at him with her head tilted. Then she stammered, and asked what the young man's name was. There was silence between them, an awkward pause. And then the boy replied in incomprehension that his name was Namgung Mai. The girl introduced herself as Yu Arin, and immediately realized that he was from the Namgung family. The fifth son scratched the back of his head, and said that it looked like the girl was very strong. He looked around to assess the situation. People were still fighting, but most of the brigands were already lying on the ground unconscious. Namgung Mei said that his friends were still fighting, so it was his duty to help them. It was a semblance of an attempt to avoid introductions, so the girl was left standing alone. She looked dumbfounded, and perhaps a little sad in his wake. But then she thought about him being brave and going to help his friends. The boy ran as fast as he could. At the same time, he pulled his sword from its sheath and readied another attack. One of the attackers stepped right in his way and was ready to get into a fight. But the boy jumped up and swung at him. He used the reverse flow technique to defeat this opponent. His sword was filled with energy, and when he swung it at his attacker, it sliced through his body without the slightest hesitation. The boy's eyes burned an amber color, which meant his anger. He stopped and thought that even though he had learned how to use the sword, there was one thing. At this time, the silent boy was chopping everyone left and right, and the girl with the flute was fending off opponents just as skillfully. The Shaolin monk could no longer contain his rage, and the girl with the sharp tips threw them with the skill of a pro. Only the boy stood aside like a stumbling block, wondering who to help. He was still far behind all these people, and he was well aware of that. Nevertheless, he was determined, so he didn't give up. He looked at his opponents with confidence in his victory. The man in the red cloak who was leading the group looked at the students. He thought that they were using their weapons much better than in the last battle. A few minutes later, all the attackers were tightly bound with ropes. They were planted in one pile, and from the expressions on the bandits' faces, it was obvious that they refused to accept anything. The man in the red cloak told the students that they had done a very good job. The children stood in a group and smiled, only the monk was shedding tears. The horseman said that thanks to these young masters, a bright future awaited them. But the man in the cloak objected and said that they still had more to learn and study. After that, the head of the group felt something and turned his gaze to the side. He looked at the girl from the Airy clan and asked if she was from the hair group. The girl replied that she was from the hair group. The man then asked her to tell him what had happened. The girl said that while escorting the elder, they were attacked by bandits. The hair's group had split up, and so they needed to find her companions. The man asked who the teacher was, and the girl's face changed. She didn't have time to answer before she suddenly heard a strange bird rambling from somewhere. A purple piece of light cloth appeared in the air, floating in the wind. And then the woman whose robes the purple cloth was part of. The head of the pig group stared at this picture in shock, and the elder said that their teacher was a fairy. This woman was born looking like a pearl. It was the red hovering fairy Yong Yunhui, and at the moment, she was looking for a lost student. The girl said that she had been looking for Aaron for a very long time, and the girl apologized for leaving. The fairy decided to forgive her this oversight because the girl was polite. But according to her, it was the last time she would forgive anything. Then her eyes lit up with anger, and she wondered if she should punish Aaron. Someone's hand sharply touched the red fairy Yon's shoulder. It was the head of the group who was saying that the punishment could wait. The girl abruptly turned around and it seemed like she was about to strike. The man didn't realize what had just happened, and so he prepared to defend himself. The girl, on the other hand, simply snuggled up to him and asked if the devil of the small sword would punish her. The man was dumbfounded and asked what the sudden behavior was, and the girl asked him if it wasn't him who called her a fairy. At this time, from behind a tree, someone was watching the mouthpiece. This man was standing deep in the thicket of the forest, and the color of his attire blended in with the surroundings. The next moment he vaporized as if he wasn't even here. He flew among the trees, moving quickly, almost lightning fast. Soon, he reached a temple-like structure with tall columns at the entrance. He opened the front door with a creak and let light into the room. The man then got down on one knee and said that he had come to report. The man in green sitting on the throne asked how the situation was, and the informant said that the group was able to overpower all the attackers and captured them. They also found the elders, and they were the elders of the large clans. A white dove flew into the temple through the open door and flapped its wings. It landed directly on the arm of the man who had been sitting on the throne all this time. The pigeon brought a roll taped to his leg, and the two men of the temple hurried to unwrap it. The man sitting on the throne finally began to read the document. It said something that shocked him so much that his eyes widened. There was only one word on the paper, and that word was mai, which meant permission. The man said that they had been given permission to act. He then tore the sheet into several pieces so that no one would ever see it. When he finished, he said they were postponing the plan and moving out at night. It appeared that around him in this temple were many more of the same people in green. They all started whispering amongst themselves like some kind of robots. Not a single word could be discerned from their speech. They were standing as if they were stumped, but they were talking. Then one of the men in green robes reached into his breast pocket to pull out something. It was a small box with a lock that didn't look sturdy at all. The head of this gathering picked up the box and threatened that this time he would kill everyone. When he said that he would kill both the adult and the little one, he thought of the fifth son. At this very time, the fairy still wouldn't let go of the head of the pig group. The man was asking her to move away from him, and the students were thinking about how even a teacher could be caught off guard. As suddenly, from somewhere in the thicket of the forest, shouts were heard, someone calling out for the teacher and Sister Aaron. Namgung Mei turned around at the sound and looked towards where he had come from. The girl behind him said she thought their sisters were looking for them. When the fifth son asked if it was the others from the hair group, the girl turned around and said yes. The Shaolin monk also heard this statement had pinned all his hopes on it. He thought that only this girl was so strange. The others were all normal. He heard the sounds of approaching footsteps and realized that they had come. The boy turned around with all the joy in his eyes that he could find in himself. 4 pairs of feet were rushing towards the Shaolin monk, but as soon as he saw their faces, He doubted his own memories of the clan. It was as if the boy was struck by lightning and pierced by the realization that they were all so strange. These girls ran through him and ran to their sibling. The monk was left standing like a stumbling block, thinking only that they were the same. Namgung Mei called Wonpyo by name as he fell to the ground, banging his head. The rabbit group was one of the 12 groups that consisted of the Ami clan's female disciples. Standing out among them was Yu Arin, who was rumored to be the head of the next generation. The people of Sichuan province especially appreciated her for her kindness, helpfulness, and helping the weak. They nicknamed her Ami Flower, and the locals loved Aaron very much. And the elder turned to everyone and said that's why this child was called a girl with a zest. The 4 disciples of the pig group stood in a row and listened to the elder's speech. The 5th son of the Namgung clan thought about how this girl was a great person. The 5 hair group disciples from the Ami clan were looking after the old man in the chair. Aaron had told him that it was cold here at night, so it was better to put on a blanket. She colored her gaze at the group of pigs that had gathered around their elder. Her gaze met the gaze of the 5th son of the Namgung clan. The girl wondered why he was looking at her like that. And the Shaolin monk tensely forgot about his vow of silence, still swearing at everything. He got so angry that he started yelling at his elder. He was saying that all these women looked like men. For saying such things, the elder hit him on his bald head with a wooden stick. The monk at night lasted even longer, shouting insults in the direction of the elder. The elder asked how a Shaolin monk could have such words in his vocabulary. The elder now understood why the abbot of the monastery had given this boy a vow of silence. The boy began to object that he himself had taken a vow of silence and said that it was all nonsense. But his classmates understood that it was just like the truth. At this time, the girls of the Ami clan were whispering about Aaron and Namgung Mei's acquaintance. They said reading it was very romantic and the girl asked them to calm down. She smiled and said that they had just met recently. The other girl asked if Sister Erin really thought it was fate. Aaron replied that she thought so, but there was one thing wrong with that. She said that even if it wasn't fate, she would do anything to make him belong to her. Namgung Mei heard her statement out of the corner of his ear and jumped up on the spot. Meanwhile, the girl with the flute asked why the elder called that woman a fairy. The old man replied that the reason was because of her personality and martial art. Originally, the Ongyunju family was based on fist skill and the tool was cowardice. But here, this girl was unable to further develop the own family's hand-to-hand combat. One could only achieve success in this kind of combat with a strong body. However, she had great ambition and came up with her own technique. Instead of a body, her weapon was cloth. She could hit anything with a skanja. The girl waved the shreds of her garment like chestnuts. Since a cloth is not even a sword, her family began to reproach her for being inept. At that time, Yeon Youngwi immediately left the Onro and headed to Kana. After that, the girl developed her own style and thus became famous. The girl with the flute asked, isn't it commendable that she achieved everything on her own? And the elder replied that there is something that can cause trouble for others. Her Binghong Shingon style allows her to control even a thin thread. It was Binghong Shingon that allowed her to manipulate people like puppets. Without knowing her true intentions, one would never know how she would behave. The girl thought about it and said it was really like witchcraft. The elder said that if they were dealing with a fairy, they would think so too. Meanwhile, the traders were building a fire between their wagons and warming their hands. The fairy and the head of the pig group stood aside and chatted. Yan asked about not knowing when they would be attacked next time. The head said that the teacher thought he could handle it himself. And the fairy said that first of all, she doubts teacher Kui Myung-duk. Maybe he wants to put the students in danger. The man, on the other hand, replied that Kui Myung-duk just believes in them. The fairy narrowed her eyes and wondered about this man. She was very curious about what kind of person he was in general. Anyway, she had to protect the rabbit group, so the chapter was nothing to wait for. Besides, the girl added that Elder Hua Yan was defenseless. The head of the pig group turned towards the elder, since he was the one being talked about. Elder Hua Yan at this time was sitting in a chair covered in a plaid and with a cheshka in his hands. The head of the pig group still brought his gratitude to the girl. Miss Yan, on the other hand, replied that if she helped, she would fall in love with him. After that, she smiled and said that it looked like it was too late. Just as suddenly, the man's pupils narrowed as if he smelled something bad. Something flew through the sky, but that something was drowned out by the rustle of leaves. The man started to look around, but visibility was very poor at night. Suddenly, several men in green jumped out of the bushes. They were armed with swords and were not friendly. It was clear from their movements that they were not bandits, but killers. The head of the group thought he should take over. The fairy stood beside him and said she would help him. The two martial artists pushed themselves off the ground and launched themselves into battle. They ran straight into danger. Meanwhile, the pig group was sitting in the distance. Just like the hare group who were still whispering, the elder already suspected something wrong. He shouted with all his might that those guys had returned. Their camp was in the midst of thick trees, so they were out of sight. The eyes of the man, one of the attackers, were glowing with blue lights. At the same time, the fifth son of the Namgung family looked around. He noticed one of the attackers hovering in the air. That man swung his sword, but Namgung Mei didn't notice it. Suddenly, that attacker's sword slammed into something wooden. It turned out to be an elder who had decided to stand up for his students. Namgung Mei thought to himself that these were the same masked men. The old man said that earlier they had scattered like rats, but now they were attacking right in the forehead. And the attacker replied that the old man would now see that rats can bite too. He shouted to his sect brothers to surround the target. The boy stared at everything that was going on, unprepared to defend himself. But after a few seconds, everyone took up battle positions. The men in green swung their knives and swords. The students of the academy realized that there were too many attackers. Namgung Mei was confused as he thought about how to proceed and who to start with. The girl with the flute said that it would be better to split up. The rest of the group realized that this was the best idea so far. They scattered in all directions, bouncing away from the starting point. The boy, on the other hand, thought he was being a fool. Namgung Mei berated himself for forgetting something important. He ran in the other direction away from his master. And their master thought that because of his experience, the children were not confused now. He drew his sword from its sheath and was ready to fight. He thought to himself that Chogalmi was doing the right thing. The attackers started threatening the merchants, and the merchants ran in different directions. As they approached the merchants, the sword of one of them was stopped. It turned out to be Namgung Mei, who stood up to defend the merchants. He bravely fought off the blows that the attackers were delivering. Then a few more men came to the aid of the bandits. Now there were 5 of them against Namgung Mei alone. The assassins Namgung Mei was talking about, thought the quiet boy. The men continued to attack the group in a threatening manner. They surrounded the quiet boy without letting him get out. Several of the attackers brought their swords down to 1 point, but the boy was no longer there. He jumped up and avoided the attack. Then he clenched his sword in his hand with all his might, and in the next moment, he decided to counterattack the attackers. This was his technique called Ferocious Sword. He rushed straight into the crowd of villains. The boy thought they were very strong, and couldn't believe that Namgung Mei had actually killed 2 of them. He still had a bit more to go before his attack would hit them. All he could think about was to gain an advantage. The men didn't lag behind the boy either and rushed upwards just like that, but it was too late. One of them didn't realize what was wrong with him. It was as if his body was being manipulated like a puppet. His brothers stood in complete incomprehension of what was happening. The next moment, one of them began to slaughter his own comrades. He couldn't control himself and killed them all. Above him, Mrs. Yan, who was the puppeteer, was flying in the air. She was pulling the silken threads and thus directing the man's every action. This woman was indeed frightening when she used her technique. Before the man knew it, he found himself unconscious. He fell to the ground with his face hitting the floor painfully. And the girl carefully stepped onto the Zamoya with extraordinary ease. She turned to the hair troop and asked what they should do now. The girls, on the other hand, gathered around the elder and said that they must protect him at all costs. The old man who was leading the pig troop looked around. He fought off another attack that they hoped to kill him with. He kicked and laughed at the assassins that had come for his soul. The man said that the servants of this sect couldn't even overpower children. At the same time, Namgung Mei was for the lives of the merchants who were still fleeing with sticks. He was assisted by his silent comrade who changed swords every now and then. And the head of their squad was also not sitting still. At that time, the attacking sect leader said that he understood everything. Not only that boy, but also the other children could fight. The old man took advantage of the moment and kicked that attacker away from him. He flew back a couple of meters, driving his heels on the ground. He then said that these guys must be the best disciples of their clans. Elder Caban put his wooden stick on the floor with a clatter. He said that it looked like the attacker would realize his situation and run away again. But the man decided not to give up and said they had come with a plan B. The man shouted and said he was authorizing everyone to use the Tan Huan. As soon as the old man heard that word, his pupils narrowed. It had been a very long time since he had heard of this technique, since it had been ruled out. At this time, all the attackers took out a pill each and took it. One by one, they swallowed the ability enhancement pills. The old man, on the other hand, couldn't understand what exactly they had all just eaten. A small box immediately popped up in his mind. And when the realization finally visited his head, he was completely shocked. Could it really be that elixir? A purple glow began to emanate from the members of the attacking sect. It was as if they had begun to glow from that medicine. At the same time, the head of the pig group was fighting off another attack. The girl everyone called a fairy was also deftly handling her threads. They worked in perfect tandem, as if it wasn't the first time they had fought like this. The girl would hit her opponents on the left side and the man on the right. She landed lightly on the ground each time. Then she smiled and said that they would make a good couple. The girl asked why they shouldn't do it again with the others. At this time, most of the troops were already unconsciously lying on the ground. Some of them were no longer able to see daylight. They were lying breathlessly on the damp ground. Namgung Mi looked at the bodies of the exposed and thought about how strong they were. There were about 50 people at the rear. Now there were no more than 10. The fifth son heard some rustling behind him again, and so he decided to be at the ready. He drew his sword from its sheath and was ready to defend himself. It was a double dragon sword technique of shape-shifting. The boy thought that if things continued like this, victory would be theirs. And then there was a shout from the Green Clan leader. That's when the boy heard that they were allowed to use the Tanhuan. The boy didn't know what this Tanhuan was, and so he was confused. The girls of the Ami clan also had no idea what was about to happen. Neither did the pig group, which also didn't know about such a remedy. And those male attackers abruptly became more powerful. There were only 6 of them left, but all of them were reinforced. The flute girl wondered if it was those pills from the wooden box, and one of the men was coming right at her. Suddenly, he tore from his seat with unprecedented speed. The girl thought he was very fast. The Shaolin monk defended himself with his nunchucks, but they bent under the blows. The reinforced men were much stronger than these guys after all. The boy didn't understand what this inhuman strength was, but another attack from this man was already coming at him. The boy flew back a few dozen meters from the force of the blow. The girl with the flute looked at him and thought about her fate. Namgung Mi also noticed that these warriors had changed a lot. The girl with the flute asked Yun Ren to look at Wan Pyo. She thought to herself that she had already had a similar feeling. She had definitely seen something like that once before. At the same time, something horrifying was happening on the other side of the country near the mountains. 3 men were hanging from a gallows. Their corpses stiffened. Most likely they had been hanging there for a long time. Noxelgok was located on one of the mountains. There on the top of the mountain, some warrior was reporting information to his superiors. He addressed a man with his head bowed, and added that they were beginning to be suspected, to which the gentleman replied that everything they do is for the greater good, so why does he care? And the warrior replied that he had been working for him for over 2 years. But even so, the thing they started trading looked dangerous. Then the gray-haired gentleman decided to lift the veil of secrecy. He revealed that the thing was indeed dangerous, but at the same time it was tempting. Once you take it, you can become powerful and fight until you use up all your life force. For them assassins, this one was especially valuable everywhere. The warrior said it was far better than self-destruction by drinking the poison. But the man didn't let him finish and shouted something about explosive pills. The day they spread to the 8 worlds would be the day of the end for Murim. He burst into a fit of hysterical laughter and couldn't stop. At the same time, a group of pigs were trying to fight off the reinforced men. The old man didn't understand what was going on, and their ringleader said he would watch the old man stop his guys. And then the man in green fled the scene. The old man clenched the stick in his hand harder and said they could do it. The girl with the flute tore to the side, running away from her attacker. Another reinforced man moved towards him and she decided to attack as well. But it didn't help much. Her blows weren't doing anything to him. But his blows already looked pretty powerful, which she had to bounce back from. After another blow, the girl flew backwards. She was unlucky enough to take the blow with her body, so she cried out in pain. At the same time, a silent student came to her aid. He picked up the falling girl in his arms, so she wouldn't hit the ground. He asked her if she was okay. Choi Galmi replied that his tone pissed her off. They were an order of magnitude stronger, and there was nothing the kids could do. The girl thought she had already reached her limit. She was very angry that some pill was giving her so much power. She turned her head and noticed that the teachers couldn't hold them back either. Then the girl was about to come up with another plan, but an elder's voice came from somewhere, saying that those who rely on pills can't defeat them. The man twirled his staff like nunchucks and began to scatter them in different directions. Chigalmi had no choice but to trust the elder. She turned to Yana Ren again and asked her to take the monk to the elder. She then asked Namgung Mei and Moyon Bo to detain them. The girl ordered them to kill at least one of them. Moyon Bo looked at the attackers with a spark in his eyes. Namgung Mei, though, tired but was ready to carry out the final attacks. They scattered in different directions to surround the attackers, and then appeared to surround one of the reinforced men. Namgung Mi was able to wound the edge of one of the warrior's clothes with his sword. The green underneath parted somewhere around the waist. Chegalmi thought to herself that even united, they couldn't pull it off. Moyon Bo thought that the attacker's body was protected by internal energy, and Namgung Mei was floundering in his thoughts and didn't understand how they should be or what they should do. Then he abruptly turned his head to the side, hoping to find a clue. Suddenly, he saw one of the reinforced men swinging at the merchant. Then the boy rushed towards the merchant to protect him. Chigalmi shouted to him about holding his position, but the boy thought of nothing but that he must save that man. He was rapidly approaching the location of that merchant, and then that warrior in green said that Namgung Mei had finally caught him. The boy looked at him dumbfounded, as if he hadn't expected to hear such a thing. He swung and threw a punch at that attacking man. The attacker surprisingly didn't seem reinforced. He fought back simply. He thrust his blade into the boy's shoulder. From such a fall, the boy fell to the ground almost immediately, but then he rose sharply, realizing that he should fight for his life. Namgung Mei jumped back a few meters to avoid taking another blow, and the attacker told him to try to make a show of it this time. Namgung Mei quickly realized that their leader was standing in front of him. He remembered this man from the last time he was attacked. He also remembered the expression on this man's face and his smile. This attacker began to rapidly approach the boy. He had said that the blind were only food for the strong. His weapons were not ordinary weapons, they were rope tips. And right now, these iron tips were coming straight towards Namgung Mei. The man remembered the old days as he waited for the hero. He wanted someone to drag him out of the hell he was living in. And one day he did get dragged out, killing one of his abusers. He was stabbed in the back and fell to his knees. It was as if the boy saw the light at the end of the tunnel he'd been walking through for so long. He and 2 other boys sat under the wall, but he was the only one who was glad. At last his hero had come. It was what he had been waiting for. The moment one of the 3 rescuers pulled his hand, the boy rejoiced. And he really thought he was finally saved. His face was covered in abrasions and scratches, but he didn't hesitate to take the outstretched hand. It looked like he was about to be taken to his new life, but then something happened that he certainly couldn't have expected. As soon as the saviors left, there was an attack. You can't rely on other people's help, and the boy remembered that. The attacking bandits had not spared anyone in the village, but the boy only remembered the kindness of the people who had saved him. It was as if he felt that his perfect life was ending right at that moment. One of the bandits even swung an axe at the boy and slashed him in the face. This happened a month after the saviors left. The road to hell is paved with good intentions. He began to question right and wrong, and the answer to all his questions, strangely enough, was power. After growing up a bit, he had no choice but to start working. He met many people, some begging for mercy and some accepting their deaths. He killed them all without hesitation, the way his hopes had once been killed. The boy then wore a black suit and used his sword as a blade. He was guided by the fact that the strong is always right. Namgung Mei's gaze made the brigand plunge into his memories. But now it was worth concentrating on the battle. The 5th son was dodging attacks while trying to throw punches, and the outlaw looked at him with a strange mixture of emotion on his face. He drew parallels between the gaze of his savior and Namgung Mei. It seemed to him that their gazes were identical. Therefore, he was even more eager to deal with him using the spiral technique. Meanwhile, the boy at this time was only thinking that he should break those whips. He jumped up and did a somersault in the air, dodging. He decided to stab his attacker's weapon through the center. The whips seemed pretty strong and probably couldn't be cut that easily. The 5th son stuck his sword into the whips and hoped. He had done what he wanted to do, and so he was glad. But then pain pierced his body, and he didn't even notice how he missed the blow. His body was bleeding from the cuts he had acquired during the attack. But the attacker was still surprised that the boy was able to avoid death. Despite his injuries, the boy continued to dodge deftly. He was finally able to find a foothold on the floor and concentrated. A silence hung between him and that attacker. The attacker said that the boy dodged at the last moment. Namgung Mei said that his teacher had also told him that he had great eyesight. Che Galmi looked at what was happening and rued that he was showing off. At this time, the girl was just confronting one of the enhanced men. His eyes were red and his life force was probably running low. The girl sat up in a twine and stripped him with her flute. But even with such a blow, she could only tear his clothes. At the same time, the silent guy was attacking another reinforced man. But as soon as his sword touched that man's skin, it was met with resistance. That man simply stopped the blade with his hand like nothing happened. The boy realized that this man was too strong for them. He quickly jumped away from this man far away, but he noticed Namgung Mei at his back leading a friend with the head of the attacking clan. Namgung Mei's opponent was clearly stronger than the others, though he didn't even take Tang Huan. The boy only approached them as he suddenly found himself dumbfounded. His sword was sharply pushed away with his fist, as if it was easy. And then he was hit in the face with his fist. Chigalmi's hand appeared from somewhere and planned to save her friend. She pulled him out from under the crush and took him to the side. The girl used the meteor smoke technique. The boy realized that he had only just come to his senses. The girl landed on the ground with him. Chigalmi examined him to make sure he was still conscious. And then she said that now they were even. But after that, something happened that he didn't expect at all. Drops of blood flooded the ground, which was quite unexpected. The attacking leader's eyes glowed, while Namgung Mei's body was gaping with blood. But that blood didn't belong to him. That clan girl had come out to defend him. It made the boy think. He remembered the day he came to his senses in the village. Back then, he was glad to see the smiles of the villagers. He had traveled down the disappearing path to one of the houses, and saw someone practicing there. He went towards the range to join in. When he heard the count of 3, an interesting picture opened in front of the boy's face. There was a young man practicing there, swinging a sword. He had no weapon, only a wooden stick. The boy had already made 6 swings of his improvised sword. Namgung Mei decided to give him some advice and told him that he should keep his balance better. The boy turned around and looked at the person the voice belonged to. The boy said that Hyung had scared him, and Namgung Mei asked him what he was doing out here all alone. The boy was supposed to be with his sister, but his sister was with his grandfather right now. Namgung Mei squatted down to talk to the kid. He said that his little sister had only recently been taken out of captivity, and the boy replied that that was why he was here. This time his family and the villagers only survived because of the students. But next time, maybe no one will come to help. Namgung Mei realized what the boy was trying to tell him. Just helping them won't make a difference. Victory is temporary. The villagers might become the target of another gang. But as soon as he thought about the pointlessness of their act, the boy thanked him. The boy said that Hyung had worked so hard to save him that he'd been hurt. The boy realized that it was very selfish to wait for someone to sing for him. So he decided to take matters into his own hands. When Namgung Mei heard this, he thought that it wasn't all meaningless. Saving others wasn't really to protect them. It's only to help them change themselves. The leader of the attackers said that the fifth son was far to look at. Namgung Mei himself realized that the gulf between them was too great. But he couldn't give, at least because of these merchants right now. They stood on either side of him and watched the battle. So the boy used the dragon's double tornado and decided he would hold out. The tip of his sword shone with fire, which spoke of strengthening. From the eyes of the leader of the attackers, it was impossible to tell his emotions. But the boy was definitely ready to counterattack now. There were fresh cuts on his cheeks, but that didn't bother him. The leader called him petty and got angry. He kicked the boy with his foot, causing him to stop halfway. Then he flew back a few steps. At the same time, Arin used the Ami clan's defense technique. She put her arm forward and was about to help Namgung Mei. The girl clawed at his opponent and was going to deal with him. But she was very surprised that this man's strength was equal to her strength. The girl had never encountered such people before. She turned around and looked to the side. There lay Namgung Mei, whom she was so eager to protect. The girl realized that she had to drop all of this and go to help. So she quickly ran in the other direction, away from her past opponent. Her sister stared at the girl with incomprehension in her eyes. She shouted, asking where she was going. Meanwhile, Namgung Mei was still not dead. The leader of the attacking clan stared at him with incomprehension in his eyes. The boy stood up, leaning on a stick and spitting blood. Bandit told him he had no chance and didn't understand why he was getting up. The bandit asked if the fifth son thought he could do anything. The boy exhaled without even trying to say a word. Then the bandit told him that he did not know his own limit. The boy decided to correct him by saying that it wasn't because he didn't know it. He just had to do it. The attacker laughed and said that he was doing what he had to do too. His eyes glowed with energy again, which meant he was ready to attack. Afterward, the man leapt into the air and pointed his sword at the boy again. He was rapidly approaching him with the intention of killing him. Namgung Mei, on the other hand, realized at this moment that he couldn't move. His arms and legs wouldn't obey him, and he didn't know what to do. The boy decided that this was the end, and he should resign himself to it. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a girl he had recently met appeared. The same Arin now stood in his defense and sacrificed her life. A few seconds later, red blood splattered on the fifth son's face. He was dumbfounded to see the girl fall to the ground helplessly. The girl, on the other hand, only said that she had chosen a good man. After that, she just fell to the ground and never got up again. The head of the brigands said that he couldn't believe that she had sacrificed herself. He laughed and said they called it a dog's death. At this moment, these words hit Namgung Mei worse than a knife. He abruptly dropped the blade from his hands. While the bandit leader was laughing, the fifth son had a change of plan. He abruptly pushed himself off the ground and approached the man. His fist hit the face of the annoying man. And then the cultist's eyes flew back a few meters. He hit his back against some tree. And Namgung Mei was now giving off a glow like that of an enhanced man. But he didn't take the enhancement pill. One of the enhanced people was already attacking him from behind, and his hand even almost touched the young master's head. But the boy sharply turned around and slapped him. Even the sect elder stood there in complete shock. The disciples certainly couldn't believe that Namgung Mei could scatter everyone like that. And the group leader thought about when his inner demon had become so strong. Namgung Mei's eyes glowed brightly with pink light. With his internal energy, he easily dispatched the mercenary. It was as if the man was dancing in the air with energy swirling around him. But then another mercenary with the same energy approached him. The man swung around, about to strike the boy. He was already about to hit Namgung, coming closer to the boy. The mercenary's eyes flashed brightly with a pink color. He frowned. And then the boy threw a punch at the mercenary, lifting him into the air. Namgung managed to break the man's arm with just one touch. And then the boy bounced sharply off the ground, jumping up. He rushed to strike the mercenary again, but this time kicking him in the face. The breathless mercenary slumped to the ground, rolling his eyes. Namgung Mei stood beside the two corpses of the mercenaries. He was glowing with energy. And then the boy's eyes flashed brightly with a pink light. Namgung Mei shouted loudly while clenching his fists. He let out more power. Then he saw a certain silhouette of a girl on the ground. The vice-chancellor looked at his disciple in surprise. The mercenary was startled. The other mercenaries also turned around, looking at the boy in surprise. The old man watched in amazement, eyes wide. The elder wondered if the assassins were indeed reacting to the Nago. However, the old man could not understand the reason for what was happening. The boy was surrounded by many mercenaries who possessed inhuman strength. Each of the mercenaries were eager to get to Mei as quickly as possible. Their eyes were burning brightly with pink fire, just like Namgung's energy. The boy flew upward, intending to strike the mercenaries. Then Namgung Mei only clenched his fists tighter, and his wounds began to bleed. Then the boy's fist collided with the mercenary's hand. Another mercenary tried to grab the boy as well, but Namgung Mei easily countered their various blows. Despite his miraculous superiority, Mei answered everyone's blows. The old man asked fearfully if that child had also taken Tangwang, but Yan replied that MJ was like that even when he entered the academy. But the old man was perplexed that the child was like that from the beginning. The old man reflected that there is very little information. We need to get information. The old man noticed that the mercenaries were fighting the boy like beasts. Grandpa realized that the mercenaries' aura was too strong. The old man wondered if they were getting stronger as their energy decreased. But suddenly the elder was startled by something, opening his eyes wide. He noticed that the guy was drawing strength more from internal energy. Mo and Bo and Chigalmi looked at their comrade in surprise. Bo realized that everything was just like the exam, but Mei's strength was already quite different. Chigal, on the other hand, realized that this was not the Namgung Mei she remembered. Finally, Chigal realized what secret Namgung Mei's father was hiding. Meanwhile, the mercenaries were attacking the young boy in a whole crowd. Suddenly, the mercenaries crouched down and began to beat Namgung with renewed vigor. The old man asked why his comrades were just standing there if Mei needed to be saved. The children turned around fearfully at the elder, eyes wide. And then the two of them roared into battle, protecting their comrade. Mo and Bo and Chegalmi ran as hard as they could to help Namgung. Then they tried their best to push the mercenaries away, pulling them away from each other. And then, Mo and Bo frightenedly realized that there was no way to move the mercenaries. But then, all of a sudden, a bright energy began to emanate from underneath the mercenaries' bodies once again. Chegalmi and Mo and Bo hurriedly stepped back, covering their eyes. The mercenaries were lifted into the air by the deafening flow of power. None of them could resist the might of the internal energy. Namgung Mei shouted exhaustedly, throwing the mercenaries away from himself. The children froze, and then the boy's eyes flashed brightly with pink flames. Mo and Bo looked fearfully at his comrade, eyes wide open. Chegalmi was also frightened of her friend. She looked at him perplexedly, but Mei had no intention of stopping. He only let out even more power. And then the boy hurriedly used his internal energy streams. Chegalmi and Mo and Bo released their energy, hoping to resist him. The boy pounced on his own comrades who wanted to protect him. Their energies countered each other and dust swirled around them. And then wind currents toppled Namgung Mei backwards. He almost fell down. Chegalmi and Mo and Bo also fell backwards. The children started coughing up blood. But the girl was grabbed by a certain male hand, saving her from falling. Vice-Chancellor Yang firmly held the two children to fall gently. Yang Junhek worriedly asked if the children were okay. Chegalmi grudgingly asked why they weren't recognized by that idiot. The Witzenkanzler then ordered the children to step back. The ones were surprised. Yang Junhek drew his sword, saying that he would deal with it. The Vice-Chancellor then released an internal energy that blazed brightly. A certain brigand was breathing heavily and trembling. Blood was dripping from his mouth. The green-clothed man tried to catch his breath, but the vomiting wouldn't stop. The brigand was shaking violently, huddling closer to the trunk of the tree. The bandit mumbled that there was no way he could lose to them. And then the man pulled out a certain purple pill, presenting it to his mouth. The man ate the pill, and then the blood from his mouth stopped. Before the eyes of a certain man was a tall waterfall. Kui Mendok stood on the hard surface of the rock, observing nature. Kui realized that his wards should have returned by now. But then the man only adjusted his hat, looking around perplexed. Kui Mendok didn't understand what their adventure was. Then Kui Mendok said he would wait another 15 minutes. And then Kui Mendok sat down, tilting his head down. The teacher's gaze fell on the ants under his feet. They were walking in the same direction. Kui Mendok watched the insects thoughtfully. Meanwhile, Namgung MJ was almost burning with his energy. The Vice-Chancellor didn't understand why Namgung wasn't attacking him. And then the boy jumped at the teacher, but the teacher swung. Wiesenkanzler's eyes went wide, clearly surprised at Namgung's strength. The boy was using some sort of technique. His veins were leading, and he was breathing heavily. But suddenly, a mercenary rushed at the boy from behind. Yang Jun realized that it was the boss of the mercenaries. He grabbed Namgung's arm, and then the Wiesenkanzler jumped over Namgung, protecting him. And then the mercenary pressed the tip of his sword against the Vice-Chancellor's neck. The mercenary exclaimed that Yang should not interfere, and he would kill the boy. But then the blows of swords rang out. Yang Junhek was billowing with energy. Yang realized that his enemy was different from the others, probably the one who had taken Tangwang. And then Yang Junhek hurriedly used Mancho's sword style. The Wiccan-Chancellor conjured a blue lion from his internal energy. The animal had tremendous strength, and the mercenary recoiled. But then from the man's hands appeared a tenacious rope with a point. The blonde exclaimed that it would not be enough to stop him. The blonde man then channeled all of his power, shattering Yang's internal energy. Yang Junhek began to cough up blood, clamping his eyes shut in pain. The man wrapped the ropes around the body of the Wiccan-Chancellor, who soared into the sky. But suddenly a certain person quickly ran up to them. It turned out to be an elder who was brooding. The old man channeled energy. The old man said that the something he ate would not help the mercenary in any way. Suddenly, the old man's energy seemed to disappear in an instant. All that was left was a puff of smoke. The mercenary got closer to the elder, trying to disarm him. The old man thought that the mercenary's peak form appeared to him that time. The green-clothed man easily broke the old man's weapon. The mercenary jumped up, towering over the startled elder. The mercenary then grinned nastily. His eyes glittered brightly. The green-clothed man abruptly lifted himself off the ground once more. The old man wondered if he had achieved such strength just by taking Tangwang. The old man didn't notice that Namgung began to regain consciousness. He slowly stood up from the ground. Namgung was ablaze with bright energy. He gave the elder an embittered look. And then it seemed as if the whole world trembled under Namgung's feet. The boy flew toward the old man, intending to attack him from behind. Fortunately, the old man was able to get away from the boy in time. Namgung Mei was really going to kill the elder. The old man turned around in surprise, glancing at the child's silhouette. The old man then rushed to attack Namgung. A mercenary threw ropes at them. Both the boy and the old man then fell heavily to the ground. The elder realized that he couldn't resist both of them at the same time. Namgung Mei and Chigalmi looked at their classmate in surprise. The old man exclaimed that the two children should distract Namgung Mei. The boy then fell to the ground, clenching his teeth tightly with anger. The boy's eyes completely flooded with a bright pink light. Chigalmi and Mon Bo slowly approached the boy. Bo said that he would help this time. Mi called Mei a dumbass, asking when he would wake up. Then the old man shouted fearfully that it was time for them to get up. But then the old man was greatly surprised, opening his eyes wide. The elder noticed that one of the mercenaries had grabbed the ground, and then the mercenaries, one by one, stood up from the cold ground. The men approached the elder, who froze in fear. The men that until a short while ago were barely dead were ready for battle. The old man didn't understand when those guys had managed to shrivel up like that. The old man thought that on the other hand, their energy was even blinding. The old man realized that the mercenaries would get stronger until they died. He shouted, trying to get Ian to get up. The man lay unconscious. A frightened Ren bent over one Fee, who had also lost consciousness. The terrified residents watched the carnage, eyes wide open. Yan opened his eyes and realized that they were in over their heads, as there was no way they could win. Jan remembered Kui Mendok's request to keep the children safe. The man smiled softly. Jan didn't know what to do. He was all wounded and exhausted, but suddenly a certain man joined them. Kui Mendok landed and said he didn't realize where the hell they were. Kwai looked at the dead people in front of him, saying that it was not in order. Moenbo and Chigalmi looked at the teacher behind them in surprise. Young Jun Hyuk was also greatly surprised, opening his eyes wide. A ghostly hope appeared in Yunren's eyes. She was watching the teacher. Everyone exclaimed the teacher's name in one voice. The man smiled softly. The residents were already about to defend themselves, holding their swords in their hands. Then the teacher's gaze fell on the wounded corpse behind him. Kui Mendok turned to the boys tiredly, squinting his eyes. The man addressed the exhausted mercenaries ahead of him. Kui Mendok asked what the mercenaries had eaten. The men only coughed in response. But suddenly the man opened his eyes wide in surprise. One of the mercenaries ran up to him, glowing with energy. The man shouted loudly, at the top of his voice. Not even the pupils in his eyes were visible. The mercenary rushed to attack Kui Mendok, but the man stood firm. And then, with just one touch, the teacher pushed the mercenary away. He called the mercenaries mindless animals. Kui was leading them with just a finger. The man's teeth flew out of his mouth, along with a huge amount of blood. Kui Mendok asked if they would feel fear of death. Seeing how easily the teacher had massacred their comrade, the mercenaries froze. And then, there was a resounding thud against the hard surface of the rock. Suddenly, about 6 silhouettes of mercenaries soared high into the sky. Kui Mendok put on his mask, scrutinizing the silhouettes of men. All of the mercenaries jumped onto Kui Mendok at once. He did not react. One of them tried to strike the teacher, but Kui easily recoiled. And then, the teacher sharply threw the mercenary to the ground. In just an instant, Kui lifted all the mercenaries into the sky, encasing them in a whirlpool. And then the man hurriedly raised his hand near where the energy was swirling. With just one finger, he was able to control the men like puppets. A wave of powerful impact swept through the men. Each mercenary was cut in half. The bodies of the mercenaries fell down with a loud sound. They didn't even have time to react. Qui Mendoc's eyes lit up with a bright blue light. The old man was perplexed that the man was able to kill them with just one strike. The vice-chancellor smiled softly as he watched the teacher. He had hope for him. The man realized that the teacher in front of him was teacher Qui Mungdok, so it was all right. The old man thought that the brunette had a terrifying smell of internal energy. Then, Qui Mendok slowly walked forward, avoiding the blood from the corpses. Qui Mendok's shadow loomed over the exhausted mercenary boss. Qui ordered the man to explain to him what was going on here. But the mercenary boss only trembled, looking fearfully at the assassin. Qui Mungdok's gaze was stern. A terrifying power hovered around him. Qui Mungdok leaned toward Nakmnik and asked if he had swallowed his tongue. The mercenary boss realized that the real monster in front of him was now a corpse. There was a powerful energy floating around Qui, which did not even compare to the mercenary's strength. But after a moment, the man hurriedly removed the internal energy. The mercenary boss started vomiting blood. He bent over the corpse of his comrade. After relieving the mercenary of the pressure, Qui asked if he could speak now. Mon Bo and Chigal Mi watched their teacher. Bo realized that when comparing the strength of the boss and Qui, it was like a delinquent child and a father. Chigal Mi realized that she really couldn't see further than her nose. But suddenly Namgung Mei's silhouette appeared behind them. The boy abruptly got off the ground, running forward. Namgung ran past his classmates, who froze in fright. In front of the boy's eyes, there was only the silhouette of the teacher looming over the boss. Namgung Mei sped up again, approaching his opponent. But then Qui Mungdok turned around abruptly, staring blankly at the kid. Qui grabbed Namgung by the head, lifting him up. The man tried to resist. The teacher said calmly, here he was, meeting his naughty student. Qui Mungdok asked if he should punish Namgung Mei. The man pressed Namgung Mei's face. He wheezed and tried to break free. Qui Mungdok only lifted the disciple higher, disregarding his strength. And then the boy's legs suddenly lowered. He calmed down. The teacher easily threw the unconscious Namgung Mei to the ground. Qui Mungdok asked the mercenary if they could continue. The teacher repeated his words, asking what the mercenaries had broken down. The mercenary shouted fearfully that Qui was a monster that must go down. Qui asked who else was a monster, since the mercenary had attacked innocents. The teacher said he cared about his student, and the boss had eaten some kind of pill. The teacher kept saying that only the mercenary was the monster of the two of them. But the blonde man only froze fearfully. His pill had worn off. And then the man began to deny it. He stuttered and was afraid. And then the man began to talk about the reason why he had become like this. The mercenary shouted fearfully that they were all the ones who made him like this. Qui Mungdok interjected indifferently, looking up at the moon in the sky. The blonde man said it was all because of Murim's terrible alliance. The man recounted that he had to steal to survive. The mercenary said the bloody world wanted him dead. He remembered being beaten. And then the boy killed for the first time. He said he did it because he wanted to live. The man screamed, saying the world had made him this way. Blood was coming out of his mouth. The blonde man said it was the world they made. He crawled further away from Qui, and then silence hung. Qui Mungdok lowered his gaze, staring at the assassin. The brunette finally realized what this was all about. He answered the assassin thoughtfully. Qui wondered if the mercenary had made that choice himself. His eyes lit up. The man clearly hadn't expected such a reaction. The mercenary interjected. Qui used the energy. He said he didn't care about the mercenary's past. The assassin reached high up. The brunette's energy was almost suffocating him. Qui Mungdok repeated his question again. The mercenary's neck squeezed harder. Qui asked what the mercenary ate and where he got it. The mercenary realized what he had better say. He replied that they were explosive pills. And then there was a brief silence. Qui Mungdok hesitated for a moment. Tears flowed from the mercenary's eyes. He said of Noskalgok. The man wanted to live. But upon receiving the answer, Qui Mungdok ordered him to die by lifting higher. And then the mercenary's head exploded. Blood and remains scattered around the neighborhood. Thick blood stained the hard stone floor of the cliffs. Qui Mungdok looked at the corpse doomedly. His mask was soaked with blood. Qui said that it was right, for they were responsible for the decisions they made. The man then lowered his gaze to the blood that stained him from head to toe. Qui realized that one day he too would have to answer for his choices. Namgung Mei found himself in a dark, bottomless space. It was as if the boy was falling into nothingness. He was surrounded by soap bubbles. The boy tiredly wondered if it was him again. In front of Namgung Mei was a bright pink-colored flame. The boy slowly began to approach the bright flame. But then, the energy seemed to open its jaws, engulfing Namgung. The boy was trapped in a trap from which there was no way out or in. Namgung Mei opened his eyes wide with fear and surprise. He was told that Mei couldn't even protect the man in front of him. The man fell down dead. The voice asked who Namgung was going to protect. The voice kept telling him that Namgung knew he couldn't win. And then the boy squeezed his hand, summoning his inner energy. In front of Mei stood himself, in demonic form. The one asked if that was why he had become a monster. The voice kept saying that Namgung couldn't even defend himself. And then the boy raised his head upwards. Silhouettes appeared out of the darkness. The boy found himself one-on-one with the giants, whose eyes burned with fire. The voice asked what Mei could do if no one believed in him anyway. It said that Namgung didn't even have outstanding abilities. Namgung Mei then rushed to justify himself, but suddenly fell silent. Namgung knelt down, covering his ears with his hands. But the shadows above him were in no hurry to leave. They were only getting closer. Then Namgung Mei suddenly opened his eyes wide. In the blurred silhouette, he saw the face of his mother, who was smiling affectionately. But the good-natured image was quickly replaced by the teacher. Kui Myung-dok asked how far Namgung was going to go. Kui ordered the boy to stop, and then was about to give him a flick. Kui said it was time to wake up. He touched Mei and the whole illusion crumbled. Then the boy woke up in a soft bed. He was sweating profusely. The boy tried to catch his breath after his nightmare, but then he saw the hands of a certain man. He was stammering. In front of him stood Aaron, who was wringing out a towel. Recognizing her, the boy smiled good-naturedly and greeted her. The girl's gaze fell on the boy's chest, which was sweating profusely. And then Arten blushed heavily, opening her eyes wide. Aaron exclaimed that she had nothing to do, so she decided to nurse. The girl broke through the wall and ran out of the room. She said she would call for a healer. Looking at the broken passage, he said that Aaron was unstoppable. The boy then hurriedly got out of bed, not realizing where he was. Namgung Mei opened his eyes wide and was greatly surprised. In front of his eyes was a Kirksey small town. Namgung Mei was in Habuksong. People were walking along the lighted streets. The boy was greatly surprised, and then marveled at the beauty of the town. Kui was sitting on a rooftop with his knees tucked up. He asked if it surprised Mei so much. Namgung asked what the teacher was doing here. Kui resented that it was so crowded. Teacher recalled telling Namgung to practice reverse flow. Kui Myung-dok said that instead, the boy had just taken it and used it. Namgung remembered unconsciously fighting. He apologized guiltily. Kui said it was his fault too, since he didn't pay more attention to it. And then the man continued his speech, looking out over the city. Kui Myung-dok said that he would teach Namgung his martial art. The boy was greatly surprised by this, opening his eyes wide. Myung-dok said that even Mei's father had authorized it. So now the choice was up to him. Kui Myung-dok asked if Namgung Mei would become his disciple. And then the boy grabbed the windowsill. Namgung cheerfully replied that he agreed. The teacher got up from the roof. And then the brunette hurriedly walked closer to the boy. Kui Myung-dok then said that they should drop the formalities. The brunette kept saying that although he is the teacher of the snake class, it should remain a secret. Namgung Mei confusedly replied that he of course agreed. Kui kept saying that he had been told about everything that had happened while he was away. The teacher perplexedly asked if Mei had almost died protecting the child. Kui said that things hadn't gone according to plan. But still. He stroked the child's head. The teacher praised Namgung Mei. He said the boy did well. The child trembled. Then Namgung Mei cried, agreeing with the teacher. He trembled. 4 people rushed into the room. Chagall, Moen, and Aaron walked along with the healer. Namgung Mei looked at the unexpected guests in surprise. Moen Bo said Mei hasn't recovered yet, so why did he get out of bed? Namgung said he got up because of the teacher, and then turned around. But there was no silhouette behind him. Namgung was surprised at the teacher's disappearance. The man ran his finger over Namgung's hand, saying it was unbelievable. The healer said it was strange since Mei was able to recover so quickly. Aaron sternly asked if Namgung was definitely okay. The healer fearfully replied that Mei was perfectly fine. Aaron asked if the physician could swear to that. The man promised he would. Mi said that although it wasn't the right moment, she wanted to ask. She asked what Mei's secret was and why he looked like that. Mei looked like assassins. But the boy only laughed awkwardly in response, scratching his head. The boy opened his eyes wide, seeing something behind him. The teacher's head suddenly appeared from the ceiling. The brunette put a finger to his lips, not taking his gaze off the boy. Mei said he felt an overabundance of chi, but Chagall objected. Aaron, on the other hand, gave the young girl a displeased look. Meanwhile, the bright sun illuminated the high roofs of the houses. A certain man said that he hadn't seen Kui Myung-dok's face in a long time. The man asked where Kui Myung-dok had been. The man said he was glad to meet him. Standing in front of the brunette was Hong Seo-gul, an elder. The man addressed the old man as the commander of the Hong Seo-gul regiment. The old man asked in response not to make him laugh, squinting his eyes. He said that he had only been a commander for 3 months in the war, and even that was temporary. Kui replied that temporary or not, it didn't matter. A commander is always a commander. The old man asked how he could put it more gently. The elder kept saying that he had given the place of commander to a more competent person. The elder then walked closer to Kui Myung-dok. The old man asked who knew the famous Doc looked like that. The elder said that he needed to work on his appearance. Doc calmly replied that he didn't like her much either. Kwai smiled, saying that he is no longer part of Black Flower. Elder placed the wooden cane on the roof. Elder said he heard Black Flower being disbanded. The old man kept saying that he was assigned to supervise the organization's information. Duck replied that he could even guess which one. And then the elder pulled something out of his suit pocket. The elder pulled out a wooden box, saying, "This is it." The old man said that the relevant authorities had already taken care of it. Examining the wooden box, Duck lowered his gaze. The old man said that if Kui asked him about it, the search was in vain. The elder handed the box into the man's hands. He asked if this was what he was looking for. Duck said it was exactly that. He frowned. It was once a dark and cold night in Noxelgok. Duck was slowly heading towards the main building, but suddenly the brunette stopped near 3 hanging skeletons. Duck stared blankly at the disfigured bodies. After a while, the fresh corpses on the stairs appeared in front of Duck's eyes. They were all horribly murdered, but it was as if Duck didn't even notice it. Stopping beside the corpses, the man realized that the people had been torn apart. Kui thought about the fact that the one who killed all these people was clearly a master of his craft. And then the brunette walked on, ignoring the blood. In front of his eyes was a tattered wall. It looked like it had been torn into shreds. Duck realized that there was a real massacre from above. And then the man seemed to dissolve into space, shifting. Kwai found himself on the top floor of a building, bouncing high. That one had been destroyed. The man saw the mutilated face of the murdered old man. The grandfather's blood had drawn hieroglyphics on the floor. The huge writing said that Duck was here. There were bodies lying around. The brunette only barely raised his eyebrows as he looked at the writing on the floor. The old man opened the box, revealing a pill. "No one survived," he said. Duck replied that they didn't have many people, but that wasn't the problem. The old man cautiously asked if Duck had found anything. The brunette's face visibly darkened. He said he had found evidence. The brunette lowered his head, saying there were only 2 clues. The old man was surprised. The first piece of evidence was the bloody writing on the floor, and the second clue was the scattered empty boxes. Kwai said that one was left intentionally and the other was left accidentally. The old man said they were trying to cover their tracks. He then struck with his cane. The old man said that in that case he would have to find out for himself. Duck stood up following the elder. The old man laughed and replied that he didn't sign up to be a disciple. The old man said there was no need to control him. Duck smiled and asked if the elder needed to be guided. The old man waved his hand, saying that he wasn't that old. And then the brunette hurriedly moved away from the roof as well. The brunette silently watched the situation in the city, brooding. Kwai pondered that, judging by the sword marks, it was the karma of the path he was following. Suddenly, an old man approached him. Kui was greatly surprised, opening his eyes wide. The old man barely scratched his beard as he watched the man in front of him. Duck asked if the old man was still going. The elder said that Duck's eyes were full of a sense of responsibility. The elder said he understood why he was made a teacher. The old man shifted his gaze to the children below, telling Duck to look at them. Duck watched his subordinates, eyes wide. The old man said that they had caught all the horrors of war, but the children had not. The children smiled brightly and laughed resoundingly as they talked. The old man said that they were fighting and dying, so that the children could have a bright future. Then the elder asked Duck to keep an eye on them. The old man frowned. Then the old man handed Duck a bottle of water. The grandfather asked if Duck was thirsty. Dot froze. But after a few moments, Kui replied that he was thirsty. After a while, the moon shone brightly in the sky. In the house, Namgung had already extinguished all the windows except one. On that table were ink, candles, and other items. A certain man was walking quickly in a certain direction. The guy in the red suit looked at the sharp sword. The man then hurriedly picked it up, grabbing the point. It was Namgung Mei's older brother, who was already ablaze with energy. He told his younger brother that it had already been 3 months. It turned out that the spreading blood explosion elixirs were also their work. Murim immediately assigned a team of investigators and sent them to the headquarters. While at Johnshun headquarters, the men were greatly surprised. There were huge bloodstains in front of their eyes. Everyone involved in the investigation turned out to be dead. Not a single piece of evidence had been found. Only exhausted corpses. The investigation was taken over by the Red Flower Squad, which was under Murim's command. The sun shone brightly over the Murim's Union headquarters. There were 10 people sitting at a large table. A girl looked sternly at the blonde man beside her. There was a scar on her face. Another man smiled brightly, squinting his eyes. The other girl, on the other hand, squinted her brown eyes slyly. Then a certain man took a glass of water in his hands. The teacher of the rat class said that his class had performed well. Ju Hoiwei asked how the others had done. The girl grinned. The tiger class teacher asked what else rats could do if they didn't bunch up in a pack. The blonde boy jumped up from his seat and asked again. Ho Jung smiled, but suddenly a girl approached her. The one asked which one of them was playing the villain. The rabbit class teacher asked if they could continue the fight elsewhere. Ho Seok Jung frowned and said that she had no desire to listen to my lady. On Young replied that she's usually referred to as the red fairy descending from heaven. On Young Wee said that maybe the villains call her my lady. The tiger class teacher's eyes lit up brightly. She exclaimed, but then suddenly a man's strong hand struck the table. The bull class teacher tiredly asked if they could stop. The man kept saying that the head of the Murim Union had called this meeting. But then, a certain man with swarthy skin nodded. The horse class teacher said that the head had ordered all the teachers to appear. Jum Moon Seo asked why he couldn't see the dragon and snake class teachers. The man asked if anyone knew why they didn't show up. Everyone fell silent. But suddenly there was a loud shout. Finally the head arrived. All the teachers rose from the table at once, greeting the head. In one voice, all the teachers loudly greeted the old man. Eyes Kwag-yun nodded his head, saying that the teachers could sit down. And then the teachers became visibly nervous as they went over the fabric of their clothes. The old man, on the other hand, hurriedly unfolded a small parchment. A certain man said that all the classes had returned safely from the drill. The head's younger brother said that every faction would benefit from this experience. Kwag-yun nodded and said that both the teachers and the kids had done a good job. The old man thanked the teachers for their hard work. No one ever sat down. The rat class teacher said he had a question. Kwag-yun replied that he could ask it. The blonde man looked stern. He said that only 10 of the 12 teachers were present at the meeting. The teacher asked if the old man wanted to know the reason for that. All the other teachers watched the head of Murim carefully. The rabbit class teacher squinted her eyes, averting her gaze. She realized that the snake class teacher was Kui Meng Dok, and there was no comparison to him. The girl reasoned that every teacher is a master of their craft. The girl understood why Kui didn't show up, but why didn't the dragon class show up? The old man replied that he respected both teachers. The head said that one of them is Kui, who has been supporting him for 20 years. The teacher of the horse class opened his eyes wide when he heard about Kui Meng Dok. The tiger class teacher was also greatly surprised, bowing her head. The other teacher only squinted his eyes, realizing that the rumors weren't lying. But the other one, a certain man on the other hand, trembled in fear. Kumak Ho bowed his head, realizing that he had almost died from the real Kui. The rooster class teacher couldn't understand what was happening to the man. The head then hurriedly voiced the name of the second teacher. Meanwhile, a bright sun was shining brightly over the snake class territory. A certain man was breathing heavily while holding a huge load in his hands. Namgung Mei was crouching down tiredly while holding heavy bags in his arms. The boy had already made his 2,999th approach. And then the whole class solemnly shouted that it was already 3,000. Jan realized that everyone was already used to the exercises. Then the vice-chancellor ordered them to do another 100 such exercises. Namgung MJ was breathing heavily and sweating profusely as he looked into the distance. He was being followed by a certain man who was hiding in the thick bushes. Ah Rin said that Namgung Mei looked stylish today too. The other girl asked if Ah Rin would just stare at him like that, but then the girl suddenly showed a book of seduction techniques. Ah Rin said that it wrote about a technique on how to win a man. It was called playing hard to get. Ah Rin's friends questioned it. Ah Rin said she's always been too assertive, but you have to keep your distance. Ah Rin said he would wonder where she disappeared to and start looking for her. Meanwhile, Namgung had just finished practicing and was breathing heavily. The boy turned around and said that Ah Rin hadn't been seen lately. The Weissenkanzler then said that it was time for them to wrap up and go back. But suddenly, a certain person grabbed the ground and then cursed. One Fee was breathing heavily while lying on the ground. He said he was already getting used to this kind of thing. One said he had already violated the silence technique, so he would be scolded anyway. Namgung realized that he would have to start from the beginning. Moen Bo said that Master Mei's health was finally back to normal. Moen Bo said that Namgung Mei had become even stronger. Chegalmi said that Mei has gotten stronger after the incident with the assassins. Chigal said that back then, the same energy came from Namgung as the assassins. Unren said that Namgung's wounds healed very quickly. The boy recoiled and tried to justify himself. But then Namgung Mei was told that he was also quite tough. The boy turned around fearfully, opening his eyes wide. A certain man grinned brightly, rubbing his chin. The man was wearing a hat. He asked what class Namgung was from. The head of the Murim Union said the second teacher of the dragon class. In front of the boy was a storm sword, Chu Dok Hua. He smiled. One of the teachers asked if the difference between them was too big. The Hound class teacher said that one of the storm blades was a triad blade, so Guo asked why the storm blade agreed to be a teacher. The old man asked if they were sure they knew the storm blade well. One of the men objected, saying that he was not personally familiar. Seo Go asked if that teacher was as good as the head of Murim. In response, the old man smiled brightly and squinted his eyes. Even the heads are either in the early unbridled realm or devoid of strength. But the unusual triads had reached the late unbridled realm. The elderly man softly said that was correct. The old man kept saying that it wouldn't be surprising if that one became the next head. Grandpa said that the teachers would understand everything after seeing Stormblade in person. The teacher heard that the one doesn't stay in one place for long. The head replied that it would run away if you try to restrain it, disappear if you restrict it. The bull's teacher perplexedly asked how he then became an academy teacher. The old man replied that one day he came to what, and desperately asked to become a teacher. The teacher introduced Stormblade, who was beating hysterically like a child. 3 months ago, a bright moon illuminated the roofs of buildings. Grandpa was playing Find the Differences then, drawing masks of warriors. But suddenly a small leaf fell on the old man's drawing. The old man looked perplexed as the leaf soared back into the sky. Suddenly a certain person climbed onto his balcony. Zhou Dohua climbed into the window of the head of Murim. He apologized. The old man asked what brought the Stormblade to him. The old man then took a step forward, walking closer to the man. The old man asked if Dohua was traveling around looking for a successor. The man then awkwardly said that it was not easy to find a genius like him. The head said it's hard to find a gifted person, so they built an academy. Dohua said he found one, but he refused to become his student. The man said he then found out about that boy's enrollment in the academy. The old man said that someone stubborn like him must have rejected the Stormblade. Zhou Dohua laughed ringingly and agreed with the head of Murim. Zhou Dohua said he wanted to ask the old man for a favor. Blade asked to send him and the future student to the same class. The head lowered his gaze, saying that the apprentice's clan affiliation was important. He said the apprentice ignorantly made the wrong decision, need to help. The old man asked if the Stormblade was definitely hiding nothing. Zhou Dohua replied that he wished he could find more candidates for the apprentice. The old man was surprised, asking if he wanted to steal them from other classes. Dohua said he needed to find one successor to the dragon arts. Stormblade reiterated that the most important thing was not to make a mistake with the choice. The old man agreed, and Zhou Dohua was surprised. He asked him not to change his mind. The old man said that the successor's decision is most important. He said that all teachers should work hard and teach the children diligently. The old man said not to fall flat in front of Zhou Hua and Kui Mendok. All the teachers fell silent, straightening up staunchly. At the same time, a certain person decided to object while looking at the distant mountains. Namgung Mei looked at Stormblade in surprise, asking who he was. Suddenly, there was a loud bang behind him. It was as if someone had crashed into the mountain. The man stepped closer, saying that he was the first to ask what class they were from. Jigal introduced herself, saying that she was from the Snake Class Military Academy. Mai realized that she couldn't let herself be fooled by her appearance again. Mai asked what Sir's name was. She realized that the man might be as strong as Kui. The man perplexedly asked if he looked like an old man. Jigal stared at the stranger in surprise, eyes wide. Stormblade was thinking about something, frowning. He was looking at the silhouettes of the children. Yun Ren and Wan Pei were surprised. Then the man shifted his gaze to the frightened Namgung Mei. But then Stormblade, all of a sudden, pointed his finger at someone. Stormblade asked what Moenbo's name was. The man froze in surprise. The boy bowed, saying that he was Moenbo of the Moen clan. The man leaned in, examining Moenbo closer. Stormblade repeated his name over and over again, examining the boy. Then Do Hua suddenly pressed Moenbo against him, running his hands down his back. Moenbo pushed him away and blushed, asking what the stranger was allowing. He said that for a son from a prestigious family, it was a good physique. Blade hesitated, saying that it was even better than his candidate. Du Hua's eyes lit up with a bright yellow color. He offered to check it out. Moenbo opened his eyes wide, thinking that he was about to be killed. And then, it was as if a huge, flaming dragon was looming over Moenbo. The boy was immediately illuminated by huge streams of flames. Moenbo trembled, and a stream of blood flowed from his mouth. Mei shouted, ordering the stranger to stop. Bo didn't move. The man then perplexedly told Namgung not to distract them. But then the man said it was only okay to look. Blade said there was a strange energy inside Namgung's body. But then, all of a sudden, the Stormblade seemed to disappear. Du Hua smiled brightly as he approached Mei. The stranger said that there were a lot of interesting kids in this, and asked where he was from. But in response to the stranger's outstretched hand, Kui suddenly appeared. Kui Mengdok shook his hand, saying that these were his students from the snake class. Stormblade couldn't stop smiling happily. He said that it must be teacher Ki Mengdok in front of him. And then, the two men's hands seemed to blaze with bright energy. The two teachers began to blaze with internal energy. In just a moment, the rock was cut into many small pieces. The two teachers had amazing power. Namgung MJ didn't realize who that stranger was after all. Moenbo recoiled, opening his eyes wide. He marveled at the power of the stranger. Yun Ren was also greatly startled as she looked at the flames around her. Wan Pei said that he saw the stranger when he scandalized Shaolin. Shigal thought it was a madman since he was looking for alcohol in a sacred place. The boy frowned as he watched the teacher's strength. Vaughn said then the monk turned to him like a storm blade. Chigel was perplexed, looking at the Stormblade. The men's arms were billowing. The iron armor on Kui's arm cracked. Kui Mendok was only faintly surprised by this. Kui raised his gaze and asked how long the man was going to continue. Stormblade opened his eyes wide as he watched Kui Mendok. Zhou Dohua said that he hadn't thought of Kui Mendok being so powerful. Kui realized that Du Hua was enjoying himself, so was it time to make him tense up. Then Kui Mendok used a lot of power, but suddenly a bloody cough came out of the teacher's mouth. He was perplexed. Seeing the teacher's condition, Zhou Dohua was greatly surprised. In the same instant, the teacher stopped releasing internal energy. And in the same instant, the flames around them stopped. A small amount of steam was emanating from the rock slots. After a moment, the two men finally let go of each other's hands. Blade said that he had lost control, and so he asked if everything was all right. Kui Mendok replied sternly that it was nothing. Kui said he was surprised to hear about Do Hua becoming a mentor. Stormblade said he was surprised too. Du Hua said that Kui Myung-dok is one of the best assassins and became a teacher. The man said that Kui Myung-dok's face without the mask is even more amazing. As if ignoring the cracks, a certain man ran. And Rin shouted loudly, calling out to her master. Namgung Mei stared at the girl in surprise, eyes wide open. The girl grabbed onto Mei and asked if he was injured. Then the man opened his eyes wide, thinking it was impossible, and Rin kept talking about Namgung's frail body. The man was frightened. Du Hua thought of Rin's strength beaming, and a body stronger than a rock. The man thought that this was the legendary heavenly battle body. The man asked what the girl's name was, what clan she was from, and Rin looked sternly at the man behind her. Rin said that she wasn't interested in men of that age. Zhou Dohua raised his hands, saying that he didn't mean it. But then, all of a sudden, Kui Myung-dok walked closer to him. Kui Meng-dok said that it was Yu Ah-rin from the Ami clan. Stormblade confusedly interjected, clearly surprised. The man remembered that only women were members of this clan. Noticing the accessory on Ah-rin's head, he realized that there was a girl in front of him. Stormblade then clenched his fists tightly. He smiled, saying that in such a situation, all he had to do was surrender. Kui asked why he didn't participate in today's meeting. Blade asked if it was mandatory since he was just wandering around the academy. The man then asked in surprise if Kui Meng-dok had gone there. Kui was silent for a few moments, but then thoughtfully agreed. But in fact, Kui Meng-dok's chair was empty. The bright sunlight from the windows illuminated the room. Suddenly, a certain person opened a small hole in the ceiling. Kui Meng-dok only barely looked out from behind the ceiling. The brunette grinned and told the Blade that of course he was. Du Hua said that unless he wasn't there would be a change of heart from the elder later. Stormblade then said goodbye to Kui Meng-dok. Du Hua said he came to say hello when he found out that Kui was a teacher. The brunette was greatly surprised in response, opening his eyes wide. Du Hua said he was especially surprised by his students. The man said that Kui Meng-dok's boys had a lot of potential. Du Hua kept saying that they were like bugs that would soon become dragons. Blade asked why Kui Myung-dok addressed him as you. Du Hua said that even though they didn't know each other, they were the same age. Moenbo realized that he didn't know about Stormblade's youth. Du Hua then said that more of his followers were still better. After saying goodbye, he disappeared without a trace. Only a small stream of wind remained. The children looked at the cloud of smoke in surprise and fear. And then suddenly someone turned to the teacher. Chigel asked if it was really the Stormblade from the Triad. Kui Meng-dok lowered his gaze, answering that it was really him. The dragon martial art was able to see it through to the triple celestial masters. Kui understood that was why he was focusing on choosing followers. Kui realized that there was no better place to accomplish his goal than the academy. And then the brunette turned to his snake class. Kui Meng-dok said that they would find out anyway, so let them listen. Kui said there was an important announcement at the teachers' meeting. Kui said that all the students at the academy should participate in the competition. The other kids were greatly surprised, opening their eyes wide. A bright sun was shining above the Murim Union, and a garden surrounded it. Stormblade was suddenly surprised by something. The man wondered what had happened then. He froze in place. The man remembered again from his handshake with Kui Meng-dok. The teacher thought about how Kui Meng-dok was an interesting person. Blade then said that it was good since he had come to them. The competitions are meant to find the gifted that will lead the faction in the future. Originally, the competition was held every 3 years. After the academy was built, many talented people began to gather together. Meanwhile, the fog was barely enveloping the forest. Chigalmi asked if it meant that not only the name had changed. Kui said that out of 12 groups, only 6 could reach the finals. Moenbo decided to clarify about the preliminary round. The teacher replied that the preliminary round would be next year. Kui said that you have to win as a group to make it to the finals. He said after that they will have to fight each for themselves. Kui said they would be allies at first, but enemies in the finals. The children froze fearfully in place, eyes wide with consternation. But suddenly a certain girl interrupted them. The rabbit teacher kept saying that if the group lost, they wouldn't reach the finals. And Rin and Namgung Mei froze, looking fearfully at the teacher. and then the branch barely broke in just an instant. The rabbit teacher gently descended from the tree, crossing her arms over her chest. Devkshka asked what Arin was doing here. She looked displeased. The girl opened her eyes wide in response, turning to the teacher. The teacher asked if her bad behavior was due to her youth. The teacher exclaimed that Arin was being punished like all of her friends. The girls who were sitting behind the rock tiredly agreed. She said that she hadn't seen Kui, and she was going to tell about the announcement. She said that Kui Mendok was quick to get information. The brunette bewilderedly agreed. He thought he was at the meeting too. The rabbit teacher said they wouldn't be nice to anyone in the finals. The wench then ordered the rabbit class to follow her, and Rin froze in place, not daring to move. Namgung realized that Rin would most likely be told off. And then, after a moment, the wench decided to come closer. Rin barely blushed as she turned to the young master. Namgung Mei looked at the girl in surprise, eyes wide. The girl said that she wouldn't be able to visit him for a while. Namgung replied that training with her helped him a lot, so it was a pity. And Rin frowned, realizing that there was an obstacle for their love. And then the girl said that they might have to endure a long winter. But the girl assured that spring would surely come anyway. And Rin said she would look forward to that day. Namgung Mei was surprised by her words, trying to understand their meaning. Mei thought that what she meant was that if there were obstacles, then the skills would be strengthened. And then Namgung Mei replied that he would look forward to that too. And Rin thought that the young master shared the same feelings with her. The girl said that in that case, let Namgung take care of himself. Then the sun began to come over the horizon. Kui Mendok was sitting on the training ground. There were students sitting around. Mi asked if they would focus on the general formation. The teacher smiled and said not at all. Chagall reminded that Kui said they would fight as a group. Mai said that while practicing outside, they always did it mindlessly. Kwai said that the overall formation is a terrible strength, but there is a weakness. Teacher asked what happens if one of them gets hurt. Kwai asked what happens if opponents exploit a gap in the defense. Kwai asked what happens if one of them is ambushed or separated. The man kept saying that the constructs are correct, but they are missing a detail. Kwai said that any little thing has the potential to ruin it. Chigal Mi wanted to object. The others listened intently. A man said he used to be an assassin. Kui Mengdok asked what the kids thought he wanted to teach them. He said he would teach the secret technique of Black Flower members. Chegal Mi, upon hearing this, was very surprised and scared. Moonbo and Yun Ren opened their eyes wide with surprise. Namgung Mei was equally surprised, opening his mouth noisily. Kui Mengdok said that he would now pass this knowledge on to them. Kui Mengdok's gaze fell on the snake statue near their training ground. At that time, Kui Mengdok was standing with his back to a certain column. Bo thought he should be even quieter and blend in with his surroundings. Chigal Mi, on the other hand, thought about whether or not she definitely needed to do that. Namgung Mei frowned, looking at the teacher ahead with disbelief. Namgung then realized that this was how the Black Flower members trained. Kui Mengdok turned away from the children, who froze in place. The man began to sing a song, saying green light, red light. Kui Mengdok shouted sharply, turning around. 1P twitched. Then, the long-haired brunette laughed and said he was already out. The boy dropped to the ground and already prepared to do push-ups. Kwai said they would never get him, the former commander-in-chief. At the same moment, all the other kids froze. There was an awkward silence. Then Chegal Mi clenched her fist with all her might, and her hand trembled. Mai asked if it was the exact training used in the Black Flower. He asked if the girl thought the teacher was lying. The girl's look was stern. She said of course she did. Kwai replied that the children learn to hide their presence with it. Kwai said they get an advantage if they hide presence. He said it could decide whether they survive or die. Bo said that obviously in a decisive situation, it would be better to hide. Then Namgung Mai also said that it's more difficult than he thought. Mei said that her body is shaking, but it will take a lot of chi to stop her. Chigel Mi then shouted loudly that none of this was true. Mai shouted loudly that it was just a children's game. The children looked around perplexed. The bright moon was illuminating the night alleys of the streets. Kui Mengdok, all alone, stood in the middle of the playground. After a few moments, Kui Mengdok said he had come. Turning around, the brunette found Namgung Mei behind him. The boy clenched his fist with all his might. He frowned, glaring at the teacher. After only a moment, the boy decided to bow before him. Namgung said he was looking forward to practicing with the teacher. Kui Myungdok started talking about what he had been teaching Namgung all this time. Namgung replied that it was the method of concentrating ki. The teacher said that the energy scattered all over the body in Tanjong. Namgung realized that his Tanjong had indeed become larger. He lowered his gaze, thinking that there were differences from the paltry amount of chi. Mei realized that with his current state, he could fight equally with others. Kui Mengdok then stepped closer to his disciple. The teacher kept saying that things would be different from now on. Namon was surprised. Kwai said he would teach him his personal reverse rebirth technique. The boy visualized the reverse rebirth technique inside. Mei thought that there was no one else who had gotten Kui Mengdok's technique yet. The boy opened his eyes wide. thinking that it had finally been accomplished. Mei clenched his fists, excited to learn the teacher's arts. The teacher then compared the technique to water falling downward. Kwai said that by the law of nature they follow the prescribed flow. Kwai Mendok said that such is also the world order. The man said humans are creatures going against nature. Kwai Mendok spoke of farmers who cultivate the land. The man then introduced those who forge iron at night. Kwai Mendok spoke of the blacksmiths who are performed by hard labor. Kwai Mendok said that people move forward by utilizing nature rather than following. Kwai said that within the worldview, only humans struggle to evolve. The man kept saying that martial artists are no exception. Hearing this, the boy frowned and clenched his jaw. Kwai Mendok perplexedly asked what Tanjong and Jotian were. Mei replied that Tanjong is the center of the body and Jotian is the circulation of qi. Kwai Mendok said that this is only partially correct. Kwai said that Tanjong is the bowl of the human body that contains nature. Kwai Mendok said that Namgung Mei's bowl is divided in two. Teacher said that such a one is extremely unnatural. Kwai said that his qi is clouded by yang energy, which can burn the qi streams. Namgung Mei realized that if his father hadn't separated it with his qi, Mei realized that then his Tanjong and qi streams would have been destroyed. Kwai said that the first stage was the reverse flow and Yegunen. Then Mei realized what Kwai had told him to master Yegunen for. Kwai said that Yogunyong could scare you, but you'd have to put your life on the line. Then the boy swallowed hard, barely holding his breath. Namgung Mei opened his eyes wide and said resolutely that he was ready. The teacher then grinned and said that it was right. Kwai said it's crazy the fact the heir is going to use Yogunen. The teacher said it was time to do an even crazier thing. And then the teacher swung his hand sharply, raising the air around him. The man then began to summon the internal energy. Kwai Mendok said the next step was to use the flow of qi. In the man's other hand was Yogunen energy. Kwai Mendok said that they should be used at the same time. Namgung Mei opened his eyes wide, clearly surprised by this. The boy then shifted his gaze to the nightlight in the sky. In front of a certain person's eyes, there were corpses lying in front of him. On the throne sat a dead man stabbed with spears. The man ran his hands over the blood that was left on the doors. A certain red flower man scrutinized the blood. And then the man exclaimed to the troop that he had left not so long ago. And then the man ordered the use of the net of heaven and earth. The man kept saying that they must catch and find any clue. The Red Flower Squad immediately listened to the commander and ran out to search. From behind the trees, a dark silhouette followed them. Its eyes burned brightly. It stepped out of the shadows. The warrior's face was covered by a light-colored mask. Various conversations could be heard throughout the area. The masked girl watched the squad and their actions. The Red Flower Troop looked around, looking for any hint. The girl disappointedly realized that only the red flower had appeared. Suddenly, the Vice-Chancellor turned around. A glare lit up brightly in his eyes. Then the man suddenly stopped. Dust appeared under his feet. Ian was perplexed, and realized that he had sensed energy like the teacher's. Then, energy began to appear beneath Vice-Chancellor Yang's feet. Yang Jun-hek then applied acceleration, wanting to reach the truth. After a few moments, a stone wall appeared in front of Yang's eyes. But the man easily managed to climb the wall with just a single leap. Yang Jun-hek opened his eyes wide in surprise and fright. In front of the man's eyes was a masked girl. Behind her back was a weapon. The girl's eyes shone brightly. She pulled out the weapon, and then the stranger began to beat the air with an iron chain. Ian froze. The tip of the chain had almost reached the man's eye. He froze. He leaned down using the technique of reflection of the attack. The body was moving smoothly, but in his eyes a frantic focus was read. Squeezing his teeth, he felt crazy pressure. This rival was too strong, much more dangerous than it seemed at first. Without delaying, he immediately used his strongest techniques. It was the only chance to take the initiative and avoid defeat. His legendary technique, an ancient sword, a blue lion, which cut the space with a magical river, went to battle. But even this did not help. The one who in the mask owned weapons with perfect precision, his skill was perfect. The opponent immediately wrapped his nen around his neck. He acted fearlessly, as if he played the victim. And in a moment the illusory lion flew in half. The power was destroyed in an instant, as if nothing was worth it. Smiling, the warrior in the mask was contemptuously through that such technique could not be the strongest. He approached and asked with a mockery if it was time for the opponent to answer him. He barely held on his feet. His breath was difficult. He sighed silently, not having the power to say at least the word. A familiar metal rustle, a sound that heralded a new attack. He pulled the weapon from the vagina. The movement was so accurate that even the air seemed to shudder. Everyone understood at once. He was going to attack. The voltage in the air reached its boundaries. So it happened. In the next moment, hundreds of needles flew into the sky and the earth under his feet exploded. It seemed that his enemy's sword came to life. He moved on his own, tearing the space around. The power of the attack was so frantic that giant stones began to break from the mountain. The strength to continue the battle was no longer left. The body was not listened to. and the breath was stuck from the rhythm, the opponent hanging over it. The dark energy flowed from the mask ghost, which caused horror itself only. The boy had a guess. His face and voice seemed familiar, though distorted. He mentally suggested that he could be from the clan of a black flower, but doubted. But the mask finally made a name. He called himself Quiman Doc. In response, the guy exclaimed that it was impossible. He was convinced that it is not true. After all, a real doc is a well-known teacher who now works at the Academy of FECs and cannot be this monster. However, the masked enemy quietly hid the weapon and said that the guy was deeply mistaken. He stated that it was the one whom the young man considers a real doc. Fake. It was difficult to believe in it. His teacher could not be someone else. Everything inside was opposed by this thought. And at the end of the Quiman Doc was cold. "Don't stand in my way," a red bloom. Although he could no longer stand, the body seemed completely exhausted. Lying on earth, the guy still held for his faith. He was convinced that he could not be fake. Memories began to emerge in the head. Excerpts from the past that could clarify the truth. Remembering the past, he once again told himself, "No, it is definitely not fake. It's a real doc." At the same time, at the Academy of FECs, life flowed in turn. The group of students was relaxed by the street, discussing everything in a row, from training to food. They trained so exhausting that they could not even look at the Academy's territory normally, and it was quite spacious. Bald was angry that this damn teacher forced them to train the day and night in the snake class. That's not a single free minute. Meanwhile, some suspiciously strange people began to appear around them. The atmosphere has changed. One of the passers-by even joked that the guy probably came from Shaolin. "What stare? Bald never seen or what?" The bald brown exploded, breaking all the attention of passers-by. After this emotional explosion, everyone was instantly dispersed. They did not want to get into other people's affairs. His friend did not stay, laughed, watching this scene. And it was at that moment, while the bald boiled, he remembered that they had agreed to meet. And just then the same guy appeared, greeted the hoon and raised his hand in a friendly gesture. Keon was sincerely happy when he saw him. A smile appeared on his face. It was us Gun Jeep from the sheep class, their old acquaintance. But as soon as the hoon looked around, he noticed, "Something here is not as if in the air an alarm was running." He got an explanation. All this through the future martial arts tournament, so the Academy is so troubled. One man turned to everyone loudly, calling to listen carefully. Pointing his hand at the big scoreboard, he listed the classes that would participate. A bull, a tiger, a rabbit, a dragon, a snake, a horse, a sheep, a monkey, a cock, a dog, and a pig. He then announced that the winners' rates are organizing a rooster class, and they start right now. He paid the most attention to him exactly. The opportunity to make her bet he was most interested. The rules are simple. Put money in the class you sympathize with and wait for the result. If the class you put on wins, your silver is doubled. All immediately began to count their coins. The chance of winning is exactly 50%. For gambling, exactly. He asked him in surprise, but Jeep Han calmly explained. That is why everyone was so interested in the tournament. It was there that new talents opened there. And the hero of the last tournament was none other than a reconciliation ill, a Jeep brother. "I put 100 silvers on the fact that the snake class will fly in the first battle," came behind. These bold words belonged to a boy who appeared right behind his back, and immediately he threw the image. He called the dumb biomazer, and a weakness through which their class was doomed. The glances crossed, and the stranger leaned to whisper something to the boy in his ear. Hearing it, he asked him in confusion, how to be now. The situation became more tense. This time there was no one who could help him. The monk showed him his finger and said with a call, "This is the guy to which Moon broke his fingers?" He said it aloud, without a drop of shame, right in front of everyone. One of the companions of the mute broke and exclaimed that he was a pig and had no right to interfere. They began to defend and deny rumors, calling all this a lie. In response, the monk laughed loudly, scornfully, and mockingly. Their emotions differed dramatically. Some boiled from indignation. The other enjoyed the conflict. But both inside, they felt common, a strong desire to defeat each other. Someone urged not to create a scene in the eyes of everyone, asking to stop. One of the attendees turned to the Jeep, saying that he had seen it somewhere earlier. It was easy to call himself, he said confidently, Jeep's fracture, and he added that they met as a child. A long time has passed. Only then did his interlocutor mention and said, "Exactly. You are from the side branch, but appeared at a family meeting. Then I had to take care of you, yes?" He recalled that if it were not for the intervention of his older brother, he might have suffered serious injuries. But he was certain. He did not for kindness, but only for his own pleasure. In memory, that horrible incident, one of the worst memories of childhood, has fallen. He was just incredibly lucky then. The older brother appeared in time and protected, And at that moment, the Jeep himself stood in a battle rack. Now his turn to defend his brother. It all happened before Tanjun wounded in the past battle. After that, Tan was training persistently, and later recognized as a true talent for the Tang clan. But even now he could not forgive. The hatred of the mute in it has only grown. His heart was burning from emotions, anger, insult, the desire of revenge on one. At this point, his older brother approaches the Jeep and says restrained now that it is not his battle. But the Jeep wanted to prove that no longer the helpless boy he was once. In response, he replied with a smile, "And I'm not the one who was then." They both tried to restrain themselves. But not everyone succeeded. The monk and his teammate were not going to quench it all. On the contrary, they were preparing for battle. Although the first blow was struck, the monk cleverly evaded and hit the enemy's beard. In response, the guy was going to activate the technique of endless repetition. Hundreds of lightning blows. The screams and movements in the battle immediately began to respond around. The tension increased every second. The student in the glasses notices a fight and exclaims, "This class of the snake came together with a pig class." Nobody saw them for a long time. They crossed their fists before the start of the official previous competitions. One of the participants realized that he would not cope with his fists and decided to pull the weapon. But in a moment his dagger flew into the ground a few meters from the place of the fight. Weapons were knocked out of his hands. Both rivals were lost. They did not even have time to understand what happened. He looked around for him. Who could intervene and throw a weapon? Looking at the roof, he saw the one who shouted loudly, "Stop immediately!" This guy reminded, within the Academy of FECs, it is forbidden to fight without official permission. He added that the Union of Five Strongest does not allow unofficial dishonest matches. The students began to guess who this authoritative figure was. The Jeep was the first to say aloud, "This is probably a class of rats." It mentioned that the rats class really studies at the academy and is responsible for discipline. But the Jeep just laughed and explained, "We're there. They just do it because they have fun." Of course, it sounded all strange and even a little scare. And that guy continued, "If you want to know who is stronger, make it worthy." But the next one who spoke was completely different. It was surprised to turn into a new figure. This guy also demanded that the battle would only be held during the official tournament of the FEC Academy. And if they want to fight now, then they will have to deal with them. They called themselves brothers, the only front ready to act immediately. Each of them had its own unique weapon, from daggers to spears. They all stood on the roofs like shadows, watching from above. At this time, Wu and his friend also decided what to do next. Ju was already going to study these heroes who gathered in the flock and rescued the rescuers. He disdainly called them Rammer's brothers and called on to attack them. On the side, it seemed as if he was really seeking blood. His eyes were burning a fierce battle. 5 fighters were simultaneously jumping from the roofs, the movements of predators. The first words after landing were, "We stand to protect justice." Then they proudly called, "The Union of Five Strongest," the legendary force of the academy. Their leader explained that they came to stop the violators and restore discipline at the academy. But he just rolled. In his opinion, it's all full of nonsense, and he said it aloud. Meanwhile, the student in the glasses watched everything, and glad that now, before the official tournament, he could see a real match. He shouted it throughout the yard, and the crowd immediately began to crawl from the anticipation of the sight. The battle began. One of the brothers attacked using only one finger, but the enemy quickly exhibited 2 swords and blocked a blow to accuracy and skill. The collision energy was extremely powerful. The air around the trembling. She was so strong that one of the Rats brothers simply dropped back. 2 other brothers were already alert to catch it during the fall, but the help was not needed. It stabilized directly in the air, keeping the balance. He used their hands only as a resistance to elegantly push off and land. At this point, Vi began to pull his kunai, preparing for battle. Pulling 2 at once, he was able to repel the rapid attack that flew straight into him. He felt the ants ran through his skin. The joint attack of the brothers was really striking. Bald quietly commented, "It's because they are brothers. Their interaction is simply incredible." And although each of the students of the Rats class does not have special individual skills, they have their own trump card, what distinguishes them from all others. It happened when he encountered an extremely strong opponent. It was a battle that is difficult to forget. Only the appearance of the enemy said that he was stronger, and the class of rats could use common techniques. Their team interaction skills are estimated at the level with the great martial arts. Hearing the Jeep's explanation, the Bald was only crunching. In his opinion, they just know how to go into the flock. And when he voiced this opinion aloud, it was really difficult to argue with it. However, now everyone could see with their own eyes what their coordinated work is capable of. 3 brothers attacked at the same time. But the question arose which of them was the first to break the boundary. To protect his friend, he activated the rain from the rain. Dozens of fierce speeds flew towards rivals. but without much effort stopped the entire flow of weapons. They repelled the attacks accurately and synchronously. Vi thought that, perhaps, not for nothing, these guys got into the class of rats. Common techniques in them at height, but he was already seriously beaten. The body disobediently fell to the ground. His rain from the blades could not help anything in this battle. The opponents, however, stated that everything he is capable of is to throw daggers from behind. And someone in general suggested that the whole clan of such Hondan did not imagine anything from himself and only the shadow of the former glory, because nothing in the world is able to withstand justice. Proudly from the mouth of one of the brothers. But listening to these words in his address, he was not going to remain silent. He dared to make the most of the Tang clan in the middle of the battle. He activated forbidden equipment. Only when he saw a familiar movement, he shouted immediately, "Hide, everyone!" It was not an ordinary attack. It was a poison technique that could harm everyone around. People did not weigh. In a panic, fled in different directions, understanding the danger. A lotus dagger is one of the most dangerous techniques that could only leave a fire. Turning around, he created a deadly whirlwind, a hurricane from poison and steel. One of the brothers shouted, "To repel the attack so that no one around is injured." "Yes," others called, and immediately rushed to the battle to restrain the dangerous force. But at that moment, the poison had already begun to spread air. Every second was important. The ear immediately ordered, "To concentrate internal energy. We block the poison, prevent it from spreading." But the poisonous fog was already thickened around them. The atmosphere became unbearable. Watching from the outside, he clearly understood. If you just try to hold back the poison, it would turn into a grueling battle. And if they do not manage to complete everything instantly, the consequences can be fatal. Only by looking at their attempts, it was clear. It was extremely dangerous. The weapon in their hands began to crack. It simply could not withstand the pressure of poisonous power. One of the brothers, who was thrown back, could break, but managed to catch him just in the air. But as the guy touched him, he noticed a torn cloth on his chest. Something seemed strange, and only then did he understand. It was not a guy, but a girl. And when one of the brothers shouted, "The Sunshot brother left! Our balance is broken. We need to retreat," it all became clear. The other brother exclaimed that he would donate himself to stop the enemy. The ear could not believe it. Did they not promise to stay together even in the face of death? It became more and more difficult to move through the poison, and their common techniques no longer had the former power. In addition, one link from the combat formation has already left, violating the unity of the team. Then he came closer and turned to 6. It was visible in the face. He did not expect such a turn of events, and even less he expected him to lose such responsibility on him in the midst of the battle. It was a girl, and he just threw her into the arms of you, saying, "Keep it," right in the middle of chaos. And at that moment he began to focus on managing his own energy. The poisonous claws of the enemy were almost touching his face. Death was too close, but at that moment he appeared in front of him, whom his friends call Kioni, Magun himself. He tried to stop Tan in words, quietly convincing, "It is enough, stop." But Tanvi was only more angry. How does someone dare to stand in his way? The eyes of one were burning with force, as if the explosion is fierce. But the other was the same spark, unbreakable determination and thirst for battle. And it was at this moment that a loud, powerful voice came. He asked with irony, "But you will only come when the dog bites you." Everyone was immediately understood. From this moment there will be no jokes. One single movement, and the boys scattered in different directions, like dolls. No one even had time to understand that it was for energy, so powerful that it seemed unearthly. Then the female voice appealed to all participants of the incident, confidently, without any oscillation. It was a dog teacher, harsh, fair, and well-known in the academy. She ordered everyone to follow her class immediately. The conversation should be serious. Meanwhile, it stood under the door and eavesdropped, because they did not officially participate in the fight. In the classroom, she strictly asked, "What did you think when you made showdowns just in the center of the academy?" The ear immediately began to justify they fought for justice. But she quickly broke him, called it a recidivist, and ordered to remain silent. After that, she slowly pointed her finger on the harvest. He had to explain everything. She demanded to tell the truth, who was guilty, and where it all started. And she warned, if he is wrong or allows emotions to take the mountain, she will throw it out of the academy. Imitates the exception with all the consequences, as is responsible for discipline. Tang did not understand why she chose it. If they were really excluded, how could he then appear in front of his family? Everything turned into a real mess. Other students looked at him with plea. Everyone in the eyes glowed as a stars of hope, so that he did not say anything superfluous. He began to honestly. The conflict began between a snake class and a pig class, and then everything was complicated when the boys from the class of rats intervened, and only worsened the situation. But the root cause of all lies in the ancient conflict between him and Tan Wu. This is the spark for today's explosion. Now, in such a situation, it is important not to say anything superfluous. Every word could have consequences. He did not want to harm others, so he decided to speak honestly, without exaggeration and dimension. First of all, he said that the boys from the class of rats were not to blame. They just found themselves in the middle of the conflict. Everything happened through him and Tanvi. That's who really pulled everyone into a fight. She asked, "Do you want to say that only you are too?" "Yes, I am ready to accept punishment. But there is one but," he said firmly. "To finally resolve our long-standing dispute with Tanvi, I ask for permission for an official match." Somewhere far on the battlefield lay people scattered on the ground. They looked as if they had lost their right to live. The sword of this man was filled with blood, as if absorbing the punishment for every blow. The old man approached him, slowly sighed and stopped nearby. Turning to him as a first owner, he admitted, he apparently went through a difficult decision. "If you entrusted it to me, everything would have decided for a little silver. You would not even have to interfere with personally," the old man said with a barely stable regret. But the first owner replied firmly, "There are things that you do not buy for money. It is not just an incident. It is a matter of honor, an order that is not changed with silver." In a serious, cold tone, the first owner said, "The reconciliation does not negotiate with robbers." The old man immediately shot himself, apologized, and acknowledged that his words were false. "There should be nothing to tie the name of the Nagan family," the first owner added, asking the old man to follow him. At this time, she listened carefully to everything that Magan Med said. She liked that he did not blame the guilt on others, and taught everything honestly as it was. And she was cheerful that the guy so seriously asked for permission for an official match. She looked at Tan and asked, "Do you agree to this fight?" He did not just agree, he also asked for permission. But his request was different, to allow the use of poisonous techniques during battle. It sounded unexpectedly. The hall fell silent for a moment of surprise. She turned to me and asked, "Do you accept such conditions?" "I'm indifferent. If you ban poison, the result may be dishonest," Magoon said calmly. After these words, she slowly rose as if deciding something, and already standing, officially approved the match. "It will happen." Immediately afterwards, everyone went to the courtyard, to the main manege of the academy. On the arena, they were already standing opposite each other. Tanvi, with a smile, turned to the opponent. He was so sure of his victory that he asked with a mockery, "Did you really summon me hoping to win?" But the reference of the past, a time when he could not even imagine such an opportunity. But now everything has changed. "Everything will be honest today," he said confidently, looking straight into the enemy's eyes. For Tan, it sounded like a fool, but he began to listen more closely to the words of me. Everything that Tan relied on is a hidden map, a poisonous technique that he has prepared in advance. In the meantime, she officially announced the fight. The battle started. The reconciliation instantly occupied the battle stable. The body was collected, the look cold. Tan answered, "No weakness, no doubt." For a cheer, it was a chance to see the fruits of his workout and prove that he became stronger. The word "start" was barely heard, and the battlefield froze for a moment. Tan immediately activated the poison dagger technique, unexpectedly, without warning. The reconciliation expected to see anything, but not this technique. It was unexpected and anxious. Every second was given in his mind memories. The mind tried to capture the connection with the past. He sought to start the attack, following the style of moonbow: accuracy, jerk, pressure. At that moment, his fist suddenly became extremely faster than all present. He flew just on the target, heading to the breast of the opponent with increasing force. But Tan reacted lightly. He was able to overtake his hand, turning in the fate of a second. After that, he struck his palm just into the chest. The blow was accurate and cruel. The reconciliation was split in the air, lost its resistance, almost fell, and somehow maintained balance. It was the worst scenario in this situation, but he was able to resist on his feet. On his chest, a deep cut, he clenched his palm, trying to stop the blood. But he did not have time to recover as Tan was already near. A new attack, this time his knee. One, watching from the side, immediately realized he was struck by poison from the very beginning of the battle, and the longer the duel lasts, the worse it will be for him. The poison gradually absorbed strength. When they discussed it, the ear suddenly returned to them. He confidently stated, "I don't lose. You don't understand who before you." And then, slightly raising his voice, asked to silence. The moment of silence and observation. Jews noted that after poisoning, the body stops listening, and it becomes more difficult to control internal energy. But the ear only added, "True justice is so just not to break." At the same moment, his palm was directly on the knee of Tan. He stopped the attack on the border, and the second hand was already behind the back, ready for a devastating blow in response. If you look at its internal energy, a flame was erupted in the body, ready to break out. He managed to release this force, and with a vigorous flash, he rejected the opponent a few meters ago. But as soon as the distance was formed between them, Tan said with a smile, "It is not necessary to waste your energy so thoughtlessly. The more you use it, the faster the poison enters the body, spreading all energy channels. There will be only one thing: suffering worse than death." He finished without taking his eyes off. But while I listened to these words, he felt nothing. The body seemed normal, neither pain nor weakness. Tangi, with a cold smile, asked if he finally realized what was happening, hinting at the first symptoms of poisoning. He emphasized that the body already manifests signs of poison, and there is almost no chance of survival without counteraction. Meanwhile, an even stronger poison concentration began to appear on his hand. It was throbbing as if alive. It was at this point that Tangi decided to put a point in this battle, attacked with the intention to end his opponent. However, the guy did not wait and rushed forward, taking the initiative, but everything went to the plan. He did not face what he expected. His mighty blow was unexpectedly stopped. The forces collided in one place. The young man was struck, though he was surprised. The body was not reacted as always. Surprisingly, the internal energy circulated freely, as if the poison did not operate. He realized that the enemy wanted to finish the fight before the poison spreads throughout the body. Therefore, he broke up sharply. He jumped high, getting ready for counterattack. In the air, his hand reached for a cold weapon. Time for a decisive course. He activated the technique of heavenly rain from daggers. The sky was torn by the glitter of steel. Mugenmi began to move as if he were in the stage with the Matrix. Everything was slowing down. He evaded every blade as if dancing among them until one of the daggers in the air. He clenched the dagger in his hand and looked intently into the blade. It flashed, and at the edges, the poisonous energy was slightly thrown. At that moment, it became obvious. Tan 66 accurately uses poisonous techniques, and his attacks are literally impregnated with deadly poison. But why does the body not respond? This question did not give him rest, and he involuntarily delved into reflections. Then a strange but logical opinion has a strange but logical thought. Maybe energy in his body absorbs poison, works as a natural antidote? But he could not fully understand what was happening. Everything looked too unusual. Meanwhile, Ji, watching the fight, also reached some conclusions and shared the assumption. She thought, maybe the guy has the same legendary power, absolute resistance to all types of poison? And if this is true, it is a true blessing that could change the course of the whole battle. Thus, watching the duel, she also analyzed what she saw and made her own conclusions. For her, such endurance seemed something incredible, almost impossible. But just in case, she still prepared the antidote. Suddenly, it will need help in a critical moment. Although it was obvious now, KVI Mondok has already taken some measures, perhaps in advance. Meanwhile, the fight lasted in the arena, but now the situation has changed dramatically. He was forced not only to attack, but also to reflect the endless attacks of the enemy. The balance shifted, and in a moment it became clear. He was not ready for such a turn. The dynamics of the battle came out of control. A tense pause was formed between the rivals. Several meters of silence, breathing in the explosion of a new fight. A heavy drop of blood fell on the ground at the ground, bright and hot as a sign of its defeat. It was blood from the wound on the face, and he, twisting, did not understand why the enemy was still not unconscious. The poison had to act. What is wrong? Tan asked himself, looking at the silhouette of the guy standing in front of him. The body of Us Hunmi was blazing with internal fire. It was full of strength and determination to continue the battle, and he did not delay. Immediately went on the offensive, struck one another. In just a few seconds, the number of blows reached hundreds. It was a real flurry. Tan, getting a new blow every time, was still wondered. Why not the poison does not work? And so, his body flew, flipping into Kavirki on the ground like a rag doll. Hun was stood, like a thunder. His gaze said without words, I haven't finished with you yet. Tan began to suspect that the enemy agreed to poisoning only because he had opposing him. And this thought immediately returned him to the past, to the memories that hurt more than the blows. He remembered how he was stronger, older, and without reproaches offended the little gun. How can he now lose someone whom he had ever considered worthless? Lowering his own hand, Tan decided to silently, it is time to move to the next course. Tan has finally decided. He would put an end to this battle with the help of one of the 8 most fraudulent poems of the Tan family. The 8 of Instant Death. This terrible toxin is extracted from a 2-haired centipede, a creature whose poison is considered a real punishment of the gods. It is only necessary to touch the skin, and the poison instantly penetrates energy flows, killing, if not taken for an antidote for several hours. This poison is allowed only in extreme cases. It is considered the pride and weapon of the last chance of Tang. The young man immediately noticed the change. In the eyes of Tan, a bloody shine appeared, and something in his hands changed the course of the battle. He pulled out a small capsule and squeezed it in his palm, without drawing his eyes off his opponent. Suddenly, the capsule was broken down to the ground, and a cloud of gray dust risen in the air. But it was not ordinary dust, it immediately realized. Before them, a deadly poisonous curtain. She immediately screamed, ordering everyone to close her mouth, noses, and move away from the epicenter as far away. Meanwhile, the guy was inside. A thick, viscous fog was enveloped from all sides. Vision completely disappeared. He saw neither the enemy nor his own hand in front of him. And suddenly, through this darkness, a shrill whistle sounded. Daggers flew in the fog. As soon as he tried to dodge, as the back of Tan suddenly emerged behind his back, at the tip of his blade pulled a red drop of poison. Deadly. Like death. Tanvi broke through the fog with lightning. His blade flew just through the boy's body. The blade of Tan left a deep, burning wound on his body. The skin cut like paper. The pain pierced the body instantly, as if a lightning strike. Unbearable. Burning. Inside. All after all, she cried in a rude, angry tone, "What are you doing, Tanvi, you?" At the same moment, the body of the exhausted and beaten gun slowly fell to the ground. It seemed to everyone that he lost consciousness. His face faded. His breathing became barely audible. But what happened next stunned everyone. He rose, and he stood on one knee. The blood flowed from his mouth. His eyes were dull. His face was like dead, but he was alive. His mind was filled with memories. Night. Words that crashed into memory. "I control energy streams in the forward and reverse direction at the same time," the man told him. "Then I did not understand anything by the child. How is it possible? What does two forces mean at the same time?" He was stunned. He never heard it, but immediately got an explanation. Control of the return flow can damage energy channels. It is extremely dangerous. "It's like turning your own body into a powerful explosive," the teacher added. The little gun was immediately interested in this phrase, a mighty bomb. And he asked, "Yes," the mentor replied, "because direct and return flows pass through the same channels at the same time, and it carries a terrible load. They are one but different. They cannot meet, but they have to unite," the teacher said about energy flows. "That is why even the slightest deviation between these streams is deadly. The mistakes do not say goodbye." "And what if you make a mistake?" the guy asked, already feeling the weight of this technique. The answer was short, but accurate. "There will be a loud grandmother. At the point of contact of direct and return flows, the energy channel will simply break, and everything will end instantly." But the teacher reassured him, "Don't worry. I prepared a needle with medicine in case your body is torn." His teaching was rigid, not at theory, but exclusively at a real practical battle. And we can say that it was only the first test of many who were waiting ahead. But now he no longer belongs to the ordinary class of the snake. It has risen higher. From the moment as he became a personal student, KVI Mondoka, his path has changed dramatically. The teacher then promised that he would teach him not by school standards, but by his own method. The method that he created is the principles of the dock that breaks all the usual boundaries. The phrase came again in the head: come in, break, and go up again. Gathering with the spirit, the guy decided he would face, as the teacher taught, even if it costs everything. And this is how he destroyed the poison of Tanvi, not an escape, but a direct clash. Even this superfluous poison he decided to destroy the same way, meeting his forehead. He clearly felt two powerful forces that raged inside. The first is burning, unrestrained energy of fire. The second is the icy, piercing force of ice. Both were crazy, erasing its energy flows to the limit of destruction. In order to curb this chaos a little, he formed the energy sphere in front of him. He used his own technique to absorb flames against the fire, and against ice, a technique that breaks the icy energy from the inside. "I will cope," Gunmi, squeezing our fists. "He will succeed. He will break it all and will come out of the winner even from this hell." At the same moment, the angry was angry, like a thunder in the clear sky. She grabbed him by the collar and pulled him. Her voice was tough. "How did you don one of the 8 strongest pores? Did you, rotten beetle, decided to finish a friend for the sake of victory?" Her anger was unrestrained. Tan was justified. They say everything under control, and if they have time, there will be no consequences. But in his thoughts, he smiled trickly, because he understood perfectly. The consequences could be horrible, up to injury. She strictly ordered the antidote immediately. It could not be delayed, because every second could be the last for the wounded. In addition, she immediately stopped the fight. But instead of answering only the deaf silence, which seemed to emphasize the seriousness of the situation. Entreated from such silent indifference, she asked, "Are you really ready to take the risk of everyone and find yourself outside the military academy for the sake of this stupid game?" In response, there was a decisive challenge. "I want to continue the match." Logically, and at the same moment, 2 mysterious figures appeared before the crowd. It turned out to be an old man and a young man who recently descended from the mountain heights, as if they were called to watch the spirit of war. From their faces it was visible. No one expected to see these strangers here in the walls of the academy, where everyone knew each other. Ji Pamity when her brother recognized her brother, Elijah, because she did not expect to see him among the audience on this duel. Elijah, in turn, was no less surprised. He did not plan to meet with Ji in the academic hall where the deadly trials were underway. The old man nodded and introduced the young man. "This is my student, and we came here to see with our own eyes whether he was really worth the rank of a sword." Ji heard about Elijah as a Hun's brother, but his unexpected appearance now caused it only surprise and anxiety. Then Ilya straightened his shoulders and strictly said, "Now it is not only an honorable title, but also your life, Ji." The Ji brushed her teeth, not able to remain silent. "What the hell? The continuation of the duel do you offer when everything could end tragically?" Representatives of the Gun clan were famous for the flawless swordsmen among the 5 powerful families who participated in the Great War of Chom. In that era, these swordsmen stood along with the boldest warriors on the forefront, protecting their people from a ruthless enemy. Now, returning to the academy, they could not allow this match to end in vain. The fate of many lives was decided here. It was in that war that the Gon clan proved our right to stand among the strongest. Not in words, but with blood and fire. Their leader, us, Gun Co, during the battle gained a real insight, which changed the course of all confrontation. Then he mastered the fire equipment, whose level was divided into 3 stages: Gi, Gol, and Gik. Each of them opened new limits of force. Having reached the 2nd level, Gol, he received recognition as the most powerful among all the heads of the clans. It was thanks to this power that the Gun clan was able to compare us with the influence of even a powerful union of 9 families. She was well aware of it. She faces not just a student, but the first heir to one of the greatest families. And whatever it is, his fighting power is not inferior to her own, and perhaps exceeds her. Others also remembered him. The winner of the past tournaments. A worthy rival even for the dog mentor. A young man whose power is similar to the all-consuming flame. Uncontrolled. Devastating. Majestic. It was the first heir to the Gun clan, Hunil himself. But all the views were now chained to his younger brother, the one who was exhausted after a deadly battle. She said strongly on him, emphasizing, "Now is not the time for pride or demonstration of strength. It is necessary to give him an antidote as soon as possible and move to the hospital immediately." Her voice has not endured. The clan, which is included in the top 5 in Marima, has the technique of the blue sky, capable of splitting even the most celestial firm. "So his death will become our pride during the duel," Il said coldly, looking at his brother's body. It was a real shock for all present. No one expected to hear this from the first heir. She only twisted. Now she finally realized, he is also absolutely abnormal. Her gaze returned to us, Hunmi, whose hand clutched into the ground. He seems to have climbed again. But suddenly, just a powerful explosion occurred in front of him. Everyone stopped for a moment. What is it yet? It seemed that the guy could not survive under that wave of power. But the reality was completely different. A loud roar came from a cloud of dust, wild, decisive, living. It was a cry that did not need explanation. "I haven't finished yet. I'm ready to fight." With his incredible energy, he was able to completely destroy the poison that circulated in his body. And now he said before everyone, "The fight is still ongoing, and it is too early to put." He raised his hand and confidently pointed his finger on Tan, turning directly to him. In response, Tan saw a true crazy, a madman who knows no boundaries. Meanwhile, it was still trying to understand what he saw. His energy stabilized. Did he really overcome that terrible poison? Stunned but keeping calm, she only briefly said, "The match is continuing." And perhaps even if Il did not say anything, the battle would still go further. Everything is too acute. Tanvi just clenched his fists. Now he was not just surprised, but truly angry. But even now, Tang still hoped. If you pull the time, the poison of instant death would eventually spread the body and complete the case. At this point, he captured the opponent managing energy, simultaneously direct and return streams, which was a real challenge. But suddenly something knocked him out of concentration, and it was not because of the enemy. He just saw now. His older brother stands on the stands, watching everything. Seeing him, Tanvi remembered those harsh words from the past. "The hell of your attempts and weak skills will be a shame for our family." And then he heard an ultimatum. Return in 3 months, trained, strong, without help. Is it already 3 months old? The young man flashed in the head, and the thought of it made the heart beat faster. But this is a great opportunity. A chance to prove that he was not trained in vain. To show his brother he really learned something and is no longer a shadow of himself. To prove he is not the slut who was once thought. Tan understood that the enemy was not going to give up. Not now. Not after everything that has happened. The attacker flew to us in a direct trajectory. But as soon as it approached, the goal disappeared. Tank used the technique of poisonous void, which allows you to instantly leave the area of the lesion, leaving behind only poisoned air. But he did not expect what would happen next. His plan seemed to crack at the seams. He did not expect that right now, Hanmi intends to prove to everyone. He is no longer a weak place of his family, but a real warrior. It is this desire, to prove who he is, gave him the strength to catch up with his scum that he was so stubborn from defeat. His first blow came clearly, just into the chin, with a scope, which made everyone hold his breath. The enemy flew away, but he did not even have time to get out, as a silhouette of us Hanmi, like a ghost, appeared before him. All this is for the sake of one, to show his eldest brother who he really became, and to erase the brand of weakness. And not only the brother, but all present, witnessed how a new power is born. Il did not say a word. He just looked silently, full of thoughts that he did not voice anyone. He tried to recognize the energy he once felt in his brother, but now she was completely different, deeper, stronger. Mon, who watched nearby, also heard these blows and felt the guy really awakened his true strength. And now he was convinced that rumors inside the clan, a lie born to fear and envy. What could be called such a warrior filet, degrading his dignity? It was full of nonsense. It was not a weak, but a fighter who beats exactly and decisively. He is not a shadow, not a smile. He is the one who beats the target without stopping. Meanwhile, Tan, overestimated, self-confident, could not believe that he was beaten on his face once and once, especially given that he used the poison, one of the most powerful in his arsenal. At a moment it even seemed to him that it was no longer us Hun, and someone else, much stronger. "Who are you at all?" he broke out. "Who are you the hell you take?" the Tan whispered, barely holding on his feet. But the answer did not come, because after these thoughts he just fell to the ground, completely exhausted. He was lying in the dust, in front of the feet of the one who turned out to be stronger in this fierce battle. And it was at this moment that the young man answered himself, clear as a blade steel. "I'm a student of KVI Mondoka. I am a Hanmi." After the defeat of the arrogant Stretch, they were taken out of the arena on the stretchers. The victory was obvious. Hanmi, I wrote his gaze, filled with a pleasant sense of triumph. It was honestly won. She solemnly announced the result of the duel. All the attendees were quiet, honoring the winner. She then presented the boy's antidote as a sign of recognition and asked to return to the snake class. He immediately understood. This is the rare antidote that neutralizes the deadly poison of instant death. And Tang V, because of the use of one of the 8 most dangerous pores in the duel, was immediately removed and devoid of status. For the same night, he left the academy silently, disappearing from its territory without unnecessary words. In fact, Hanmi knew new antication. The poison had already completely left his body. Moreover, after he breathed her diaphragm, the amount of Yang's energy in his body has increased amazing. Now even he began to realize himself. He became much stronger than ever imagined. But his facial expression during these reflections caused a slight surprise to someone. "What kind of rye is it? Again, do you think about a bullshit?" He asked this that the guy, barely smiling, replied, "But nothing like this. By the way, it's time to go." He decided to take the antidote with him, just in case, though he did not believe that she would still need. The pupil of the dog class thanked him, calling a young but real warrior. But the guy just shrugged. He did not think he had done something extraordinary. Just told the truth. How it really was. But even excessive modesty is similar to the poison. Sometimes it prevents fully revealed. After all, he could simply take advantage of the situation and get out of the water, but did not lie. He summoned Tan to an honest fight, and that really struck everyone. First of all, it became joy that even among students, real moral and dignity is still alive. At the end, the boys promised that they would not forget this noble act. Such things are not erased from memory. Their departure was spectacular. One of them threw a smoke checker, and they disappeared as rapidly as they appeared. Now and the rest of the students could go quietly. The fight ended, the tension slept. The main reason for this, oddly enough, was famine. The stomach won the morale. But I could not understand, where did the Hun Il and her brother go? Meanwhile, the night sank into the yard. The darkness spilled, and the world around it. The teacher slowly brewed tea, gently pouring boiling water into a ceramic cup. But that cup was not the only one. There was another one, prepared for the guest. And indeed, Il came to him, exactly the one he expected to see today. The first thing Il said, "It is a great honor for me to meet you, Master Kwimiondok. But please contact me for you." He took a deep breath, full of breaths of air, as preparation for something serious. And the KVI master took an even deeper breath, paused, and finally asked the question that had long been ripe. "So you know about me?" Calmly, but with a subtext asked Kimon-dok, looking carefully at the guest. Il did not hide. Yes, he heard about him from his father, and he heard more than once. He remembered how he stood behind the door until he was allowed to go inside. Then he entered his father's room. The situation was quiet but tense. The head of the family looked at his son and asked what brought him at such a late time. Il replied simply, "I came to ask for permission to return my younger brother to the family." His words were sincere. He bowed his head and openly asked for permission to do so. But for his father, this conversation has long been closed. Everything is decided for him. But Il did not give up. He kneeled and loudly stated that he had never contradicted his father's will. Until now. He stressed that perhaps his brother's fighting skills are only a little better than that of an ordinary person. But is this a reason for the renunciation? These words made my father with a cold determination to ask, "Did you decide to challenge my decision?" Il only swallowed the air. The words were stuck in the throat. From the incredible pressure of his father's energy, it became difficult for him to breathe. As if all the air had disappeared from the room. He struck himself with his fist in his chest, trying at least somehow. And even then, breathing, he felt the blood from his mouth. The pressure was unbearable. Even through the unbearable pain, Il did not stop. "I believe that you are ready to think again." After deep exhalation, the father was calm, but bitterly asked, "Why don't you love your younger brother so much? Have you not understood yet? I have not yet declared the heir because of him." The head of the family added. After these words, Il, verse but firmly explained. He only thinks of the future of the family, his strength and stability. The father decided to clarify the true reason. He did not call the heir not because of the younger. In fact, all other family members today develop much faster than he himself in his youth. But this is not enough. To be just strong, not enough to head the family. This has never been enough. The head of the family is not just a fighter, Il added. It is a symbol, support, reflection of the whole family. In the world, Morima's power automatically equates to the power of all its kind. It is on this basis that evaluations, prestige, and position of the family are formed among others. But nevertheless, Il did not understand. What are the conditions except the strength? And then he heard, the younger one had long been sent to the Academy of FEC, and if he really wants to turn it back, he should get permission. Not a father. Permission from whom? Il asked in surprise. It was then that he learned that Mon-dok, a legendary mentor, is now a teacher of his younger brother. And now, standing in front of this master, he honestly told him straight into his eyes, "I want to pick up my brother." But in response, he heard, "There is one condition." Hearing this phrase, Il did not even believe his own ears. Did he understand properly? He wanted to immediately ask, "What are the conditions?" It has passed for a while, and now Hun was standing, heavily covered with sweat. Something clearly went not so easy. In the meantime, his mentor turned to everyone, saying that he wanted to introduce someone to the students. And that was the Hunil himself, a temporarily acting assistant teacher. And although he stood with the appearance of a confident warrior, drops of sweat were flowing from his forehead. Nervous no less than others, Mon-dok explained that he went to this decision due to circumstances. The current assistant Com was injured during the trip and dropped out indefinitely. According to preliminary estimates, at least a month he will have to rest. Il, a little surprised, noted that the moon is too long. He even suggested sending another experienced replacement master in order not to delay the case. But the doc just answered. "The condition is that the duties have the duties. No one else. 1 month. That is how much he will have to be a teacher's assistant. He can then either pick up his brother or do it as necessary." And now, after that conversation, Il stands in front of the students in a new status. Not as a guest, but as part of the academy. And behind his back, Mon-dok smiles widely, they say, "Everything goes according to plan." But the younger brother holds his head, puzzled. Why should he now endure the older as a teacher's assistant? The teacher, meanwhile, says wisely, "Discard the idea to reach the old sword. It's time to awaken the true softness." It was this training that has now been held by a student named after. The movements were smooth, but everyone felt a hidden power. But suddenly his focus was interrupted. Il came to him, which forced him to stay in the half. As soon as he saw the boy, Il smiled and said, "Here he is, a tiger of the moon family." Interesting. Because, without losing vigilance, he wondered what led the older student to him. "I am instructed to instruct you," Il replied. "So I came to look at everyone personally," and immediately asked directly, "Why do you want to give up the idea of power?" But the answer was unexpected. She shocked even the experienced Ilya. "If you give up strength and focus only on softness," said, "you will not get strength or true softness." And then he himself, with seriousness in his eyes, asked, "So how better to do in such a situation?" In response, leaned, lifted a thin wooden wand off the ground and began to explain. Strength and softness are not the opposite. They are one. It is necessary to create a movement that allows the sword to pass smoothly without resistance, he said, but not losing strength. Even in softness, you cannot lose power. It is a real balance, the true art of the sword. With the same stick in his hand, he struck one accurate blow to the ground. A cloud of dust came from the blow. The technique was impressive, despite the simplicity of the tool. True art is to put not only the movement but also the energy of force into the sword, Il said, step back. And the softness, to set the movement. These words Ilya sounded especially clearly, and they were heard by all the students standing nearby. But most of all, these words were struck because his face changed, his eyes lit up. You'll understand the expression of the face, it seems, because he finally realized the essence of what was said. But suddenly he heard a woman's voice and rapped his head. His voice was acquaintance. Behind his back was she who was saying with a light smile, "They have not seen a long time." It was Chegel-mi. As it turned out, it also belonged to the class of Snake. They immediately made a conversation, discussing something, laughing, and his younger brother stood nearby. Hun listened to us attentively, but he could not believe everything that was happening. As if the world had turned. The girl approached him and asked why he was standing away. Because his brother is now near, just a few steps. "It's just a little inconvenient," he replied. "You need to understand yourself in all this." And indeed, thoughts were spinning. He remembered how he once thought that the older brother would only come to take him home. But now, he is a helper assistant of a snake class? It looked suspiciously. He conceived something definitely, the first suspicion. Changing the scene. On the bed lies a young man with a deep wound on his shoulder. The body is immobilized, immersed in sleep. It seems completely disconnected. The dream wrapped it like a protective blanket. But it was at this point that he heard someone's words near, and slowly began to open his eyes. The room came into the room, me on dock. He was holding apples in his hands, like a sign of worry. Seeing the teacher, the young man began to wake up slowly and tried to get out of bed, smiling happily. The doc silently put apples nearby, casting a look at his condition and gently said, "You look quite broken." Then he warned, "He still has to practice a little with other students of the snake class. Та хлопець вибачився. Він не зможе замінювати вчителя в ролі помічника." The doc calmly replied that he had already temporarily found someone for this role. "A perfectly capable guy," he added. "Has potential and skill." The guy understood everything, but decided to take advantage of the moment and ask, "Teacher, have you heard nothing about the participants of the Black Flower?" Doc looked seriously and began to explain. "It is a rather specific organization, not just knowing about them. One of them," he said. He sang songs about longing for home every day. And the other. He could not gather his thoughts at all, as if his mind had left his body. After the Great War, Chongma remained very little. Too little, as for such a powerful force. However, no matter what, they survived. They escaped from a condition where everyone balanced on the verge of life and death. Perhaps, Doc added. Now they have even more or less good, as far as it is possible. Hearing this, the student fell silent for a short time, and then, a little ashamed, he apologized for the following words. "But what happened to me lately? I'm almost sure that it is a matter of the hands of someone from a Black Flower." The same night. Silence. So depressing that seemed. The air itself was afraid to move. With his hand, he clenched the ledge on the rock. The man grabbed a cold stone, rough, wet, and silent. The vertical wall of the mountain he climbed up, like a shadow, like a ghost, which is not stopped. His head was hidden by a deep hood, and he would get a place that was his target. Finally, a dark, cold cave hidden in the body of the mountain opened in front of him. Right before the entrance, he dropped on one knee, a sign of respect and readiness to report. In the deaf darkness, he clearly said, "The one who was considered elected was destroyed." The eyes looked out of the darkness, red, penetrated by cold, full of peace and death. They asked, "Are you sure of that?" Red, like burning carbons, the eyes from which the frost came across the skin came out of the dark cave. The essence of the cave whispered a familiar name, as if calling someone from the past. But suddenly, with disappointment in his voice, the beast exclaimed again, "That's not you!" The man, shuddering, begged not to ignite anger so much. Everything is not so easy. He explained that the arrangement was concluded not only with the Chonchon Defense Corps, but also with the Noxal group. Then he suggested going to negotiations with those with whom everything was already prepared. The soil for action is ready. However, the creature ominous to the bones warned, if there are many such places, they can catch them. The man firmly replied that this is why it was necessary to act at the same time, without delay. After all, if all important areas are bloody explosions, the search will be almost impossible. This convincing argument made the monster think and finally agree. It only ordered everything perfect, without the slightest mistakes. Meanwhile, the boys just enjoyed the warm evening weather. The sun gently touched the face. Vona was openly admired by a new assistant teacher. Il's teacher did not hide his delight. He even emphasized that Il immediately was able to evaluate possible ways to develop for each of them. Vonus was enthusiastically added that Il explains so clearly and accessible that it is better even than the doc. The girl joined the conversation. They say you probably have been in Shaolin for too long, so not aware that Il has long developed the level of young talent. It is even rumored that such a genius of martial arts is born once every 100 years, and his whole family, straight offspring, has no less impressive potential. For example, a dream in just 5 days was able to defeat the detachment from the whole fortress on its own. It was a serious exam, but she overcame him with a smile that it was something every day. And the puppies even summoned the hereditary master, who behaved in one of the taverns. Everyone knows that this battle ended in a draw, although it was expected much more. And it is not possible to speak about the cheerleader. He is a separate story that does not fit in the border. She also added that these legendary students are just a little older than them. And she had no doubt. The name of the reconciliation would become a symbol of the top that everyone at the Academy of FECs wants to conquer. But there is another pebble that can be slightly moved. Not so noticeable, but significant. In a figurative sense, it is a pebble, and in literally, the younger brother Ilya, a reconciliation. Looking at him, the girl assured that it is not necessary to be a genius. Everyone has its strengths. It was these words that he had to cheer him up, that he heard Il himself nearby. He silently watched his younger brother behaved in the company, carefully, without condemnation. It was unusual to see him smiling. This expression rarely appeared on his face. At home he almost never laughed, so it became obvious. Something has changed. He was different from his siblings from his childhood, as if he had been from another world. Other younger ones quickly grabbed on the fly, sometimes even ahead of expectations. But the youngest was difficult, even the simplest explanations. From the very beginning it was noticeable. It is not the same as everyone else in the family. The brothers passed by, silently leaving him on the sidelines of the family circle. But now the older began to notice. It seems that something in it has begun to change. However, the decision to bring him back into the family remained unchanged. The doc left the boy with others and went somewhere without explaining the reasons. At this time, he delved into thoughts, recalled the words spoken by one of the Black Flower. He really wanted to find out who was the mysterious voice. To find at least a hint of the trail, you have to find a black cinnamon flower. Meanwhile, the guy politely greeted the stranger on the fan. He felt respect, but in a moment he noticed something strange in his palms. Something he did not expect to see. In his hands was a rather valuable thing. So much that the guy was even lost. Then he heard the guests said they were rising to the second floor, and asked to provide enough information. The little was happy, bowed and quickly replied that he would show everything he needed. He felt at that moment, this person was not ordinary. There was something special in it. Subsequently, inviting the guest up, the guy brought him dishes that were prepared in advance. Through the vow, the guest was barely audibly said that the food was appetizing.